Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tsukikage. Cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story.
Krai, regarding the results from the public comments box.
Huh? Oh, right, that? I hadn't expected to see Eva carrying a large box in her arms. First Steps issued a regular bulletin as part of an information-sharing initiative. Just a few days prior, there had been discussions about including an advice column penned by me. I didn't get it, but apparently there was interest in the advice offered by the Pretty Human Artificer. I wasn't sure if there really was that much demand, but I agreed to it, and it appeared preparations were already finished.
The box in the lounge is filled to the brim, so I thought I should bring it to you.
Really? Eva opened the box and turned it upside down. I couldn't help but furrow my brow as a mountain of papers formed on my desk. Funny to think I had only agreed to this because I didn't think anyone would bother sending anything in. Damn, these people work fast. I wasn't a fan of the situation, but I didn't see what else I could do. I picked up a pick envelope that sat at the pile's summit. What do we have here? I adore my master. He's strong, kind, and smart. There's almost nothing to complain about except the brutality of his trials. I know it's his way of looking out for me, but I'll die sooner or later if he keeps this up. I know his intentions are good, but how can I get him to ease up? Signed, Cute Junior Hunter. Eva looked at me, baffled. So much passion and dissatisfaction were packed into that letter. I wasn't sure if this was appropriate for the public comment boxes. And who even wrote that? Tino surely wouldn't describe herself as cute. Well, let's just set this one aside. Next up, let's see. Please put people I can cut in the training rooms. Yeah, this is from Luke.
He's got no shortage of dedication.
This was out, obviously. On to the next one. Let's try this yellow letter. Let's see. Could you place cuttable criminals or magical creatures identical to humans in the training rooms? Luke keeps asking about it. Delicate.
You're not going to agree to that?
Needless to say, I wasn't. I considered who might have even submitted that letter. Our clan was filled with lunatics. Since I didn't want to think about it anymore, I moved on to the next letter. Human weakling, pull yourself together. I have cohorts constantly asking me about you, and I never know how to answer. Sir, signed, noble spirit of extreme beauty, so even in writing, she uses sir like that. I read another one. Please place booze in the lounge. Why? Everyone's always bringing in their own. And another one. Unmotivated clan members are a waste of space and should be chased out. That would give us less work, more time to hunt, and I'm sure managing weaklings is a pain in your ass. Summon Crybaby, tell me it's a great idea. No. And another one. Quit buying relics all the time. Please think of your future and save a little bit. Do you even understand how deep your debt is? Wasn't this box for, comments? I was hoping for more constructive submissions. Maybe the Predator Human Artifice would have to wait for another day. Eva shared my exasperation. It seemed a lot of people figured they might as well write something simply for the novelty. I hesitated about submitting this, but I believe something needs to be made clear. Do you favor Citri or Liz? Both have their problems. So I deeply understand your desire to avoid the issue. But I'm not sure it's right to remain so indecisive tender second.
D, don't look at me.
Looking at this handwriting, maybe it was Ansem, or maybe not. What a terrifying thing the public comments box had turned out to be. I declared the advice column DOA. Finally, I opened up a letter folded in two. The handwriting was lazy and reminded me of a tangle of worms. Everyone keeps disappearing without me. Where are you all going? Eliza Beck. Hell if I know. It was a beautiful day. Our vacation in Souls was over, and we had spent the past few days uneventfully rumbling along in the carriage. A refreshing breeze passed through, then for the first time in a month, I was at the gates of the Zabrudian imperial capital. Overall, I'd say it was a wonderful vacation. There was the matter of Arnold chasing us and the attack by the cave people, but that was all just a memory now. Turning all of my memories into good ones might have been my only way of responding to all the trouble I kept finding myself at the center of. At the very end of it all, I was reunited with Luke and Sem and Lucia. Asking for anything more would just be greedy. The carriage was filled to the brim with souvenirs I had bought in Souls. All purchases were made to aid me when I bragged to Eva and the rest of the clan about what a great time I had. It was mostly hot spring dragon man. Hot spring dragon eggs? and hot spring dragon eggs, and hot spring dragon bath products. There was also a souvenir from the princess of the cave people, according to Citri. Her name was Ryuelan. It was a pendant inlaid with a strange stone. I didn't know if it was worth anything, but there was still so much unknown about cave people. Maybe someone could tell me if it was a rare item or something. Even though our party used carriages, most of us never rode in them. It was usually only Citri, Lucia, and myself riding. And even then those two sometimes would choose to run along outside. I had been reminded of the old days when I watched Luke, Liz, and Assem, and Tino, run along the carriage as a way of getting some training in. The gates of the imperial capital were damaged, and being repaired. An imposing line of knights was outside the gates, quite unlike how it was back in Souls. Lucia had mentioned that there had been a commotion going on in the imperial capital, and it seemed it hadn't entirely settled down just yet. There's danger here. Danger there. What a dangerous place this is. Well, as far as I can tell, it doesn't seem like there's any chaos at the moment. I'm gonna take it easy and nap once I get home.
I haven't seen you do anything besides taking it easy.
Of course I had been taking it easy. We had been on vacation. However, no matter how much you try to relax, when you're on a trip, you can't help but be a little bit on edge. Taking it easy on a trip is a different species than that done in one's own home.
After my absence, I'll have to charge all those relics.
I had most of them charged, so I don't think it should be that bad.
It shouldn't is! It shouldn't!
Lucia looked at me like I had gone crazy. I'm sure what I said had come as a shock to her. I usually relied on her for all my charging needs, but I could manage when I needed to. Per Citri's request, Chris and the others charged my relics.
They did?
Lucia let out an enormous sigh. Judging by the look in her eyes, it seemed she wasn't too thrilled by this.
What were you thinking having other people charge so many relics? You shouldn't place that burden on others.
They were all happy to do it. They thought of it as practice. I was pretty sure I understood what a burden it was. I hadn't planned to get all those relics charged, but Citri was a fearsome deal-maker. The glare in my sister's eyes wasn't going anywhere. And it's fine. There's still plenty of relics left for you to charge.
I'm going to hit you.
It wasn't just the front gate. Most of the imperial capital wasn't as I remembered it. It was almost like the city had been bombed. Roofs were half destroyed, streets had been ripped apart, and knights were desperately controlling traffic. Even the trees in the streets in a favorite cafe of mine hadn't gotten out unscathed. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought we were at war. I had heard a bit about Akashic Tower and Hidden Curse butting heads, but it seemed the Hidden Curse clan master, the pyromaniac lady, had gone on a rampage. Akashic Tower was a fearsome magic syndicate, but Hidden Curse was a force to match. If that clan of magi had been using wide-area magic spells throughout town, then I was hard-pressed to say which one was supposed to be the criminal organization. But, looking around, I didn't see any corpses. It was possible they had just been turned to ash, but I knew the citizens of the imperial capital were all used to handling these situations. Not to mention the war did seem to be over. This is something no hunter should say, but I couldn't handle the sight of dead bodies. All the more reason to be glad I had been out of the imperial capital at the time. Not that I could have done anything even if I had been present. I left Citri to take care of the carriage, as I always did, and bounded up the stairs to the clan house, a box of manju in my hands. I had tried a few on the road and found that hot spring dragon manju weren't half bad. They weren't actually made with dragon, but their blend of sweet and sour flavors did mean that they could be enjoyed even by people who didn't usually care for sweets. I never did learn what they had to do with hot spring dragon gleefully partaking in them. I'm back! I stood frozen, smile and all. The usually tidy lounge looked like a tornado had passed through. A number of tables had dead-eyed hunters resting their heads against the surface, and beer bottles were scattered across the floor. I felt like I had seen something like this just recently. Lucia looked at the lounge with wide eyes and Luke scowled, probably thinking nothing good. To make things worse, at one table was Obsidian Cross, undeniably one of our foremost parties. Their leader, Swen, froze when he saw me, his eyes like those of a zombie. Oh, yeah, I think I heard something about our clan members getting dragged into the commotion. Smiling, I approached their table and placed a box of souvenir hot spring dragon manju in front of Swen. Smile's shoulders shook and his cheek twitched when he looked at the box and the cutesified dragon drawn on it. I patted him on the shoulder, turned on my heel, and made a break for it. Behind me, I heard a clatter as he stood up.
Ah, hold it! Stop, damn it!
Luke, I'm busy. You can take care of the rest.
All right, let's go. The training hall awaits, Sven. I'll show you my new techniques.
We just got back, and he's got that much energy. My apologies, Sven. I don't have time for your grumblings. I've got to give a souvenir to Eva.
Shit! Hey, you bums! Don't let Krai get away!
Sven's screams almost made me feel sorry for him. Like corpses rising from their graves, the other hunters all looked up with predatory glints in their eyes. I patted Lucia on the shoulder as I passed by her, eliciting a series of curses from her. I heard a scream from the lounge as I eagerly dashed up the staircase. While the blood drained from Sven's face when he saw me, the Vice Clan Master, Eva Renthide, greeted me as she always did.
Welcome back, Krai. How did you enjoy your vacation?
We had our ups and downs, but it was fun. Here, a souvenir. A souvenir. Eva accepted the manju with a look of exasperation. This was what I was looking for. I felt my wounds being healed. What was Sven's deal anyway? The man had looked at me like I had killed his parents or something. He'd had his opportunity to come on a vacation, and he'd turned it down. Well, if he had come, that would have created trouble in its own right.
I understand you had your hands full with Bandit Squad Barrel, but with you gone, we've had our fair share of troubles here. A few words of thanks to the clan members would be greatly appreciated.
I already gave them a box of manju. Now that you mention it, you do seem a bit worn down. She didn't have bedhead or anything. There wasn't a thread out of place on her uniform, and her glasses were spotless. Yet something about Eva was different than how I remembered her. She wasn't a hunter, but Eva was the effective top dog of our clan. If the other members were that exhausted, then it wasn't strange she would also feel the strain. I was just an ornament, so it didn't really matter whether I was or wasn't around, but I supposed it was stressful not having someone to take responsibility if something went wrong. I'm sure my absence created plenty of headaches for you. If there's anything that needs to be done, I'll take care of it. Go get some rest. Managing a clan was a big job and I didn't have a clue how to do any of it. But I was sure I'd be fine as long as Lucia and Citri were around to help out. The two of them had respect among Eva's subordinates. Citri because she could do anything, and Lucia because she was always helping out. She probably just couldn't stand to see her brother make a fool of himself. Eva eased up a bit and sighed as she shook her head.
It's quite all right. The trouble here has already settled down. There's a report on your desk, but a battle between Hidden Curse and the remnants of Akashic Tower wreaked havoc throughout the capital. I called them remnants, but it seemed Akashic Tower still had quite a number still in hiding. As such, emergency assistance was requested from First Steps, and we had to mobilize quite a number of members.
That sounds like quite the ordeal. Now I was really glad I had gone on that vacation. The leader of Hidden Curse, the Abyssal Inferno, was a terrifying magus. How terrifying. So terrifying that the mere mention of her name would bring a look of displeasure to Lucia's face. In my head, I referred to her as the Pyromaniac Lady because she burned everything in sight. If anyone could be described as a witch, it was her. Not to mention she had a bone to pick with me. The matter had already been solved at this point, but when Grieving Souls was first founded, we reached out to a party that Hidden Curse already had their sights set on. Then, for some reason, said party chose to join up with us. That party ended up being our second most troublesome one, Starlight. After that, I was never again able to walk confidently through the streets of the Imperial capital. If that scary old hag was involved, then it was perfectly natural that Sven Anger came out looking like a corpse. There was no way I could handle a person who treated even Ark like a mere child and took joy in immolating people. It was a genuine mystery how she was still allowed to walk the streets as a free woman.
To make matters worse, the other magus was a real monster. Can you believe it? I hear they tried to summon a lightning elemental. A lightning elemental in a crowded space.
Sounds like hell. Elemental summoning was one of the most challenging feats of magic possible. We just made Lucia summon a water elemental so she could create waterfalls, but some were powerful enough to be classified as a strategic offensive arm. Even I knew that those weren't something you should use in a place packed with bystanders. That's a magic syndicate for you. What a disaster. I remembered that Arnold had apparently defeated a lightning elemental, but an elemental following the directions of a skilled magus was magnitude stronger than a wild one.
And what do you think the Abyssal Inferno did when she heard about it? She summoned the fire elemental she's contracted with. She responded to force with more force. In the middle of the Imperial capital. Completely unbelievable. This is the issue with level 8s.
I feel like I should apologize. Good thing the Imperial capital's still standing. Eva looked quite aggrieved. When I first saw the damage to the Imperial capital, I wondered if a war had broken out or something. But that all changed when I heard that the Abyssal Inferno summoned an elemental. Instead, I thought it was a miracle that the damage was this limited. There were rumors that that old lady had torched entire treasure vaults, and it wasn't too hard to believe.
I'm not up to date on the specifics, but I heard that summoning elementals was quite taxing for both sides.
That's fortunate.
They say the lightning elemental was especially draining on its summoner, and the duel was resolved quite swiftly. I suppose we should consider ourselves lucky. Confined.
Elemental summoning involved summoning an existing elemental and then commanding it. The resulting force was dependent on both the capabilities of the caster as well as the condition of the elemental. Naturally, the elemental was free to do as it pleased when it wasn't being commanded by its magus. Plus, there was a delay between when it was summoned and when it actually showed up, making it a very finicky sort of magic. There were even tales of elementals being wiped out and not showing up when their magus summoned them. Lucia, by the way, used hers for making waterfalls, so she kept her elemental in a bottle that she carried on her. That was no easy accomplishment, but she had always had a knack for training animals. She was the one who'd taught my hounding chain how to shake. But now that it was all over, this conflict was none of my business. I brushed aside the report on my desk and opened up my personal box of Hot Spring Dragon Man. It was a 20-piece box. I had purchased as many boxes as I could, so I still had around 13 left. As I stuffed my cheeks with a strawberry-flavored manu, Eva said something quite strange to me.
Oh, Krai, about the gathering of the White Blade.
Sorry that I missed it. But it's not like I was playing around. Eva looked at me and blinked, puzzled.
Oh, no, it was put on hold. It's in 3 days. I was worried about whether or not to notify them of your absence, but now I don't have to worry about that. I can't tell you how relieved I am.
City, can you even do anything if a fight breaks out suddenly? Step aside, I'm going with Cry Baby. Lizzie, you don't know the first thing about etiquette. What the hell would I need that for?
A lot of things, I'd imagine. If I had to pick one of those two, I was going to go with Citri. Her dress wasn't too gaudy and looked really good on her. Sure, she wasn't going to be useful if we found ourselves in close quarters combat, but I could count on her to back me up if I made any faux pas. Tino tepidly poked her head in.
You have a mome. Never mind.
Seeing the bickering Smart sisters, she quickly ran off before even entering the room. Perhaps she too had heard that I was attending the gathering of the White Blade. Except I wasn't going. Luke then dashed in, eyes aglitter.
Ah, Krai! Is it true you're off to fight some tough guys? Take me along!
He didn't even have the right info. Besides, Luke cut down anything and everything, so he was a no-go for the same reasons Liz was. If I was going to take someone, it would be Citri or Lucia, or maybe Eliza as the dark horse option. But taking Citri along would incur Liz's wrath. Lucia was in her rebellious phase, and I didn't even know where Eliza was. As the number one free spirit in the party, she was always going missing. The first time we'd met her, she had collapsed in the desert. Harmonica was at Trolea. But the first time we'd met her Shij...
You'll take me, won't you, Cry Baby? I promise I'll behave. Shh, Cry. Make it clear to her that this isn't her place.
Liz and Citri both spoke with total confidence. I rubbed my eyes and yawned. Regardless of what I did, Ark would still be at the gathering, and I could just rely on him should anything happen. I hate to ask this of you, Eva, but could you make preparations for the gathering? I want you to come with me.
Excuse me? Excuse me.
The day of the gathering of the White Blade had arrived. I prayed and prayed that a lightning bolt might demolish the Imperial capital, but, much to my dismay, I saw nothing but clear skies outside my window. Something about me attracted rain clouds. Anytime I went to the beach or hiking or some other outdoor activity, there was a good chance I'd get rained on. But, almost like God had it out for me, rain never came to cancel unwanted events. Surrounded by hunters and nobles, it would only take a few hours before I would begin to wither away and dissolve. I knew Ark would save me, but as time went on, I became more and more queasy.
What's the matter, Krai?
I can't do it. I don't want to go.
I'm not even one of your party members, and I'm being forced to come along. How do you think I feel?
She was quite right to feel that way, but bringing her was my only option. You agreed to this, didn't you?
Have I ever turned down a request of yours?
I still don't want to go.
You must, and that wasn't a request.
Well, let's be serious about this. Who knows what might happen if I bring Liz along with me?
That's true. I didn't know you considered those sorts of things.
Just what type of person did she think I was? I wasn't proud of it, but gauging people's expressions was how I got by in life. This is no minor get-together. If I brought Liz, then the results might not be pretty.
Not pretty.
Then, I remembered something I needed to ask her. Right, Eva. Before we go, could you teach me about etiquette? I've never studied it, you know. Being a level 8 brought in all sorts of invitations, but I almost never chose to accept. Being the clan master of a large clan also brought in invitations from nobles and merchants, but I foisted those onto Eva for her to deal with. Outside of hunters, the most esteemed person I even occasionally met with was branch manager Gark. I didn't want to cause any trouble. I could have done worse and brought Liz or someone from my party, but the sad reality was that living harmlessly wasn't allowed when politics became involved.
Well, as long as you don't get too casual, I don't think hunters are required to be versed in etiquette.
I knew that, but in spite of how I seemed, I still wanted to come off as someone with their act together. I spoke formally. I was as humble as I could be, yet I still kept making people angry. Surely this was because everyone preferred big macho guys and didn't care for skinny people like me. What's that you say? Ark's plenty popular? Yeah,
But now that you mention it, if you want to get on a noble's good side, perhaps you could give them a present.
A present? So, bribery? I hadn't thought of that. I wasn't too keen on developing any relationships with nobles, but it might just work. It would be better than pissing people off. As I thought it over, it began to seem like this would be Citre's domain. Very prejudiced of me.
It doesn't have to be something expensive. Trinkets that can only be found in high-level treasure vaults have become status symbols among the nobility. Remember, Ark recently grabbed everyone's attention when he gave someone a fermental blossom.
Ah, that useless flower. What should I go with? It was a flower with transparent petals made of mana material. Some of my friends had picked them before, so I remembered it well. It certainly was pretty and otherworldly, but it didn't have any powers and wasn't stable, so the poor things couldn't survive long outside their treasure vault. In that regard, it was similar to the portraits found in castle-type treasure vaults. It wasn't an item, but rather a part of the treasure vault itself, so if you brought it out, it would dissipate in the same way a dead phantom would. Liz and Citre had once given me a bouquet of them as a present, but I never figured out a good use for it. In the end, I put it in a vase in the clan house lounge and they faded away at some point or another. I didn't get it in the slightest, but I guess I could see how their rarity made them a status symbol.
It'll get people talking, so if you have something...
Good grief, I'll never understand what goes on in the minds of those rich folk. What could there be? I'll give it a look. Conveniently for me, our party had just come back from Night Palace, a high-level treasure vault. They typically only brought back relics and drops from phantoms, but the grievers were prone to doing as they pleased. It was possible they had brought back something like a fermental blossom. It was a pain in the neck, but it was in the name of staying out of trouble, and so I began to look around for something that might aid me during my upcoming social call. As the sky began to turn crimson, a carriage pulled up in front of the clan house. I put on my tuxedo and sat in my office, clutching my aching stomach all the while the fingers of both my hands had relic rings. A relic pendant was around my neck, a relic chain around my belt, and I wore relic earrings just for good measure. On my arm, I had the bracelet Mirage form, and in my breast pocket, I carried the rings that I didn't have room for on my fingers. I was ready for any form of attack, whether it be poison, magic, or physical. Yet that didn't make me feel better in the slightest. Only super high-level hunters were invited to the gathering of the White Blade. Before such freaks, a normal person wasn't going to be any less helpless just because they had a few relics. The only option left to me was simply praying to the heavens. Don't worry, Krai. You'll have allies. Ark will be there, and so will Ava. You'll be perfectly safe. Not to mention, I had a trump card. I looked at the present atop my desk and told myself that everything would be all right, that I needed to be calm, and that the event would go just fine. Even hunters knew to behave themselves when they were around the bigwigs of the Empire. Then, while I was mumbling to myself, the door opened.
Thank you for waiting. That's quite a face you're making, Krai.
What I saw momentarily caused me to forget the pain in my abdomen. Eva was in a long navy blue dress. I saw her just about every day, and even though she still wore her usual glasses and hairstyle, simply donning something besides her usual uniform made her look like a completely different person. It wasn't flashy in the slightest, but it looked quite nice on her. Unlike her usual neat uniform, the gown left much of her shoulders exposed, and her pale skin contrasted blindingly with the dark fabric. She also wore some subtle accessories, and I couldn't help but look her up and down a few times. With my childhood friends like Liz, I still continued to look at them with the same eyes as I had when we were young. But Eva was different. We were separated by only a year, yet at that moment she had an air of serene dignity. Uh-oh. This might draw some attention if I'm next to Eva. I just need to focus and not let her distract me. You look really nice, Ava. I'm already glad I invited you. My heartfelt compliment didn't elicit any blushes from Eva, just a glare.
You're always leaving your duties in my hands, and you never accompany me to any events. You could have seen me like this any number of times if you just came along.
Ah, ha ha ha.
Hold on, your necktie is crooked. Honestly.
Eva quickly stepped forward and adjusted my tie. It couldn't have been any more obvious that I wasn't used to wearing one. I noticed Eva had a very nice scent, like she had put on perfume. Once my necktie was straightened out, she took a graceful step back. At that moment, I felt extremely lucky. I wanted to take a commemorative photograph.
Now, let's get going. The carriage has already arrived. You'll escort me, won't you?
You bet I will. It might have been shallow of me, but I was feeling a lot better after being treated to such a nice sight. With my present in hand, we exited the clan house. Outside, a carriage with the crest of the Zabrudian Empire was waiting for us. It looked nothing like the sort of carriages used by hunters. I felt a number of gazes on us. I took Eva's hand, not completely certain if this was the right way to escort her. Once we were seated, the carriage departed. Its bouncing and rumbling were almost imperceptible. I was nervous, but because I was technically the clan master, I didn't want to do anything pathetic in front of Ava. The carriage moved along, almost as though it were flying. We approached the majestic building that symbolized the empire itself, the Emperor's Castle. The Emperor's Castle. The Emperor was hosting the event, so it was being held in his abode. Naturally, I had never entered the castle before now. I took a deep breath, calming my nerves. Eva, meanwhile, was relaxed as could be.
Krai, may I ask what that box is?
Oh, this? I did as you told me and brought a bribe. I thought I might as well try and leave a good impression. Our party doesn't have the best reputation, as I'm sure you know. Eva looked quite surprised, like she hadn't actually expected me to bring anything.
A bribe? Be sure not to use the phrase at the gathering, all right? Is that something from Night Palace? If you have no objections, could you tell me what it is?
I smiled and stroked the box. I had 0 objections. No, it's a souvenir I bought during my vacation. I couldn't find any potential gifts from treasure vaults. It wasn't anything rare, but it was still better than one of those fermental blossoms. It was delicious, and undoubtedly better than giving away nothing at all. Eva was stunned for a moment. Then she looked me straight in the eye. Stop that, you're embarrassing me.
Did I hear you correctly? That's a souvenir from your trip? Are you serious? It wouldn't be a box of manju, would it?
No, it's a box with a hot spring egg. They're a local delicacy of Souls and they're really good. Not to mention the hot spring dragon eggs were worth more than the hot spring dragon manju. Eva's cheek twitched and she looked at me in disbelief.
Krai, aren't you nervous in the slightest?
Huh? It wasn't long before we arrived at the castle. It had been some years since I first arrived in the imperial capital, but I had never seen the castle up close. Zabrudia boasted greater strength than any of the neighboring countries, and the towering castle in the center of the imperial capital symbolized its strength with its grandeur. I had seen the castle from a distance plenty of times, but I couldn't help but gulp when I found myself looking at it up close. The surrounding moat was almost as big as a lake. As we crossed the massive bridge spanning the moat, the castle in its entirety came into view. The surrounding walls were low, or rather, they looked low. According to rumors, the castle was at all times protected by barriers and placed via relics and magic spells. It made sense. A wall a few meters high couldn't keep a hunter out. There were soldiers in polished black armor on both ends of the bridge. Even as a carriage bearing the crest of the Empire passed by them, they didn't even bat an eye. The Zabrudian Empire placed great value on strength and fortitude. I let out a small sigh and turned my attention away from the window. Well, it looks like I won't get a chance to throw this souvenir away. During our carriage ride, Eva had convinced me that the hot spring egg wasn't a great gift idea.
This is a time-honored event. Please think these things through a bit more.
You're the one who suggested I bring a present?
Krai, what would you think if you were suddenly handed a hot spring egg during a party?
I paused. Honestly, I'd be pretty stoked. But it didn't seem like that was the right answer. These eggs had a pretty cool name to boot, but they weren't actually dragon eggs or anything, just chicken eggs. So maybe there was some false advertising going on. Whatever the case, I had brought it with me and I had lost my chance to get rid of it. I had no choice but to give it to someone pretend to get rid of it. I had no choice but to give it to someone.
Who, by the way, were you planning to give it to?
I thought I'd give it to the Emperor. If you're gonna curry favor, then of course you might as well go for the top dog. Wouldn't it be rude to start with someone lower? The remaining blood drained from Eva's already pale face.
You have to stop this, Krai. Are you taking this seriously? What you're doing is completely unheard of.
I hear the Emperor's a pretty lenient guy.
There are limits.
Okay, I get it. I realize what I'm doing is abnormal. Good thing I brought you along, Ava. But then I had an idea. I could give it to Lord Gladys if he was at the gathering. I had a tentative acquaintanceship with him through the Souls incident, and I seriously doubted his knights had brought back any souvenirs for him. I took a deep breath. I was so nervous I actually felt like things might work out somehow.
Should we be worried about the expiration date of that egg?
I've got that covered. I had Lucia place a preservation spell on them.
I can't tell if you do or don't know what you're doing.
I don't know what I'm doing, so help me out here. If we combine your competency with mine and divide it by 2, we'll be just fine. Countless soldiers watched our carriage as it passed through the gate. Security was just as thorough as you might expect from a place like the Imperial Castle. The driver told us this was where we were to get out, and we did so, even if it made me nervous. From there, we were guided through the castle on foot. Contrary to the tales I had heard about how tight security was, we weren't patted down. I asked Eva about this as she strode through the corridor.
It's tradition. At the first gathering of the White Blade, the Emperor at the time trusted the hunters and permitted them to keep their weapons. To this day, that exception is made only for the gathering. Didn't I tell you? Some hunters come in their combat gear.
I see. What a bold man that Emperor must have been. Then again, isn't the current Emperor also a famous warrior? The castle had a spacious interior and a red carpet was rolled out across the corridor. Even the air felt different from the rest of the city. I wanted to look around, but I resisted the urge and did as Eva did. We weren't tourists. Eventually, I began to see nobles and hunters. The former looked haughty and the latter looked powerful, and they were in fact haughty and powerful. I was ready to go home. Unlike the black-clad soldiers outside, the guards inside wore white armor. They were probably the elites. I stood around and absent-mindedly let my eyes wander when I suddenly heard a very familiar voice.
All right, here I am in the most esteemed castle in the Empire. Not half bad.
Stop that! Be quiet! Do you understand what you're here for?
Sure do. I'm here to cut down bad guys. So, where are they? Is it that bunch or those guys? Is it everyone here?
Quit pointing. The only bad guy here is you. Damn it, why did they decide to let outsiders help guard an event like this? What can we do? Our orders came from the top. Apparently the Sword Saint pulled some strings. Even if he's got a good arm, even if it's only temporary, I can't believe they'd let the man cutter wear the esteemed white armor.
I've got no need for armor. I can just cut my foes before they cut me. The very thought is exhilarating.
Do you really understand what you're doing here? Listen, your job is indeed to cut down bad guys, but we haven't had any bad guys here in decades. Hey, quit taking off your armor.
Eva turned to me with a wild look in her eyes. I pretend not to see anything. I decided it was fine if he had gotten in through the proper channels. By the way, that sword saint was Luke's mentor. He was considered the strongest swordsman in the imperial capital, but he couldn't manage someone as uncontrollable as Luke. I heard many grievances from the man. Luke enjoyed cutting, but he also enjoyed being cut, so I could only imagine how much stress he caused for his mentor. Mostly, I was just worried that my friend might find himself on the lam once the gathering was over. From the entrance, I peeked into the massive hall where the event was being held. I found myself wondering what the place was normally used for. There were tables lined up and a chandelier hung from the ceiling, yet for such a large hall there weren't very many people.
It's tradition.
I see. Tradition, huh? What a convenient word. I'll have to use it myself. I looked over the hall. Even for me it was obvious who was a hunter and who was a noble. I had next to no knowledge of or interest in the Empire's nobles, but I could tell who was a hunter by the atmosphere of those who had absorbed mana material. Any hunter who got invited to an event like this had to be among the best, even in the hunting Holy Land. This made it easy to tell who avoid. With that in mind, a quick glance around told me that I was far safer than I had expected. Nobody was turning violent. Watchful knights lined the walls, and maids in fine white apron dresses stood near the entrance alongside butlers in refined black suits. Working in the imperial castle was a dream job for many ordinary people. Most who served here were well-educated relatives of nobles. Then I saw something that threw me for a loop.
Not a bad place. I know. Can't forget to say hi.
A hunter went over to the servants by the entrance and began saying hello. He was a powerful-looking man with tan skin, most likely the sort of hunter who fought with their bare fists. His hair was dark brown, and he had rugged features. I didn't know his name, but he was clearly someone exceptional. As I watched, I saw that nobles were also heading straight for the servants to give their regards. Some of them were even happily chatting away with the servants. So nobles of the Empire even enjoyed chatting with servants. I had assumed most of them to be arrogant, but it seemed they were only true ladies and gentlemen when you got to the top. And it seemed the hunters were all decent people as well. When I stopped to think about it, it made sense. All the hunters invited to the gathering, except me, were people comparable to Ark. I very well might have been the only one to enter without offering a greeting. My poor education was showing. Good thing I had chosen to sit back and watch.
Krai.
I know. I could mold myself to match the situation better than anybody I knew. I slipped in behind a noble and nonchalantly waited for my turn to say hello. I took a good look at the servants and noticed they were all quite attractive. I was in the tuxedo Eva had prepared for me, so I wasn't dressed any worse than them, but they still had the advantage when it came to looks. On top of that, some of them were clearly younger than me. The most striking of them was a girl with light blue hair. She seemed younger than Tino, but the pleasant girl wore the apron dress as well as any of the other servants. I thought about how a girl her age was doing such a good job, while I was, well, me. I stood up straight and put on a smile. I had nothing to be nervous about. Eva seemed unusually tense, but I told myself to keep calm. This wasn't like dealing with hunters or nobles. These servants were supposedly aware that I didn't know a lick of manners. As Eva had said, hunters weren't expected to know much about etiquette. The servants had mellow expressions, but their eyes were serious. I noticed that for some reason the knights on guard were also looking at me strangely. I cleared my throat and tried to look as confident as I could. Thank you for having me?
Krai, it's the Emperor who's hosting us.
Then, what am I supposed to say? Oh, that's right. How silly of me. Forgive me for my poor education. Good evening. It's an honor to meet you. I received a number of cold glares. I knew that glare, the one that said, "Who's this bumpkin?" I cleared my throat and snapped my fingers. This was a good time to ditch my souvenir, my chance to show my humility. Right, here's a gift for the hard-working young lady. I handed the box with the hot spring dragon egg over to the maid with the light blue hair. She sounded completely bewildered, but she had nothing to worry about. I could personally vouch for the taste. Eva stood stock still. It seemed the other servants were also taken aback by my display of humility, because they all looked at me in disbelief. Don't worry, I'm uneducated, but I'm also harmless. Don't worry, it's nothing special. That's a hot spring dragon egg. They're really tasty, so you can share them with...
A dragon egg?
The next moment, I was surrounded by knights. It was so fast, it was almost like they had been keeping tabs on me. Still smiling, I froze as blades were pointed at me from every angle. The maid handed the box with the hot spring dragon egg to a knight, who fearfully held the box up and put his ear to it. There wasn't anything dangerous in that box. It wasn't the egg of a dragon. Hot spring dragon egg was just a product name. The contents themselves were just a chicken egg. Everyone in the hall looked at us. Eva was pale as a sheet.
You there! What are you doing? Are you aware of who that is?
No. Who is she? I didn't understand what was going on, but everyone else stared at me in disbelief. Eva's complexion only grew worse, but I was managing to maintain a smile.
Before you was the Imperial Princess Marina Aton Zebrudia, daughter of His Imperial Majesty Roderick Aton Zebrudia.
Yeah, huh? Uh-huh. I see. So that's how it is. That's a good degree more exalted than I had expected when those swords were pointed at me. This was real bad. I kept a smile affixed to my face and kicked my brain into high gear. I had thought she was awfully young and something about her had set her apart from the rest of the group. I knew the Imperial Princess would be present, but I didn't know her face. But it looked like everyone else knew. It explained why even the hunters were being so polite to her. The young lady herself was looking at me, completely stunned. I wished someone had told me about this earlier, but it was probably common knowledge. Still, wasn't she the Imperial Princess super important? Who would expect her to be mixed in among the servants? Tradition? Is this also tradition? My stomach hurts.
And you brought a dragon egg? To bring such dangerous objects before Her Highness, you may be here per invitation of His Imperial Majesty, but that is no reason for you to do as you please.
You don't have to get so worked up, it's all fine. Those aren't anything special, and they aren't dangerous. It wasn't a dragon egg, it was just called a hot spring dragon egg. The modifier for egg was hot spring, not dragon. Sorry, may I go to the bathroom?
Krai, aren't you afraid of anything?
There were blades pointed at my throat, preventing me from taking a step. Luckily, it didn't seem like the knights would kill me without provocation, but they still had a pretty low opinion of me. Getting kicked out seemed a very real possibility, except I would be all too happy if they were to do that. But it seemed just as likely that I might get arrested for defamation of the Imperial Princess, provided that was an actual crime. If that happened, I'd spend the rest of my life being hunted for being the guy who tarnished the reputation of Zebrudian hunters.
WA!
Some of the blades quivered slightly, and a break formed in the ring of knights. The owner of the voice was someone I had encountered about a month prior, Eclair Gladys. Unlike our last meeting, she wasn't armed and wore a frilly evening gown. Her voice carried the impact of an adult, but there was panic in her eyes.
That's the man whose endeavors saved the Imperial capital from Akashic Tower. I'm well aware of your duties as knights, but the gathering of the White Blade is an event for hunters. And going into a frenzy over souvenirs, unwarranted.
Yes, but...
Not only that, but dragon's eggs are extraordinarily valuable. It's worth much more than the average accessory, and they're a gift befitting of a hunter. Amulet, directly handing it to Her Highness is, well, rude beyond belief. But, as that man says, it's not dangerous. First, we should take a moment to confirm the contents of the box. Unless you plan to ruin this storied gathering before it even starts.
The knights had looked at me with such threatening eyes, but now they were being forced to doubt themselves by a girl in her teens. Some of the other nobles began to voice their agreement, suggesting that Eclair was well liked among them. I had been saved, but I wasn't quite sure why. I sure hoped she didn't want me to return Evolve Greed. That unfortunately was now Tino's. But whatever the case, I was out of the fire. I cast Eclair a look of gratitude and her shoulders trembled. While trying not to draw too much attention, Eva leaned close to the clanmaster.
Krai, what are you thinking?
Smiling, he held up his hands as though admitting defeat. Huh? Oh, I'm so relieved Eclair saved me back there. Ava gave him a look of protest, but his face suggested he didn't think he had made a single mistake. Recently he had been causing relatively little trouble, but creating headaches for Ava was what the Thousand Tricks did best. It was probably true that he hadn't made any mistakes. How could that have been a mistake? Anyone would recognize the face of the Imperial Princess. It would explain why he was so calm, even when he had been surrounded. But it was too much to bear for his companion and Vice Clan Master Eva. There was nothing she could have done back there. He had moved before she could stop him. They could have been thrown out if Eclair hadn't stepped in. Getting tossed out before the event even began was unprecedented. Similarly, Eva had never heard of anyone giving a souvenir to the imperial princess. From the very first gathering of the White Blade, it had been tradition for the emperor's daughter to disguise herself as one of the maids. At the first gathering, the emperor decided to test the hunters by disguising his daughter as a maid and hiding her among the servants. One attendee, the hunter Solus Rodin, immediately saw through the disguise and paid his respects to the young lady. The emperor was said to have been deeply impressed by this. This was a story famous throughout the empire and spawned a tradition. That tradition, however, had become somewhat superficial over the years as the imperial princess's disguise devolved into a simple change of clothes. But there was still a tacit understanding. She would be a servant for the duration of the gathering, but that didn't make her any less the daughter of the emperor. Handing her a souvenir was one thing, but saying here's a gift for the hard-working young lady was simply disrespectful. Eva tried to guess what Krai was thinking, but she couldn't discern anything from his gaze, which was sweeping over the banquet table. He seemed to be appreciating how delicious the meal looked, but surely he didn't have something so benign on his mind. Many of the nobles looked at Krai with contempt. They clearly weren't fond of how he had brazenly approached the imperial princess and tried to curry favor. Even though that probably wasn't his intention, that was how it looked to everyone else. And Eva knew that that souvenir wasn't actually the egg of a dragon, but was just called a hot spring dragon egg. Not that she could tell what the purpose of handing them over was.
I know it's far too late to say this, Krai, but I think I'm out of my depth here.
Don't say that. Look, I'm pretty sure most of the people approaching us are only interested in you. As if even a rapidly growing clan like First Steps couldn't get away with causing trouble at an event like this. So many times Eva had attended functions as part of her job and wished the clan master was with her. But now that it had actually happened, she thought that maybe it was for the best that she had been alone all those times. Krai saw and understood things in a manner entirely different than she did. Thinking back, even when he had first invited Eva to join First Steps, this man's behavior was beyond audacious. Krai walked up to his savior Eclair and began chatting with her like he was bumping into an old friend. Thanks for that back there. I don't really know anything about etiquette, you see. Was it my choice of words? Eclair let out a small shriek.
Think nothing of it. I've had a debt to you since the auction and from the matter with Beryl.
Huh? Oh, I didn't do anything during the thing with Beryl, just like during the auction.
Indeed.
Eclair was proud and known for her disdain of hunters, but now she was cowering. It seemed the auction had left a considerable impression on her. There was something remarkable about the contrast between her face and Krai's grin. That man had a tendency to think everything would all work out so long as he smiled. I'd like to offer some form of thanks, but I already gave that mask to someone else.
I have no need for that thing. Do what you like with it. Now, I'm rather busy, so don't bring me any more trouble.
With that very reasonable request, the young lady quickly made her escape. Ah, said the man who had managed to incite fear into the famed Eclair Gladys using mere words. He blinked, an absent-minded look on his face. He turned to Ava and said, "And yet it's not like I want to cause an uproar."
It happens.
It's a little late for that, Krai. You struck fear into the heart of Eclair Gladys. The nobles, the special guests, the merchants, all were thinking about how to handle the startling newcomer that was the Thousand Tricks. Sensing the multitude of eyes on them, Eva felt a renewed sense of responsibility and stood up straight. I have to do something. I need to smooth things over before Krai makes an enemy of every single person here. The hall quieted down and everyone directed their eyes towards the entrance. Krai's eyes were darting about every which way, but Eva bumped him on the arm and indicated the direction he was supposed to be looking. Through a wide-open door entered a man in a flowing dark outfit. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. He looked to be about 50, but his gaze was sharp, and his robust figure didn't suggest someone middle-aged. His clothes were simple, but not seedy, just lacking in ornaments. Most notable was his lack of a crown. Yet his impressive bearing gave him a strong presence that would shine through no matter what he wore. This man was the 15th emperor of the Zabrudian Empire, Roderick Atolm Zabrudia, the first man to recognize the arrival of the golden age of treasure hunting and bring even greater prosperity to Zabrudia. His simple attire and his lack of crown and bodyguards were also part of a tradition that went back many years. The only thing proving he was indeed the emperor was the sword at his side. Emperor Roderick looked out at the crowd. Everyone except Krai was kneeling before him.
There is no need for that. Be at ease, I thank you all for coming here at my behest. Each and every one of you is a boon to the prosperity of the Zabrudian Empire. Tonight, we shall enjoy ourselves free from the restraints of stiff formalities.
An applause that masked the quiet voice of the clan master. I don't know. He's a lot more ordinary than I imagined. Hearing such an absurd statement, Eva couldn't stop herself from lightly elbowing him. So began a battle, one which was supposed to be fought without swords or spells.
Okay, Krai. I don't know how serious you are or aren't, but if you're at all uncertain or lost, please confide in me. If you really have to, you can rely on me entirely. Am I clear?
So Eva had said, I knew I could count on her. What a good choice I had made in bringing her along. The gathering's food and drink were of the quality you might expect from an event, hosted by the Emperor. That alone made me glad I chose to show up. With a wine glass in one hand, I engaged with the old men who milled about like a swarm of flies. With so many people blabbering at me, I couldn't get to Ark even when I finally found him adorned in his white tuxedo. I recognized next to none of the people who came up to me. It was clear they were big, powerful people of the Empire, and this was a choice opportunity for networking, but I wasn't interested in that in the slightest. Talking to someone even as they blatantly avoided making eye contact was a level of boldness I would never reach. I could barely understand them, when every single word they used was something lofty. I didn't know much about the state of the Empire, so I was just as lost when they tried to bring up current events. And they never said anything in clear terms, preventing me from even having a proper discussion with anyone. But I had my escapism skills, and I had Eva who knew everything about me. Whether it was a noble or merchant or whoever, I'd put on a big smile and say, yeah, it worked on these sorts of folk. Including clan relations, I leave these sorts of matters entirely to my right hand, Eva. To tell you the truth, I had to bow before the Wells Trading Company to get them to let her go. I'm hardly unbiased, but she's an exceptional person.
What? The 1,000 Tricks bowed before someone?
Yeah, I must have talked to about 10 people, and each time I could change the subject by bringing up Eva. Everyone seemed quite interested in the pretty lady at my side. The Wells Trading Company was one of the biggest in the Empire. It was a name everyone recognized, and I was certain at least a few of their associates were at the gathering. Now, to be precise, it's not that I got them to hand over Eva. I got on my hands and knees and got a receptionist who happened to be Eva. But I guess that meant I had an eye for people. I remembered it clearly. What I said was, it can even be the receptionist. Just give me someone. The old men, I didn't know any of their names, all looked at Eva with wide eyes. Her eyes darted about as the blood drained from her face.
Indeed. And now, Krai, please, that's enough.
I'm not exaggerating when I say my current success is thanks to her talents. It's why I had her accompany me to such a significant event. She's done so much for our clan and for me as a person, and don't even think that I might part ways with her. The delicious wine had loosened my tongue. I was so busy chatting, I never had the chance to grab some food, and that made it all the easier for the wine to flow through me. Please, don't jump to conclusions. She's not my lover or anything. If anyone's in love, it's me. I felt my foot being stepped on, causing me to gasp. The bigwigs all looked slightly taken aback.
Please forgive us. It appears the CM has had a bit too much to drink.
I knew this voice. It was the voice she made when she was angry. All I was trying to do was secure Eva's future. My apologies, that was just a joke. Oh, Eva, only you've ever inflicted damage on me. Even in treasure vaults, I've never been harmed.
Is that another joke?
No, I'm serious. I knitted my brow and rubbed the useless safety rings on my fingers. The old men finally lost their cajoling smiles and looked at us in confusion. Just then, Citri flitted past me. She was in the same dress she had shown me the day before.
Huh? Why Citri here? Why Citri here?
I don't know. No doubt it was indeed Citri. I would never mistake someone else for her. Crossing my arms and trying to seem composed, I began to think it over. Is everyone here? I thought security was supposed to be pretty tight. How could they have? A tan arm reached out from under a nearby table. It poked me in the leg, so I handed it my wine glass and the arm receded. It seemed the tablecloth made for good cover.
Master, this isn't a crime, is it?
Eva looked completely bewildered. I smiled and did my damnedest to pretend I hadn't seen anything. Tino and Liz are here without permission. I'm 100% certain of it.
Krai, what do you intend to do about them?
They've always followed me, no matter where I go.
I think this is a bit more serious than some tag-along friends.
She was right, but it was a little late for me to do anything. I just prayed that they wouldn't stir up any trouble. Tino was there, probably against her will, and that counted for something. Just in case, I checked for the other members. With his size, Ansem would be easy to spot. While he did have the means to make himself smaller, he didn't seem like the type to misuse that power. As far as I could tell, Lucia wasn't there either. But Gark was there. As usual, a tuxedo didn't suit him in the slightest. The Emperor was extraordinarily popular. Surrounded by hunters and nobles alike, the man didn't even glance my way. Eva didn't seem too happy, but I was starting to relax a bit. That battle she was so worried about must have been just a rumor.
When are you going to give your regards to the Emperor?
I wasn't planning on it.
You have to! What are you thinking?
I was thinking that I didn't want to talk to the Emperor. I wasn't planning on trying to make friends in high places or anything. If I really had to get in line, then fine. But if paying my respects was optional, then I was ready to sneak out and head home. The Emperor was preoccupied. I had a feeling I could get away with my escape so long as I didn't make any noise. Never mind that, Ava. Look at all the magnificent food they have here.
Yes, it's quite an arrangement.
I hadn't had much of a chance to get any food because of all those old men who had been talking to me for some reason. I think I'm gonna sample a bit of everything.
What for?
Because I want to. It all looks pretty tasty.
You're not nervous in the slightest, are you?
Of course I was. It's why I was eating. How many people were going to approach someone while they were in the middle of a meal? My gaze happened to meet Sea Trees, so I gave her a little wave. She seemed briefly caught off guard, but quickly smiled and waved back. Next to her was a large old man.
That's the head of Ceetree's old haunt, the Primus Institute.
The Primus Institute was one of Zebrutia's foremost research facilities. Becoming the head of them also meant joining the nobility. With that in mind, something about the bearded old man made him look very dignified. As with most alchemists, he was well connected. Being my naturally unnatural self, I grabbed some food, took a drink, and wandered off to look for a place where nobody would look at me. Eva followed along diligently. You don't need to stay by my side, Eva. Why not go and make some connections? I'm a dangerous person to be with.
Because of a certain someone, I've already made more than enough connections. And what do you mean by dangerous?
I mean, I'm a magnet for bad luck. Go and give my regards to the Emperor.
You're coming with me!
Fine. We'll go later. The Emperor was still at the center of a crowd. I could see Ark smiling brightly and talking to him. If I were to get in there, I'd just look like I had been placed there as a form of punishment. There really was something different about men with confidence. Ark was the very image of a champion. I wish some of that would rub off on me. I brushed off Eva's grumblings and sampled all the fancy alcohols that I didn't recognize. But one of the glasses took me by surprise when I picked it up. I didn't know what kind it was, just that it was a red wine. I glanced around before approaching a nearby table. Sensing my presence, a tan arm jutted out from under the tablecloth. I handed it the glass of red wine and received an empty glass. How in the world is she moving around?
What's the matter?
There was something mixed in with that wine.
What?
It's probably a test for the hunters. I've heard stuff like this is common at the gathering.
If you say so.
What a pickle. I didn't know what was mixed into that wine, but it was probably nothing good. Poison resistance was a necessary trait for plunging into dangerous places. Phantoms and monsters could both use it, and sometimes even the air was filled with poison. Poison resistance became especially important for high-level treasure vaults. Some hunters would deliberately swallow poison so their mana material would bolster their bodies against toxins. I had zero resistance, but I made up for it with relics. The ring on my right index finger, Silverbreath, was a relic that detected any drugs that might affect the wearer. If the wearer came near poison, the ring would turn black and grow warm. Safety rings couldn't nullify poisons hidden in food and drink, so Silverbreath was another one of my lifelines. Good grief, I thought I was just going to a party, but now I've got a sudden challenge on my hands. Can't relax for a moment, can I?
I can't believe this. Should we report it?
No, think about it. There's no way the food could be easily poisoned at an event attended by the Emperor. And this gathering is known for having especially tight security.
Well, you have a point.
Eva seemed to have been thrown for a loop. Perhaps she had never had her food poisoned before. I had. It was in a dish. Citri had made for me. There's tons of high-level hunters here, only an idiot would make a move at a place, and the hosts would have to be a bunch of morons to not see it happen. Something like that would never happen at such an important function. I'm a pro when it comes to these situations, so you can just leave it to me. Oh, another spiked drink. My bad luck continues. I approached the table and the arm once again stuck out. I gave it the wine glass. Liz had resilience against just about every poison out there, so it was safe to give the glasses to her. I figured this must be another tradition, one where everyone would watch and say stuff like, "Ooh, look. They're fine even though there was poison in their drinks. Hunters sure are something." I looked around, but nobody else seemed to be showing any wariness towards the food and drink. Maybe they were just hiding their wariness. Maybe they all had poison resistance. Or maybe the hosts were paying close attention to ensure that only hunters drank the poisoned refreshments. Either way, causing a fuss would draw attention and be crass. I brushed my finger against Eva's glass, but it didn't seem to be poisoned. If the current sample size was anything to go off, it seemed like Liz would be drinking a pond's worth. As fortune had it, there didn't seem to be any poison in the food. While handing wine glasses off to Liz, I would occasionally enjoy a bite for myself. My favorite dishes were the impeccable chocolate desserts. I wanted to take some home to share with everyone in the clan. I finished my conquest of the banquet and handed another glass of poisoned wine to Liz, a motion I had gotten very used to. But then I noticed a guard approaching me with an intimidating glare.
You there! What had you been doing with those glasses?
Uh-oh. After passing so many glasses off without getting noticed, I had begun to let my guard down. Apparently, I had been seen. What was I to do? Nothing. Now, why don't you get back to doing your job? Panicking, I said something quite useless, causing the guard's already grave expression to turn downright terrifying.
Quiet! Hey! There's someone under this table!
Eva became pale as a ghost. Before I could get a chance to flee, the knights surrounded the table. The hunters, special guests, the emperor himself, everyone looked to see what was going on. I was gonna barf. Now that it had come to this, I did what I had to, and tried to cause a diversion so Liz could escape. Making a split-second judgment call, I pointed in a random direction and yelled, "Ah, what's that?" My bluff couldn't have been more obvious, but everyone simultaneously looked where I was pointing. Following their example, I too looked in that direction. And what I saw surprised me. Right where my finger was indicating, near the ceiling directly above the emperor, was an upside-down top half of a person. Their face was hidden by a deep blue mask modeled after a fox. The fox mask person looked at me and paused, but dropped down when they realized they had been seen. As they lowered to the ground, their bottom half eerily materialized. They were headed straight for the emperor. People began to yell, and one noble lady let out an ear-splitting shriek. Huh. What even is this event? Is this another tradition? I was pretty sure I was the only one who was entirely out of the loop. Then, a crimson breeze brushed past me. It was Liz. Even in her red dress, she wore her relic boots. She ran up, maybe trampled is a better word, the back of the knight who had been questioning me a moment ago, then leapt into the air. Apex Roots was a relic that let its wearer take one step on thin air. It wasn't a particularly powerful relic, but Liz was more fleet-footed than anyone, and she knew how to make the best possible use of that one step. Kicking off of thin air, her boot connected directly with the fox mask's torso. The impact created a sound as though she had hit something metal, not the body of a human. Fox Mask's body bent at a 90-degree angle and flew back.
Intruder.
An intruder? A real one? Nobody was prepared for an attacker, but nonetheless, the hunters began to move. Luke kicked open the massive door of the dining hall and hurled his sword with all his might, straight into Fox Mask's torso, yelling all the while.
There it is. There's my intruder.
Rock coffin!
That sounded a lot like Lucia just now. Flying boulders stuck to Fox Mask's body, entrapping them in a tower of stone. Then I noticed a Sem, tall enough to force me to crane my neck. With a loud grunt, he swung his fist in a wide arc, bringing it down on the rocks. The hall shook, and the screams were drowned out by his large fist as it pulverized the tower of stone. Ark and the other hunters were ready for combat, but Grieving Souls was just too quick on the draw. I turned around and saw Lucia, disguised as a maid, and sighing as she pressed her temples. Oh, so that's where she was. Ansem made a questioning grunt, safely behind the knights, The Emperor looked on with wide eyes. Standing right next to Ansem's fist was Fox Mask, the person he should have just crushed. Their mask and onyx black robe appeared completely unharmed. It was uncanny. I thought I had seen Luke's sword pierce their torso. An imposing man standing before the Emperor raised his arm.
Apprehend that person!
Quit making such a commotion. This wouldn't have happened if you had done anything but take half measures.
I let out a simple does. A crowd of ultra-high-level hunters stood ready to attack, evaluating the best way to approach. From their ranks emerged an old woman, with a robe red as a pillar of flame. She was already tall for a woman, but she also stood up perfectly straight. A plethora of deep wrinkles were carved into her skin, and set deep in her face was a set of crimson eyes that flickered like a candle. She was an exceptional spellcaster. She was the Solace of Vermilion, designated level 8 for reasons quite unlike my own, and one of the most capable magi in the Imperial capital. She was the Abyssal Inferno. It was awfully bold of her to attend the gathering when she had half decimated the Imperial capital just a few days prior. She was known for reducing her foes to ashes, and I considered her the poster child for the cast first, ask questions later. Mindset? It was beyond me why such a dangerous individual was allowed to attend the gathering year after year. My first assumption was that it was because she would burn the Imperial castle to the ground if she didn't get an invitation. As though stirring the air, she moved her arm, causing a crimson glow to encompass it.
Everyone get down.
Eva, the nobles, and the Emperor all heeded his warning and immediately ducked for cover. The only one who didn't get down was me. I didn't see the point if my danger detection relic wasn't going off.
Immolation! Coil!
And then everything was masked by a burning light. When I opened my eyes, nothing was left. To be a bit more precise, everything near the floor remained. It was everything higher than my chest that had been incinerated. The granite ceiling and the chandelier adoring it had been turned to dust. A hole had been bored into the ceiling just above where Fox Mask had been. I could barely believe it when I looked through it and saw the sky. That hole would probably require lots of time and money to repair. Times like these called for the cheap labor of the troglodytes. It goes without saying, but nothing remained where Fox Mask had been standing. The flames had risen to the sky like a pillar, and the surrounding destruction was collateral damage. The capital's strongest magus, the Abyssal Inferno, hadn't lost her touch just yet. I also had a strong desire to look away and disconnect from reality. Ah, such good chocolate, gone to waste.
Krai?
It was then that I returned to my senses. What are you doing, you pyromaniac hag? I could have died back there. I finally noticed how loud the hall was. I noticed all the nobles crouched on the ground. It was a little late, but my heart began to pound, and I took a deep breath.
Still the same foolish boy you were the last time we met.
I looked to my side, unable to bear the sight of her. Ah, chocolate! A fan-shaped area behind me was unburned. My body had served as a well to protect the chocolate. That spell must have been a directional attack. If it had been an area of effect attack, it would have scorched everything. It also would have meant there was no point in ducking. Fully aware that I had no respect for the occasion, I began to munch on my undamaged chocolate. Everyone looked at me with disbelief. I felt like I had to say something. Gotta say something. Something that'll calm down this ill-tempered old lady. You missed a spot. Wouldn't have happened with just a bit more firepower. While still covering Kaina with his body, Gark looked at me with an extraordinary expression. Citri was looking at me incredulously. Just as an uncomfortable silence took over, the Emperor clapped his hands.
We've had a petty interloper. Unfortunately, I'm afraid tonight's gathering will have to end here. Sir Franz, tighten security and make sure that nobody has been harmed.
Ah, it's over? What a relief. Well, it'd be weird if it wasn't over after all that. That was too much for one evening. I was ready to head back to the clan house and hit the hay. But a glance from the Emperor, the first time he looked at me that evening, cut me off.
1,000 tricks. No, all of Grieving Souls, I'd like to have a word with you and the Abyssal Inferno.
I couldn't say the feeling was mutual. I slumped my shoulders and the pyromaniac old lady snorted. We left the hall that the evildoer, the Abyssal Inferno, had rendered useless. Everyone relevant to the situation had been assembled. There was the Emperor and his people, along with Gark, Eva, Lucia, Luke, Liz, Ansem, and the exceptionally destructive Abyssal Inferno. Somehow our dear friend Citri had slipped out. Sure, she hadn't been involved, but it seemed unlike her to not come along with us. Normally, I'd be ready to barf, but this time I was pretty relaxed and managed a calm smile. That was because the Abyssal Inferno was with us. Compared to her disregard for the safety of nobles and the damage she did to the castle, I was free of blame. A man next to the Emperor looked at me. He had an ornate coat that was unlike what the other knights had worn. His dark blonde hair and blue eyes gave him a sort of masculine beauty. The Emperor had called him Sir Franz, but I wondered if he might be a noble.
Now then, first let's get the facts straight. 1,000 tricks, just what was that back there?
I didn't answer. I couldn't answer. I was just as much in the dark as everyone else was. At first, I had assumed it to be part of the festivities. I looked at Eva, then my party members, but nobody came to help me out. Tradition? Franz looked at me with wide eyes, and a vein on his forehead bulged. I was the master of getting told off, so I could tell he was moments away from getting angry. I had to be careful what I said.
It appears that wasn't the right way to put it. Allow me to rephrase the question. Why were your party members there?
That was another question on my mind. I felt a pain in my gut, but I couldn't give answers I didn't have.
I came here because I heard I could cut people.
Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Tuki Kaj, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story.
Ha! If you mugs hadn't half-assed your security, Crybaby wouldn't have needed to take action. Who do you think you are? You almost let the host get off. Get on your knees! On your knees!
They really should have kept their mouths shut.
Whoa, what was that?
Ah, stop that. Here, I'll get on my knees, okay? And hold on. Liz made it sound like you guys showed up because I took action. I did no such thing. Or did I? I began to feel uncertain about my own behavior. Eva's eyebrow twitched when she noticed this. Agitated, Liz's face was more flushed than usual. Our resident maniac in a red dress took an audacious step forward, almost like she hadn't just been trespassing.
Not only did that masked guy get in, there was some shit mixed in the drinks. How do you explain that?
The knights looked at her with wide eyes, and Franz became red in the face.
Whoa, what are you babbling about?
Now, that's enough, Liz. You shouldn't complain about the refreshments when you weren't even invited.
Really? Still?
I continued to try to minimize the damage. Sure, something was mixed in, but it was hardly anything a high-level hunter should worry about.
Well, I guess you're right.
And that was an awfully rude way to put it. You made the guards sound like a bunch of apes. Sure, maybe they would have been apes if Fox Mask really hadn't been part of the festivities, but the drinks were another matter entirely. At a banquet, and one hosted by the Emperor no less, ensuring food is safe should be a top priority.
Impossible. Our security was flawless. Someone go check the drink side.
I took the opportunity to do some blame shifting. Liz wasn't free of fault or anything, but the worst trouble was caused by the old lady who incinerated the castle. But the Abyssal Inferno destroyed all the evidence. She also burned up the intruder. Even if she hadn't blown apart the whole ceiling, I'd still say she went a bit overboard.
Nice try. I didn't burn the intruder.
Could you repeat that? The high-powered, castle-wrecking pyromaniac snorted with dissatisfaction.
Cut the act already, boy. You noticed it, didn't you? I couldn't detect the scent of a scorched body. That intruder was really something.
The scent of a scorched body. Holy shit.
You're right. Striking that intruder felt strange.
Considering he had thrown his sword, I'm not sure what he possibly could have felt. Everyone else began to chime in with agreement.
Yeah, they were sorta weird. My spells did indeed feel less effective.
Yeah, If Ansem and Lucia were nodding along, then I figured it was safe for me to do the same. Not that I could at all understand the instincts of talented people like them.
They had no presence. I don't know what sort of tricks they were using, but things would have turned ugly if the boy hadn't been there. If I wasn't mistaken, I caught some hints of recognition.
Me? I've never seen that guy before?
I wasn't talking about you, boy.
Oops. The Emperor and his knights all gave me frigid glares. I was so used to everyone assuming I knew something, I just refused without thinking. But did I remember anything? A fox mask, a fox mask. WL, there was a treasure vault with phantoms like that. In the meantime, I gave a half raise and offered my opinion. I'd just like to say I think the blame rests with the Abyssal Inferno for scorching the castle. It's all her fault. She glared at me with wild eyes. I wasn't too keen on making an enemy of a high-level hunter, but I wanted to draw attention from my friends trespassing. My hands were tied. After working up the courage to offer my opinion, Franz ignored it entirely.
Setting aside the matter of the intruder, it's unthinkable that the refreshments were poisoned. Our security was without lapse.
Yeah, I thought the same thing until, wait a minute. A wild idea had entered my head. Silver Breath was a relic that detected any drugs that might affect the wearer. However, the wearer's own resistances affected which substances were detected, and my resistances were below even that of a normal civilian. They were sub-zero. In other words, perhaps the relic had alerted me to something that wasn't hazardous to a normal person. It was possible. If nothing else, it seemed more likely than poisoned alcohol slipping past the tight security. Only drinks had been poisoned, so perhaps the ring had identified strong booze as something dangerous. It lined up with the fact that everyone else had been drinking away just fine. But if I voiced any of this, there would be no taking it back. My heart began to pound when I saw the grave expressions of Franz and the other knights. Well, it's possible all the poisoned drinks were destroyed by the fire. It's also possible that it was a poison meant only for me.
You've done nothing but make hollow jests. Do you understand what it means if nothing's detected in those drinks?
That'll be pretty good in its own right.
Quiet! It means you'll have sullied the reputation of the gathering of the White Blade.
Possibly because of a calcium deficiency. Possibly because of his loyalty to the Emperor. Franz had a really overwhelming presence. But then, I remembered something. Liz had also said the drinks were poisoned. Was I right after all? Maybe not. She was all too willing to go along with anything I said. After a painful wait, a knight returned. He was pale as a ghost.
After investigating a sample of the refreshments, we have confirmed the presence of a poisonous substance. A fairly powerful one, at that.
What was that?
Ooh, I was right.
I couldn't help but strike a victory pose.
Krai?
Perfect, my name had been cleared. I had only found poison in the drinks, but it seemed the food had been poisoned as well. The gathering of the White Blade had been truly terrifying, even if it was in ways I hadn't expected.
Well, that settles it. Franz, make this part of your investigation of the intruder.
Your Imperial Majesty, allow us to assist in any way we can.
The Emperor glanced at both me and the Abyssal Inferno. Sure, I was technically a member of the Explorers Association, but I didn't plan on doing anything. All I could do was sigh. Something told me I was about to get dragged into something strange again. By the time our interrogation-like conversation was over, it was the middle of the night. Because I truly and genuinely knew absolutely nothing, I had hated every moment of it. Even if my bad luck had made me used to those sorts of situations, I wasn't immune to them.
It seems the Empire has an idea of what might have happened.
To hell with them! They're turning their incompetency into our problem. Now, just think of this as a chance to put the Empire in our debt.
Lucan and Sem hadn't joined us and were instead helping the Night Watch. Patrolling the half-wrecked tassel was being entrusted to high-level hunters for the night. Franz hadn't wanted my help, so I hadn't been invited. He may have shouted at me a lot, but I had a feeling I would grow to like the man. I prayed that he would continue to not offer me work. Oh yeah, Liz. How did you get into the gathering? Weren't there lots of guards? Liz blinked and glanced at Lucia, who remained silent. I looked at my sister, and she avoided making eye contact. So you had magic support? I see. And why were you so determined to get in? They had done this while I had been looking for any reason not to go. If only we could have traded places. But then something occurred to me. Come to think of it, where's Tino?
I don't know!
Liz had been the one to drag Tino along, and now she was casting aside any responsibility for the girl. So I turned to Lucia. How about you, Lucy? Do you know anything?
Uh, uh, uh...
Lucia seemed to be panicking, a very rare sight. Poor Tino, even dear Lucy had abandoned her.
City probably took care of it. After all, she's not with us right now.
Citri was always on top of those sorts of things. She had probably refrained from attacking Fox Mask so she could support someone if necessary. We could always count on the prodigy. I felt better after that. It hadn't been without incident, but I had gotten through the day, and I was glad to know that event was finally behind me. At the clan house, we parted ways with Eva. I practically had to drag my tired body up the staircase. I opened the door to my office and froze as Citri, still in her dress, popped out. Her cheeks were flushed and she seemed to be in an awfully good mood.
Welcome back, Krai. T and I planted that poison for you. Did it help?
What? I looked and noticed Tino lying on the couch. She was in an evening gown and looked like she was about to die at any moment.
I thought something was up back there. 'Cause all that wine Krai baby handed me, that had been drugged, not poisoned. Whoa.
Wait? So in other words, what happened?
There wasn't anything in the remaining food, and I thought that didn't bode well. Then I saw an opportunity.
I'm a criminal. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Master, my hands, they're dirty.
I couldn't do it. I didn't have a clue what was happening. I tried to keep calm and grinned as I ruffled Citri's hair. Then I decided to head to bed so I could sleep away my worries. What a fearsome engagement. Seeing the gathering thrown into chaos by the Abyssal Inferno's attack, it silently expressed its shock. The Thousand Tricks had brought many organizations to ruin, but his most terrifying skill of all was his ability to obtain information. He knew things he shouldn't know, and showed up in places he should have no reason to be. He was elusive and capable of preterhuman artifice, his poker face flawless. Even for a high-level treasure hunter, he was exceptional. And he was much harder to handle than someone who possessed simple strength. How had he detected the intruder? Even though it had personally witnessed the gathering, the questions far outnumbered the answers. The intruder had no presence. They made no sound, had no body heat. None of the castle's sensors had detected them. Yet, the moment they appeared, they were given away. The Thousand Tricks hadn't shown the slightest sign that he knew something might happen. Well, there was the matter with the drug. It had been randomly distributed. Yet the Thousand Tricks had found each and every spiked drink. He hadn't used magic, yet he still seemed to have known exactly where to look. Those drinks were meant to cause the gathering to devolve into mayhem, but the allies of the Thousand Tricks downed them all. How fascinating. It was all incoherent and defied comprehension, but the results were clear enough. To challenge a preterhuman artificer with intrigue would be foolish, which meant their only remaining course of action was to simply continue attacking, to gain the advantage through force that no amount of genius could contend with. That was what villains were best suited for. What a convenient twist that the Thousand Tricks had given them such a choice opportunity to strike. He had given the Imperial Princess a dragon egg, a gift both valuable but also very dangerous. Dragons ranked as one of the strongest beings in the land. The riches they hoarded and the eggs they laid were worth a fortune, but to obtain them was to incur a dragon's wrath. Dragons offered no forgiveness to pilfers. Some legends even describe countries being decimated because they harbored a dragon egg. Of course, the Thousand Tricks had surely already slain the dragon from which he had stolen that egg. But just how might the nobility feel if their empire was attacked by a dragon? Thousand Tricks, that generous gift of yours will be the undoing of those you protect. I'll consider you my rival.
Carpet?
Its attack power was just as low as mine, but it surpassed me when it came to defenses. I jumped at the shadowboxing carpet and grabbed its body. All of a sudden, I felt myself being lifted off the ground. It was all I could do to merely hang on while my world spun and the carpet zigzagged through the air. Despite the weight I added to it, the carpet flew at an incredible speed. Even among relics, some were more capable than others. This carpet had extraordinary acceleration and a high max speed, meaning it could be an excellent means of transport. It also had tremendous maneuverability and could even perform a loop-the-loop. It would have been worth a fortune if it had been capable of showing any consideration for its passengers. Once again, I collided spectacularly with the wall. The carpet was made of cloth, so it was unharmed, but I expended another safety ring. Flying carpets were famous relics that were sold for enormous sums. The only other flying relic I owned was Night Hiker, which wasn't nearly as well known as flying carpets. This carpet was about the size of a welcome mat, but most were large enough to seat multiple people and even carry luggage. With that and their ease of use, it was only natural that they were popular. I had never heard of a flying carpet that didn't want to be ridden, but that probably had something to do with why the Emperor was willing to part with this bucking bronco. Lucia sighed for the umpteenth time as she watched me approach the carpet.
Perhaps you ought to return it?
Flying through the sky is the dream of all humanity. Don't you get that?
Yes, I can already fly on my own. Besides, don't you have Night Hiker?
That's defective and I can only use it at night. And a flying carpet was something I wanted for a long time. I couldn't let this one go, even if it had an unruly personality. The flying carpet slipped behind me with ease and pulled my leg. I fell on my bottom, and before I could gather my wits, the carpet leaned one of its corners forward and patted me on the head. It was making fun of me. Huh, you're a real darling. Guess I gotta give you a name. I'll call you Carpy. The carpet slid up to my feet, put me atop it, and gently lifted me 5 meters up, just under the ceiling. I was beginning to think I had finally been recognized as its master, but then it flipped upside down and dumped me on the ground. Yet another safety ring was expended. I didn't think anyone else had ever exhausted so many safety rings in one day.
I'm not convinced Hiker isn't a more practical option.
No, I crash just as often with Hiker, and I've had more practice with that one. Lucia let out a long sigh, almost as though her very soul was escaping, and charged my safety rings.
Please, try and see this from my perspective.
Don't worry, I'll give you a ride once I've mastered this.
Forget it. How many times must I remind you that I can fly on my own?
Lucia could fly on a broom. Not a relic broom, a normal broom. That was just the sort of magic she was capable of. It was one of the spells I had thought of. When I first came up with the spell, I hadn't realized that there was also a famous flying relic known as Witch's Broom. My sister was probably the only person to soar through the air atop a normal store-bought broom. Lucia, by the way, said it was easier for her to fly without the broom. Yeah, So far, I had been dumped off the carpet, thrown into walls, and more, but I wasn't going to fold so easily. I was stronger than that. I was getting out of shape, so I actually welcomed this chance to exercise. The delinquent carpet had thrown me off repeatedly, but it hadn't flown out of my reach. In other words, his instincts were telling him to let me on. The carpet drifted down and bumped into me. He was just cloth, so his strength was limited, but at high enough speeds he was still capable of serious impact. I bounced across the ground a few times before coming to a stop, my limbs splayed apart. The carpet gently floated above me. Maybe he just has a bad personality, but that was just fine. I was an adult. I wasn't going to let some taunts from a flying carpet get to me.
I just remembered, Vita. Shouldn't you be preparing for the quest?
Huh? Quest? Lucia made a dour face. The carpet stood still, almost as if he could read the room.
I heard about it from Eva. That carpet's an advance payment, is it not?
I didn't say anything. Oops. The quest had completely slipped my mind. I had turned into a nodding machine when the carpet was placed before me. Nothing else mattered to me when I saw something I had yearned for so long. I had a feeling I had been commissioned to do something, but what was that something? I wasn't enthused by the idea of working, but I didn't want to return the carpet either. Do you have the quest brief? She glared at me, red in the face.
I do. Eva gave it to me. I can't tell you how embarrassing that was.
I'm really sorry for everything I put you through. She handed me an envelope with the seal of Zabrudia, which I opened with shaking hands. The carpet peeked over my shoulder. I quickly read the contents of the brief. Then I died. It's a quest to protect the Emperor, I see. This is a big responsibility. They must be crazy if they're asking me to do this. Maybe they issued it with Ark in mind. I was in many ways not suited for the tasks of a hunter, but the tasks I was the least suited for were escort jobs. The reason for this was very simple. I had atrocious luck. From the very beginning of my career, I couldn't remember a single escort job that had gone well. Hiring a hunter to escort you was essentially a form of insurance. Nobody hires protection if they don't plan on going somewhere dangerous, but most jobs ended without any notable incidents. Or, so I was told. I had run into some sort of trouble during just about every escort quest I had undertaken. Sometimes it was phantoms, other times it was monsters. I had even run into bandits, criminal organizations, and natural disasters. To be fair, I also ran into trouble while on vacation and whatnot, but the rate of incidents spiked during escort quests. I knew my weaknesses, and that's why I had no desire to accept escort quests and made sure that I never did. Sure, I was used to near-death encounters, but most people couldn't say the same. So let me be clear, it was for the client's sake that I declined those sorts of quests. This time, however, I was being held hostage by the flying carpet. My only potential escape route had been cut off, and I had an escort quest in front of me. After giving it some serious thought, I decided to gather my friends. We had always discussed things with each other as we moved forward. I hadn't been able to talk to them while they were at that treasure vault. So this was the first time in a while that I was able to consult them. So we gathered in the clan house meeting room. We all sat in chairs, surrounding a table in the center of the room. We had a man who was one of the foremost swordsmen in the imperial capital and an apprentice to the sword St. Luke's sickle, the Protean sword, the thief who could move faster than her shadow, Liz Smart, the stifled shadow, our prodigious alchemist who was both the brains of our party and managed our resources, Citri Smart, the party's lifeline, the renowned paladin who both protected and healed us, and Sem Smart, the girl who could use any variety of magic and charge my relics for me. That was Lucia. And our guests who we had, for some reason, Tino and Eva. Now then, it's time to begin the 35th Grieving Souls Conference.
Whoa! Yeah!
Woo! Woo! Krai baby's the best!
Master is God.
Eliza's once again nowhere to be found.
I saw her yesterday, but Ellie's a free spirit.
Nothing strange about that. One of Eliza's conditions for joining Grieving Souls was that we respect her freedom. I had already given away the souvenirs I had bought for her, and it seemed she was fine, so I wasn't worried. Citri then took over as host, just like she always did.
Today's meeting is being held in order to discuss the quest, Defense of His Imperial Majesty, which was issued after the recent gathering of the White Blade. As you are all aware, once a year the Emperor of the Zebrudian Empire meets with the leaders of other nearby countries. This duty has previously been entrusted to the Zero Order, but this year they have requested the aid of the 1,000 Tricks.
Tino raised a timid hand. There were dark rings under her eyes, almost like she hadn't gotten much sleep last night.
Huh? Why was he chosen? After all, the poison...
I didn't understand what was going on, but Eva cleared her throat and offered an explanation.
That matter is to be set aside. It is most likely going to be interpreted as being part of Krai's trap.
Tino looked shocked, then began to mutter like a broken toy.
Master is God. Master is God.
When did the poisoning become connected to me? Taking a deep breath, I calmed myself. The point is, this quest is something we must undertake.
Ooh, Krai's ready to go. Protecting the Emperor, huh? I can hardly wait. I hear he's a swordsman.
Well, we're dealing with that fox after all. Huh? That's big. That makes sense. That guy at the gathering did have a fox mask on. That makes him much simpler. I've always wanted to have a go at them.
Ansem grunted in agreement.
Master's ready to go.
Judging by reactions, they, not including Tino, weren't too worried about dealing with the worst phantom out there. It was reassuring, but I just hoped they weren't forcing it. I wasn't very enthusiastic about the escort quest, but I trusted my friends. If they were around, the Emperor would be just fine, and if I managed to get myself out of the picture, it would go perfectly. But could I get out of it?
There's a limit on how many of us can go. We can't form a team larger than 5 people.
Liz fell silent. Luke began to count. I see. So they want everyone but Eliza and myself. A smart move.
Krai, please quit joking around.
But I wasn't joking.
So someone's got to get left behind. Krai baby, why don't you decide who comes along?
I agree. I'll respect your call no matter what.
An oddly mature response from those two.
That seems like the best way to ensure this goes smoothly. After all, my job is material procurement.
Who to pick? For starters, Luke and Liz were too dangerous, so they were out. If Liz was out, then I couldn't bring Citri without creating a mess. What a conundrum. I thought it over for a minute before nodding to myself. All right, it'll be Ark, Eva, Lucia, and myself.
Huh? Krai, I'm not a hunter.
She had nothing to worry about. As long as we had Ark, we would be fine. Lucia would just be there to charge my relics.
Cry, baby, there's still one more spot.
Well then, I guess Tina will do.
Huh?
I can't accept this, Krai. The escort should be picked on their merits.
I agree. Crybaby's trying to be nice by picking the weaklings. Well, then perhaps we should hold a tournament. No, a battle royale to decide.
Ensem grunted in agreement. Everyone was just raring to go.
Calm down, everyone. This is our leader's decision to make. You shouldn't kick up a fuss because you weren't. You're only okay with this because you got picked, Miss Brother Complex. Cry, I'll have you know Lucia was twirling around in front of the mirror in her apron dress. I heard her wonder aloud whether you might compliment her on it. I did no such thing.
Luke drew his sword and began to swing. Liz kicked the table over. Citri began throwing potions, and Lucia made a grab for Citri. The blood drained from Eva's face and I heard Tino scream. Taking cover behind Ensem, I took those two with me and fled from the room. I should have known that was a bad idea. In retrospect, I should have realized it before deciding to hold a conference. Everyone in our party got along well, but at the same time they were very competitive. Something like that was inevitable. I could probably get away with not picking any of them, but if I picked one, then they all had to come, almost like they were children or something. Either way, while that member limit was a pain, bringing our less cooperative members along would just be playing with fire. The others might be fine, but I didn't think I could keep our resident barbarians, Liz and Luke, under control. Eliza, meanwhile, was too much of a free spirit. She'd probably catch a lizard or something and offer it to the Emperor.
I would assume the member limit is to keep a proper ratio of hunters, nobles, and the Imperial Guard. The Empire and the Imperial Guard have their own appearances to keep up. In fact, you and your party are probably going to be secondary to the Imperial Guard.
Master, this is, too much for me to handle. You were joking, right?
Don't worry, that was a joke, a prank even. If I brought you and left Liz behind, your days would be numbered. But Eva had a point. We were going to be secondary to the Imperial Guards, nothing more. It made perfect sense. I started to think that I had been letting my nerves get the better of me, and then I had a revelation. A smile formed on my face before I even realized it. First Steps was a massive clan and had plenty of connections. I may have been a wimp, but I was the highest level of anyone my age and the leader of a famous party. I was especially well connected among hunters. I could just gather up 5 who were strong, high level, and reliable. Hunters were generally too proud to decline a quest from the Emperor. And in the extremely unlikely, event the Emperor did get assassinated. The blame would be dispersed among all of us. I would make the dream team. I'd call it Operation 5-Star Wall Spaghetti. Naturally, Ark would be included. Man, I'm on fire today.
What are you smiling for?
I'd also make Gark part of the team. He had once been a hunter and I was sure he was still strong and reliable. He was always foisting quests onto me, but now I had a chance to give him a taste of his own medicine. If I couldn't get out of this mess, then I'd bring him and Ark down with me. I'd show them the predator-human artifice everyone loved to spread rumors about. Gark's shoulders shook and he made his scariest face yet as he slammed his hand on his desk.
Krai, you're escorting the Emperor. Put some actual thought into who you're gonna take with you. Listen, failure isn't an option here. The work you do here will affect the very future of treasure hunting in Zabrudia.
Yes, sir.
I've already retired from hunting and I don't have any mana material. Maybe you're just trying to be nice, but think about this seriously. Do you really think I'm cut out for this job?
I wasn't trying to be nice. I just wanted to make this his problem as well as mine. But he wasn't going for it. But if he wasn't cut out for this job, then how could I be? I folded my arms and pretended to think, but I couldn't calm down when Gark was breathing so heavily. My only salvation was Kaina's healing smile. That's it. Kaina, you're up. Please help us protect the Emperor.
Huh?
What a brilliant idea. A healer was necessary for an escort quest, and I had always thought Kaina was extraordinary at that job.
Quit playing around. This is a matter concerning the Emperor. Don't you have any sense of restraint?
He then chased me out of his office, if you can believe it. He was always forcing jobs off onto me. Not that I was always the one to do them, yet he flat out refused me when I asked for his help. It seemed I had been completely wrong about that man. Kaina, wearing an apologetic smile, followed me out of the office and handed me a list.
I'm sorry, Krai. He doesn't have anything against you. This is a list of all the high-level hunters registered with the Imperial Capital branch of the Explorers Association. Perhaps this will be of use to you.
Thanks a ton. Honestly, I was being serious when I invited him. I felt a bit better and admitted to myself that maybe bringing Kaina wasn't the smartest idea. But now Gark's slot on the team was open, and I had to fill it in. I looked over the list and saw a bunch of familiar names, including everyone in Grieving Souls. There sure are a lot of high-level hunters in the Imperial Capital. Then, one name caught my eye. It was a level 6 hunter, and their name was very unique. It wasn't an acquaintance of mine, and I didn't recognize their name. With 4 slots still open, I figured this mug could fill the first. At times like these, it was momentum that mattered. Kaina, could you contact this Ketchachaka person?
Oh, certainly.
Kaina looked surprised. I suppose she hadn't expected me to make such a fast decision. During escort quests, it was important that your team have the wide area firepower necessary to handle large groups of foes. The possibility of being swarmed by monsters made Magi indispensable for these jobs. I wasn't thrilled about where I was headed, but there weren't many other places I could go to for a powerful magus that wasn't Lucia. My next stop was the headquarters of the Magi clan Hidden Curse. After all, the Abyssal Inferno was an accomplice to this mess. Not giving her an invite could lead to problems later on. Quite unlike the clan house of First Steps, Hidden Curse was based out of an old mansion. The storied building had housed them since their clan was first founded. It had been renovated many times over the years and excelled in both form and function. I was about to take my first brave step inside when a familiar cold-eyed young man stepped out.
Ah, Krai. What brings you here?
Hey there, Artie! How have you been? I was trying to be affable, but he just shrank back with embarrassment.
That's a nickname only Mary uses. Could you just call me Art?
I thought Artie was a pretty good name. If I had an extra spot, I would have made him part of the wall spaghetti. I'm here to see the Abyssal Inferno. Is she around? If not, I'd like to leave a message for her. That woman was usually pretty busy. God, did I hope she was out somewhere. If I at least made an attempt to contact her, she wouldn't immolate me for being so rude as to not ask in person. But my prayers were done in vain. Artie was all too happy to open the door for me.
Perfect timing. I was just talking with her. Head on in.
The office of the Hidden Curse clan master was like a drawing room you might find in a noble's mansion. There was a thick rug and an antique lamp. The walls were covered by packed bookcases and portraits of the previous clan masters. The current clan master, meanwhile, still looked like a witch out of a fairy tale. An evil witch at that. She might have been lanky, but her height made her intimidating. I extended my invitation to Rosemary Puripaws, the Abyssal Inferno, and she grinned at me.
He. I'm honored you think I'm worth the kindness. 1,000 tricks.
I wasn't sure what to say.
But, as I'm sure you know, the Empire's put a shackle around my ankle. I'm not allowed outside the Imperial capital. I've also got to sweep up the aftermath of our battle with Akashic Tower, and they tell me I am needed to protect the capital.
I see. I had no idea. But it made sense. There was no covering up the damage she had done to the Imperial castle, and even if it had been an emergency, there was no way that would go unpunished. This probably explained why the escort quest hadn't been given to her.
That reminds me. I never had the opportunity to say thank you. I wanted to say it at the gathering, but the opportunity eluded me.
Thanks for what?
Don't act like you don't know. You were the one who exhausted my fire elemental, weren't you? And their lightning elemental as well.
I really didn't understand what she was getting at.
I don't know how you knew where to find them, but the capital would have been hit much harder if not for your meddling.
Ah, right. I had heard that during our vacation, a lightning and a fire elemental had fought in the Imperial capital, but how did that lead to me being thanked? I had never even encountered the lightning elemental. I noticed the old lady was looking at me like she could singe me at any moment, so I rubbed my safety rings and took a deep breath. The rings would protect me against magic attacks, but fire spells had plenty of side effects. If the room ran out of oxygen, I could die, and so I had an oxygen ring. I could also die from the heat, so I wore a cooling ring. That said, the barriers of my safety rings wouldn't extinguish flames, so if any blazes outlasted my safety rings, I could still get roasted. But more importantly, I now had another open space in my party.
If I may, CM Hidden Curse is a clan with more than a few magi suitable for this venerable duty.
Well, that's for the 1,000 tricks to decide. Well, why don't you go, Art Baran? Since you brought it up, if Mary comes along, I'm sure you'll be fine.
Mary? Mary, huh? That was the girl who had been with Artie at the cafe. Both of them seemed pretty young, but I wasn't going to doubt the opinions of the Abyssal Inferno. Artie was entirely caught off guard by this suggestion.
I'm confident that together Mary and I could handle most any situation. However, if the invitation was to you, then doesn't that mean there's only one available position?
That's so?
I had come here with the intention of filling one slot, but I wasn't going to balk at the idea of filling two. I nodded and decided I could try and put them in my debt.
I'll make it work out. If those two are a good team, I'll fit Artie and Mary into one slot. How does that sound?
The Abyssal Inferno sank into a silence. Artie looked at me with wide eyes. Could I make it work? Maybe not. Either way, it didn't really matter since all the slots hadn't yet been filled. The Abyssal Inferno suddenly began to bawl with laughter. The furniture in the room shook, and so did I.
Well said. 1,000 tricks. So you think our Mary and Art Baran are each worth half a person?
No, that's not...
But you have a point, and there's no denying it. Let's forget about sending Art Baran.
The conversation was moving along without my control. Artie seemed like a nice fellow, and I had no problem bringing him, but there was no getting through to people like the Abyssal Inferno.
We've got our hands full here. I'll send the Vice Clan Master, Telmapoclis. You know him, don't you? He's a level 7 magus. No objections? No objections?
I knew the name, but I had never met him. I couldn't even pick him out of a crowd. But I certainly wasn't in any position to be arguing, so I simply nodded like a puppet. After my harrowing experiences with Gark and the Abyssal Inferno, I returned to the clan house. All that was left was to recruit Ark. I entered the lounge and started talking to the first familiar face I saw. Huh, Ark isn't here?
You didn't know? He has some major quests to take care of and won't be back for a while.
That useless fop. It's like he tries to be gone when I need him the most. If I was going to be surrounded by unfamiliar faces like Telm and Kachachaka, then I was going to need a strong ally like Ark to avoid the quest being a total nightmare. But if he was unreachable, then there was nothing I could do. Nobody could replace Ark. Many could match his strength, but nobody was as reassuring a presence as he was. I slumped in a nearby chair and crossed my arms, tapping my fingers as I racked my brains. I had found 2 people, leaving me with 3 open that still needed to be filled. 3. What a nice number. Maybe get the old wall spaghetti party together? But that means Tino would be left out.
What's on your mind, the CM?
I was tired. Visiting those 2 places had exhausted me. I began to grow apathetic. After all, we were just insurance, and it was possible we might have a miraculously easy trip. Even if something did happen, the Imperial Guard would probably be enough to handle it. Why don't you come, Lyle? We're protecting the Emperor. Lyle nearly choked on his drink.
Oh, no. And don't. Just ask that like it's a casual outing.
Maybe protecting the Emperor wasn't that prestigious after all? I looked around the lounge and everyone shook their heads at me. Did these clan members not have any faith in their CM or something? What a pickle. I'd be in serious trouble if I couldn't pull together a team. I no longer cared who. I just needed those slots filled. But then my thoughts were interrupted by a high-pitched voice.
Human weakling!
First Steps had two problem child parties. One was mine, Grieving Souls. The other was Starlight, a party composed solely of noble spirits, a race predisposed to looking down on humans. They caused us trouble at every possible opportunity. The source of the voice was one of their members, Chris Argent. Behind her was the party's leader, Lapis Fulgor. The rumors passed my ears. You seem to be doing well for yourself.
You kicked another hornet's nest. Sir, life sure isn't fair if someone like you is still drawing breath.
With only a few exceptions, noble spirits were generally exceptional magi. Starlight was one of the top magi parties in the imperial capital. Their personalities were what they were, but they weren't bad folk. And since I had no pride, they were easy to interact with. Not to mention, noble spirits did respect humans who excelled at magic, and by virtue of being Lucia's brother, they were soft on me. Now, I didn't really think a noble spirit would behave around the Emperor, but maybe it would be fine. Maybe the Emperor would just shrug and say, well, that's just how they are. What's more, noble spirits stood out. If I brought one along, they would draw all the aggro. Seeing as those two rarely came to the lounge, my only option was to assume this was a sign from God. The choice ingredients of this plate of wall spaghetti were coming together. I returned to my room, forcing myself to get excited about it. First up, the one recommended by the Explorers Association and whose odd name I liked, Ketchachaka Monk, class unknown. Next, we had the Vice Clan Master of Hidden Curse, the assassin sent by the Abyssal Inferno, Telm Apoclus. Third was Starlight leader Lapis Fulgor's favorite party member, Chris Argent. Lapis was always telling her to not use coarse language. And she was only here on Lapis's orders. I needed a party of 5, so 2 slots remained. I gave this grave responsibility of mine some serious thought. Ketchachaka was bitterness, Telm was spiciness, and Chris was sweetness. Once I had my sourness and saltiness, don't ask, I'd have the 5 basic flavors and I'd be all set. Maybe Chris could be sourness and make someone else sweetness. What I needed most was someone who could do a good job leading the party. The obvious choice among the parties of First Steps was Obsidian Cross. But Sven was a busy man. If I couldn't find him training or in the lounge, there was a good chance I wouldn't be able to find him at all. This is a tricky one. I need 2 more people. Maybe I can fill a slot with carpet? As I thought hard about the issue, Seatree strode the lounge, a jovial air about her.
Krai, how goes the selection?
I've got 3 people. I'm thinking and thinking, but I can't come up with any more options. Are you all right after that meeting?
Oh yes, after you left we had a discussion and decided none of us would participate in this quest. It wasn't fair for just one of us to have all the fun.
All the fun? We were raised in the same town and had similar upbringings, so why had we turned out so differently? Seatree walked around and embraced me from behind.
However, I thought you might need some help, so I brought a potential team member for you.
Seatree cheerfully called out in the direction of the door. It swung open, and in came a figure 2 meters tall and clad entirely in armor. Vertically and horizontally, they had the outline of a heavy warrior. Their face was hidden by their helmet's visor, and their armor was an uncommon charred brown. They marched up to me and stood up straight, their arms at their side. I really didn't know what I was supposed to say.
This is Sir Killigan Version Alpha, my new friend.
Is that their real name? I'd like to meet their parents. Seatree just giggled and said,
Here's the controller.
She handed me a box with a joystick, 4 large buttons and 1 small button. I moved the joystick forward, and Sir Killigan moved forward. They continued moving their legs even after bumping into the table. Should I be worried? Seatree noticed my uncertainty and explained what all the buttons did. Now what all the buttons did.
This button orders him to fight, this one to defend, this one is to run, and this one to dance. The joystick controls movement.
I recognized the expression she was making, that one that made her look like she had a new toy. Every time Seatree learned something new or obtained a new item, she would always come to me to show it off. I had a lot I wanted to say, but I settled with asking about the controls. Shouldn't there be more buttons?
I thought there were too many, hence why there's one assigned to dancing. Right, this small button is for autonomous action mode.
If that was there, then why did I need the controller?
Sir Killigan won't let you down, so please include him in your team. I won't mind even if you sacrifice him.
So this definitely isn't a human. It's a golem, right? Extraordinary as ever, our local alchemist. If Citri was so confident, then it would probably be a useful asset. I wasn't sure if a golem really counted as a team member, but I decided to say this was another slot filled. My 5-star wall spaghetti was one step closer to competition. All right. Thanks, this is a huge help. Now, just one more slot.
Wouldn't that be your slot?
My eyes bulged as I counted on my fingers. Kichachaka, Telm, Chris, and Sir Killigan made 4. If you included me, you'd get 5. I had totally forgotten about my own existence. But now I had a brilliant idea. I could pretend to accidentally pick 5 people, then get left behind. I furrowed my brow and gave it some serious thought. Number 5 can be, I guess we just go with Tino. No, hold on, she's been dragged into way too much lately. Not one of my original picks had ended up on the team. If Ark was in, then I could have brought Tino, but alas. What other acquaintances did we have? Maybe I could try paying Arnold a visit. Sure, we still weren't on great terms, but a prestigious job like protecting the Emperor should be irresistible to a high-level hunter. Maybe this wouldn't just settle our differences, it would put him in my debt. Not only will I have one less problem, he'll owe me a favor. Maybe I really am a predator-human artificer. While I was busy counting my unhatched eggs, Citri let go of me and clapped her hands.
That's right. Sir Killigan is an omnivore, so any food will do. It can go a while without eating, but I'd appreciate it if you could feed it raw meat. Bear in mind, it's trained to eat in places where nobody will see it.
Huh? And so the day of destiny was upon us. I was sitting in a room at the Explorers Association. Franz came in, offered a cursory greeting, and checked my list of team members.
What's this? I don't see anyone from your party.
Yeah, huh?
Tell the Counter Cascade and the Magus from Starlight are familiar enough, but I've never heard the name Kichaka Monk. And who's this Sir Killigan version Alpha?
More like a what? Wish I could tell you. But look at this wonderful wall spaghetti. The average level is much higher than that of the White Wolf's Den crew, so we can safely call this 5-star wall spaghetti. I begged the heavens for someone to save me. At some point, I had become strangely excited about the whole thing. Arnold, by the way, declined the invitation. Calm down. These people are the best of the best.
You have 3 magi. That's terribly imbalanced. You should have at least brought the immutable. I understand personnel selection was left to your discretion, but I hadn't expected such a mess of a...
My ears were hurting. Franz was right about our balance, but I hadn't known that Kichachaka was a Magus. Sure, maybe I shouldn't have invited a total stranger to help guard the Emperor, but I didn't have any better options.
If you have chosen them, then may I assume they aren't foxes?
No doubts on that front. They're safe. The phantom I knew was far too extraordinary to be overlooked, even by someone as blind as myself. I would never misidentify them.
Save the yapping, sir. As long as I'm here, there's nothing that can go wrong. Consider your job good as done.
Being captain of the Imperial Guard, Franz was no doubt a high-ranking noble, but Chris spoke to him without a hint of restraint. Noble spirits were born with natural magic proficiency, good looks, and had once been emissaries of the gods. Maybe it was only natural they had no regard for the hierarchies of us humans. Chris banged her hand on the desk like a child, but her good looks made the action strangely adorable. The beautiful sure have it easy. I mused as I watched in silence. Even Franz didn't seem like he could bring himself to tell her off. Yeah,
Make no mistake, sir. This man might be the Emperor, but that means nothing to noble spirits. I'm helping because I can't turn down a request from Lapis, sir.
In case you're wondering, Chris's weird speech was because she wasn't used to speaking politely. Even when we had first met, she wasn't afraid to tell me what was on her mind, and that was usually a storm of vitriol. Since I was technically the clan master, Lapis was always yelling at her to speak politely, and that led to her current speech pattern. It seemed she thought adding, "Sir," here and there was enough to make her speech seem courteous. She's the carpet charger. She's the carpet charger?
Don't get ahead of yourself, human weakling. I'm only here because Lucia asked me, sir.
Yeah,
We're only even in your clan because you said you'd hand Luciar over to us. Sir, quit making us wait. How long do you think you can keep this up?
Yeah, lively as ever. It was anyone's guess how she yelled so much without her voice going hoarse. Of course, we never promised to hand over Lucia. When we were negotiating with Starlight, Citri ceded them the right to recruit Lucia. However, members of Grieving Souls are allowed to join and leave entirely at their own discretion. So to put it bluntly, Starlight had been duped, except they would never face up to that fact.
I'm lending my aid, and that's more than enough. Sir, your weakness never fails to stay out of my way.
I don't have to go. Really, it's my lucky day.
Don't kid me, sir. You intend to make me work while you sit back and relax? Give me a break. At least pretend you deserve your level 8. Sir.
Now, calm down. Your throat must be dry. Here, you can have my tea. I held out my teacup, and she swiped it from my hand, fuming all the while. Chris was a level 3. She wasn't lacking for talent, but her habit of arguing with quest givers held her back. To get along with noble spirits required either a big heart, like Ark, or a complete lack of pride, like me. However, when I really took a moment to think about it, choosing Chris might have been a bit too adventurous. I noticed Franz was at a complete loss for words. She's a perfect choice. I'm sure His Imperial Majesty will find no room for complaint. And if anyone in my team isn't to your liking, you can find someone else to do this job. And so I managed to get away with my team selection. What sort of job did they think this was? Yet this was all somehow my fault. The only thing I could do now was make the best of what I had.
Krai, here's the file you requested. With the time I had, I could throw together the information we already had on file.
Thanks. I owe you one. While I had been resisting the urge to vomit, Eva was working hard as ever. What she had made was a list of all the noteworthy bandits between here and our destination. The conference was being held in the country of Toizant, a nation resting at the center of a large desert. Compared to Zebrudia, it was incredibly rustic. Much of our journey wouldn't even be on proper roads. Every year, the role of hosting the conference rotated among the participating countries. This year's location provided an excellent opportunity for those with designs on the Emperor. I didn't really think the defenses of the Empire would mean anything in the face of that fox, but who knew what went on in the mind of phantoms? My eyes went wide as saucers. The list was much shorter than I had anticipated, but I wasn't going to allow myself any complacency.
I don't think you have much to worry about. Considering your schedule and the fact that it's the Emperor you'll be traveling with, you'll probably proceed by air part of the way. The Emperor and his entourage have used airships during previous long journeys.
There might be sky pirates.
No, there won't. What are you even talking about? Sky pirates?
It was pretty sensible that the Emperor wouldn't want to cross the desert on foot, but flying in a vehicle? Did the man have a death wish? The land and sea were brimming with dangers, and the sky was no exception. Humans couldn't fly on their own, but plenty of monsters could. My safety rings would protect me if we crashed, but I still thought it might be smart to try and befriend the delinquent Carpet, as I like to call him. Maybe the Emperor gave me the carpet for that exact reason? Could the Zero Order fight in the sky? And what about me? I couldn't fight on land, sea, or sky. Just to be safe, I paced around, clutching my head and groaning. No, there might be bandits, there might be monsters, a treasure vault might spring up, there could be a natural disaster. Eva, I could be in serious danger.
Where is this coming from? You're always so relaxed. You always so relaxed.
I just thought that if I say it now, it might not actually happen.
Did you now?
I'm not proud of it, but I had never made a correct prediction in my life. These ominous predictions were my way of praying for good luck. This way, even if we were to run into something, it wouldn't be bandits, monsters, or a treasure vault. I could accept that. I had left most of the preparations to Citri. The only thing I had left to do was carefully pick which relics to bring so that I could be ready for anything. Combat could be left to the knights and my hunters. My job was just to keep an eye on the companions I had brought along, but they were all high-level veterans, so I wasn't particularly worried.
Let's begin the 35th and a half Grieving Souls conference. Our next field of operations will be the sky and the desert.
Every member of Grieving Souls was gathered in one of the clan house's meeting rooms, except Krai and Eliza. Standing before a blackboard plastered with documents was the usual facilitator, Citri.
Bring it! The sky! The desert! Sand dragons!
Cry Baby is a real busybody. He needs to take a break. He's not giving himself any time to train. I want to go on a date, even if it is in the sky or the desert or whatever.
Ems grunted.
Our objective is to support Cry during his upcoming duty of protecting the Emperor. If all goes well, his level might increase. Let's not make any mistakes. Honestly, just because you weren't chosen... Lucy, we're all a team. Nobody gets left behind. Toizant gets extremely hot during the day, but that's no issue. That volcano provided plenty of opportunities to bolster heat resistance. The night temperature won't prove any trouble either, so our primary concern is the sky. You see, there typically aren't any airships headed for Toizant. To put it bluntly, it's not the sort of place to have regular airship traffic.
The sky, even I've never cut down a monster of the sky.
Calm down, Luke. Lucy should be able to handle a sky. Are we gonna sneak onto the airship? Unlike the gathering of the White Blade, sneaking onto the airship won't be possible. No doubt, they won't let anyone on without proper identification.
Lucia was a powerful magus, but magic wasn't omnipotent, and all magi had strengths and weaknesses. She pulled out a battered book and flipped through its pages.
Making multiple people fly through the air is difficult, to say the least, all the more so if we also have to keep pace with an airship. I might have to create a new spell. Here we are, Shinobi's Miracle number 5, Nimpo, Kuton.
Is that from that old manga? That's the one that you fly on a massive kite.
Quite right. Not even a paltry attempt at originality.
Luke's excitement permeated his voice.
Riding a kite sounds absolutely wild. Imagine Cry looking out a window and he just sees us there atop a kite.
Lucia didn't seem at all pleased by the mental image.
Now then, per clan rules, we'll decide via majority vote. Eliza's adrift on the Sea of Life, so she has no vote. We have 3 options. Have Lucy do her best with a kite, do our best to sneak onto the airship, or do our best to cling onto the outside of the airship. First, those who want to fly via Lucy. Are you sure this is a fair vote?
Ansem grunted. After that, as they always did, they decided on how to proceed. Grieving Souls were often thought of as a reckless party, but nothing could have been further from the truth. Advanced preparation was necessary for overcoming difficulties, and if their record was anything to go by, they were no strangers to overcoming challenges. Krai picked 4 individuals, the famed Water Magus Telmapocles the Counter Cascade, Ketchakaka Monk, a Hex Magus and Level 6 Hunter new to the capital, the simple-minded and easily teased, Chris, and last, my special invention, Sir Killigan version Alpha. Unfortunately, I did not have enough time to look into the backgrounds of Ketchakaka, or any of the other recruits. None of them are suited for direct combat, so Sir Killigan might be enough to protect Cry. But, if necessary, perhaps Lucia could rile Chris up.
There you go again. City, your blatant attempts at scoring points with Cry Baby are nothing more than a pain in his ass.
What? They don't have a swordsman? Now what am I supposed to cut?
Kichaka, I don't know why our leader picked him, but everything should be fine if the Counter Cascade is in their group.
Citri smiled and casually ignored the 2 brick walls as she turned to Lucia, the one still very capable of conversation.
As always, I'll look into what sort of monsters we can expect. However, we may be dealing with an enemy unlike anything else we've faced. Proceed under the assumption that we have no information of any kind.
The air in the room changed. Lucia looked very grim. Ansem corrected his posture. Luke furrowed his brow.
So this fox everyone is talking about is the 13-tailed fox we encountered long ago. Back then, we could barely even touch it, and after all this time, I still don't know if I could cut it. If only they were a swordsman.
For someone normally so gung-ho, this was a very level-headed evaluation.
Yes, but you're thinking of something else entirely. That phantom has no interest in human affairs, remember? The Empire is worried about Fox, the criminal organization.
Huh? There's another fox?
Indeed, while they're a preferable adversary to the one you're talking about, they're enough to pose a potential threat to the Empire. There isn't much known about them, but their danger and secrecy is comparable to that of Serpent.
Luke's eyes were wide yet glimmering as he leaned forward.
What? Comparable to Serpent? Oh man, I can't wait for this.
His hands shook with anticipation, and he smiled nervously.
Nine-tailed shadow fox, sir? They're called, or just fox. Their aim is the total destruction of civilization. They're a secret society of which nearly nothing is known about.
Information about their command structure, members, leaders, and the like was non-existent, but it was said they had once served as the intelligence agency of a country that was now long gone. Even that fact was still shrouded in mystery. Most countries had only just recently become aware of the existence of Fox, and that was probably because the organization wanted it that way. And now Fox was trying to harm one of the largest nations in the world. The intruder at the gathering had been a show of force, and also a declaration of hostilities.
I see. I guess they don't have enough tails.
Seatree giggled.
According to rumors, their name is derived from the phantom fox which you mentioned a moment ago. The might and wisdom of that aberrant fox have supposedly generated them a devout following.
Hunters were powerful, but not suited for fighting in large groups. This made Fox a troublesome enemy. They were secretive enough to evade the grabbing hands of a number of nations, but they likely were also rich in both funds and personnel. They were rumored to have high-level hunters in their ranks and to be completely ruthless.
The Empire's caution is entirely warranted. This upcoming conference is an excellent chance for someone to strike. Whether the Emperor lives or dies isn't of much concern to us, but we have to fight if our opponent is trying to set Krai up.
Liz removed her legs from the table and stood up.
So basically, we just need to do what we always do. As usual, we've got bad guys. We don't know what's gonna happen, and Crybaby's up to something. And as usual, we can just do as he directs us.
Hunters very rarely fought criminal organizations. Unless they were the type who preferred hunting bounties, most hunters had no reason to make enemies out of criminals. But Grieving Souls was different. They had been attacked, they had counterattacked, they had gotten revenge. They had done whatever they could to climb the ladder. Now they were at ease, without any reason to have fear.
Indeed. Caution is necessary, but we can, as per usual, follow Krai's directions. He's our compass, and this is our chance to show him what we can do.
So the Thousand Tricks has accepted the quest, has he?
Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. However, his behavior defies comprehension. I can't help but wonder if requesting his aid was truly necessary.
Deep within the Imperial Castle, which rested at the heart of the prosperous Zibrudian Empire, was the throne room. There, Roderick Adolm Zibrudia was speaking with Franz, the captain of the Imperial Guard. The topic of their conversation was the escalating steps being taken by both Fox and the Thousand Tricks. The situation was confounding to the extreme. Franz had more than just the attack by Fox to blame for the haggard look on his face. He didn't care for anything the Thousand Tricks had done. Not for the rude way he had interacted with the Imperial Princess, his flippant attitude when the Emperor had been attacked, or his complete lack of respect for the prestigious job of protecting the Emperor.
Even if it was part of his plans, planting poison at the gathering of the White Blade was an excessive move.
Franz hadn't pursued the matter any further because of the judgment passed down by True Tears. He had watched Krai Andre place his hand on the orb, and there was no mistaking the words that had come out of his mouth. The results were indisputable.
However, it is quite clear that he is no ally of Fox. Franz, what you did was unquestionably foolish, but I appreciate your loyalty. Thanks to you, we have one less person we have to harbor suspicions about.
Roderick was a realist. Using whatever means necessary to head straight for an objective made him a failure of an emperor in some regards, but he managed to overcome that with pure charisma. Someone could blast a hole in the Imperial Castle or plant poison at the gathering. What he cared about was just that the benefits outweighed the costs, and the Thousand Tricks had made the benefits of what he had done very clear.
We can't delay the conference in Tawizant. That would tell Fox that their intimidation worked.
Even after their attack, this secret society had still managed to evade the grasp of the Empire, but if the Empire let themselves be discouraged, that would lower their reputation among the other nations.
There's just that the 1,000 Tricks is the most suspicious figure out of them all.
How ironic that the most suspicious figure should be proven innocent. Unless that's exactly why you use the tears.
Franz held his tongue. Tears of truth were a pillar of the Empire. They had never made an erroneous judgment, and harboring doubts of its reliability could not be permitted. That would invite re-examining every case they had been used in. Franz was calm, sharp-witted, and his use of the relic had proven his loyalty. However, he was also a straightforward individual. If the 1,000 Tricks was capable of the preter-human artifice he was said to be, then manipulating Franz should be a simple task for him. If that was the case, then gladly accepting judgment from Tears of Truth, the nemesis of all schemers, was extraordinarily bold. What Franz had done would normally be considered a capital offense. If word of this got out, he would, at the very least, be stripped of his position, a fate worse than death for an Ardman, a family that had devoted themselves to serving the imperial family since the founding of the Empire. But the 1,000 Tricks hadn't ratted Franz out, and by personally encouraging use of the relic, he had both saved Franz and encouraged the Abyssal Inferno to follow suit. It seemed he was just as, no, he was smarter than the rumors had suggested.
So I'm to trust him then? Just how much has that man already figured out?
He still couldn't place total trust in the 1,000 Tricks, but it was clear that man had figured out something about what Fox was up to. Zerbrudia was a large nation. They needed to maintain a proper front of strength if they wanted to be considered a formidable power. The age of direct confrontation between countries was over. Now it all came down to how well one could utilize the resources of treasure vaults. Could that man be used? Was he safe to use? Earl Gladys had vouched for his intelligence, but if he was going to be working for the Emperor, Franz wanted to confirm it firsthand. Placing the barrier had been a smart move, but there were plenty of frigid dragons left, so the danger hadn't passed just yet. But if Ensem had come to our aid, then I figured so would the other Grieving Souls. I grew even more comfortable knowing my friends were nearby, then I heard a sudden sound.
What happened?
I looked up. The frigid dragons who had been waiting for a chance to strike were now eerily still. Their open jaws, their large wings, their glowing eyes, they were all still, as though frozen in time. Everyone held their breath. Then the dragons fell, but they didn't hit the ground. They were caught by a large membrane of water.
Someone's casting a large-scale offensive spell.
I don't think this is Lucia's work. The wider the area, the harder an offensive spell was to cast. Something this large and capable of killing frigid dragons could only have been the work of a certain one of my recruits.
What am I looking at? Was this the counter cascade?
It was. This was the work of our level 7 Magus, Telm Apoklis, the counter cascade. I patted myself on the back for making Telm part of our wall spaghetti. He had pulled us from the jaws of death. Took him long enough. Honestly, what held him up?
You had him on standby. You took steps in advance. Did you anticipate this?
I wanted to act cool and tell him this was all as I had predicted. But, unfortunately, I hadn't expected any of this. No, nothing like that. I just believed in Telmam. No, I believed in everyone. It had been a close call. I had been certain this crisis would be my last. But saying I believed in everyone was pretty hard-boiled, right?
Would you stop doing that? Say something earlier. Sir!
Aha! The water membrane shifted, forming a ball that encompassed all the dragons. Slowly, the ball condensed. The dragons writhed and screamed, but the pressure continued to build. Green blood mixed with the clear water, and I heard the awful sounds of flesh being crushed and bones being shattered. It was a grotesque move for someone with a title like Counter Cascade.
What's that?
I looked where the knight was pointing. Far below us, in a street that had been emptied out when the dragons arrived, were Telm and Ketchakaka. Standing opposite them was a figure in a fox mask, just like what we had seen at the gathering.
That's a fox. We need to help those two.
I grabbed her before she could jump out the window. Calm down, Chris.
Maya, what are you doing?
Think about it. I want to help too, but we have people we need to protect. What a shame. No, really, I want to help fight. But they'll be fine if Telma's there. Foxmask waved his hand and a large Neginata appeared in his grip. But Telm didn't panic. He moved his hands with bold movements just like a level 7 would. It was as though he was making the world itself his ally. The water bubble filled with crushed dragons moved like a living organism and headed for Foxmask. He evaded the deluge, but it just chased after him. The ground shook and houses were crushed as if they had been made from nothing more than paper. Telm truly was of the same class as the Abyssal Inferno. But something else was on my mind. Foxmask wasn't a phantom. His presence was nothing like that of the phantom I had met. It's fake? My ability to detect presences was on par with the average civilian, which is to say, I had almost no ability to discern a presence. But that phantom had been extraordinary enough that even I could detect it. What did this mean? Was it my imagination? I was, to be fair, looking at Foxmask from a distance. The rumbling faded and silence returned. Foxmask was nowhere to be seen. The magus who had just wrought so much destruction turned to me and shrugged. I went down and reconvened with the two magi.
I know you had mentioned the possibility of dragons, but I must say, level 8S sure can be slave drivers.
Ketchikaka laughed. Though he had called me a slave driver, Telm looked like he hadn't even broken a sweat. Anyone of a lower level couldn't have stayed so calm after using a major spell like he had. Even his movements were brisk, making it all the harder to believe he was multiple times my age.
Good job, Counter Cascade. Did you slay the fox?
I merely did my duty. As for the fox, I felt I hit something but found no corpse. That foe was just as elusive as their name would suggest.
That was very hard-boiled of him. Of course it was. Anyone with a brain could tell that he should be in charge of our group. What a terrible opponent we had if that hadn't been enough to kill them. It was looking more and more like I would have to grovel, just like last time. How exciting.
Were there any fatalities?
No. Some people have been critically injured, but no deaths. If the 1,000 Tricks had deployed that barrier earlier, we might not have had any injuries.
Did he really think I made that wall of light? No. It's nothing.
What was that? Quit it with the half-sentences!
No, it's just, I didn't think the Imperial Guard would lose to dragons.
Whoa, what was that?
Sorry. I'm really sorry. As bad as I felt, I couldn't tell him that the rest of my party was following us. After all, there was a member limit. I was clearly breaking the rules.
So, what did you mean when you said fake, sir?
What's this?
Well, looking at that fellow in the fox mask, he said it was fake. Sir!
Did I say that? Telm, Ketchikaka, Franz, the Emperor. They all looked at me appraisingly. Chris wasn't mistaken, but I had just been imagining things when I said that. I can say with confidence that I had terrible eyesight. Chris grabbed me by my clothes and shook me.
Quit bullshitting. Sir.
But that didn't change the fact that I had just been imagining things. Telm glanced around at the members of our group.
Well, it's no matter. Our current objective is protecting His Imperial Majesty. Those frigid dragons were clearly being manipulated, seeing as they headed straight for us. Let's just consider ourselves lucky nobody was killed. Because somebody surely will be if this continues. No matter how capable the 1,000 Tricks is, we can't watch every angle.
Nor can we afford to miss the conference. However, Your Imperial Majesty, I'm of the same opinion as the Counter Cascade. And that's to say nothing of the fact that the criminal got away. With Your Imperial Majesty's safety at stake, we must change our approach.
Hitch, hold on. The Emperor looked at me with shock. Franz and Telm also turned my way. Telm's suggestion was very reasonable, and Franz's proposal made perfect sense for someone in his position. But I knew something they didn't, and that was that Citri had been behind this incident. I even had an idea as to how she had brought the dragons in, the same monster-luring potion she had used during our vacation. Putting aside the matter of Fox Mask, if the Emperor ended up missing the conference, that would make Citri a terrorist. She was a good girl. She had just missed the mark a bit this time. Normally, she would never make something like this happen. I was sure she would never do it again if I had a talk with her. I held a hand to my aching stomach. We should continue. To retreat here would be admitting defeat. Those frigid dragons were nothing more than a light jab. As you saw, nobody was killed, and I'm sure we have enough muscle on our side.
Are Are you serious? Let me remind you, Fox is capable of manipulating dragons.
If my supposition is correct, there won't be any more dragons. I'm certain of it. Not a single one. Franz's eyes bulged.
What?
As for those foxes, there's a secret to dealing with them. Next time they show themselves, it'll be their last. I'd bring them down with my groveling techniques that now had multiple years of evolution behind them. Not to mention I would have Telm with me this time. With a knowing look in my eyes, I gave him a smile that was hard-boiled and dauntless. He looked back at me with suspicion. Just what was happening? The black-clad man stood alone in the room, a shadow falling over his face. He reflected on the attack that had just been carried out. The summoned dragon brood had been annihilated by the might of the counter cascade, but the man had anticipated that. The relic couldn't summon specific varieties of dragons, which left room for a wide range of creatures that might appear. If you had a group containing a level 7 and 8, they would be capable of taking on any sort of dragon, not just frigid dragon. And so, this outcome was just fine. The man had been surprised to see such a rare variety and so many at once, and he hadn't expected the knights to not have a single fatality among their ranks. However, this was fine as well. In fact, the man was glad to have gotten a glimpse of the mysterious powers of the 1,000 tricks. But the man hadn't anticipated what came after that. To think that the 1,000 tricks would advocate for the journey to continue. It made no sense at all. They were defending the emperor of a large nation. Anyone would cancel a journey after an incident like this. That, of course, had been the opinion of Franz and the Counter Cascade, and the man agreed with them. It was hard to imagine that someone who had attained the rank of level 8 couldn't understand their way of thinking. And yet, the 1,000 tricks had argued against their proposal. His stance hadn't been affected in the slightest by a dragon attack. Could that be the product of overconfidence? Or perhaps something else? The man thought back to the way the 1,000 tricks had behaved when he fended off the dragons. It had been for only a moment, a small gesture that nobody else had noticed. He had seen the dragons, held them off, then gave a thumbs up to the man as he watched from a distance. It had almost been like he had been commending a job well done. To see through the ruse all the while fighting off the dragons was impressive, but it didn't explain the gesture. And then he advocated not changing the plan. If anything, this worked in the man's favor. Within the imperial capital, the emperor was untouchable. Even if you managed to reach him within that stalwart castle, Roderick himself was formidable with a blade. But if he was outside, where his defenses were thinned, then things were different. For the man, who had the abnormal power to lure in dragons, killing the emperor was within the realm of possibility. Thus, he had no need to worry. He would be just fine if he slowly ground down the Zebrutians. But the man was unnerved by just how much things were going his way. It was like he was being told to just go right for the emperor's throat. What are you thinking, 1,000 tricks? The man had carried out many difficult tasks before. He had also failed at times and even escaped death by the narrowest margins. But he had never been this shaken. The 1,000 tricks had said there wouldn't be any more dragons, but he was wrong. It was true that dragons' reprisal required large amounts of mana, and the man didn't know how many successive uses he could withstand. But that was no reason to refrain from using the relic. The man clutched his head and whispered to himself in a soothing voice. He just needed to proceed as always. He just needed to think only of his objective and loyally carry out his duties.
What are you thinking, sir? We should talk about these things. We should talk about these things.
Now, calm down.
And not only that, why are you on my horse again? Get off, sir!
Now. The morning after the dragon attack, we departed the town. Sharing a horse with Chris, I clung to her back. We were serving as the caravan's rear guard. They must have been on high alert because the carriages were moving at a slower pace than they had yesterday. The weather was so nice, it was almost hard to believe we had been assaulted by dragons the previous night. Even the horses seemed to be trotting along with good spirits. I was perfectly comfortable. Citri, things are just fine as they are. Thinking about her reminded me of something Tino had previously said about white crows. Maybe she was right. Next time I saw her, I'd give Citri a thorough lecture. I had put Telm in the front of the caravan for today. I had known he was strong, but he had far exceeded my expectations with the extraordinary magic he had displayed. He might even have been stronger than Lucia. If Telm was with us, this quest was in safe hands, no matter what came our way. I'd have to give my thanks to the Abyssal Inferno.
And you weren't even right about the frigid dragons. Sir, their weakness wasn't fire. Was that some sort of joke?
Now.
Where's your motivation? Why can't you be serious? Like when you put up that barrier. Sir, if you were, then...
Yeah, huh? Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Chukakaj, cast by Artale Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artale.ai. Now, enjoy the story. I let out a big yawn, set to the background track of Chris's scolding. The day before had been a real whirlwind, but I didn't let that get to me. There's nothing as easy as an escort job when you're surrounded by powerful companions. I felt a little bad about receiving the flying carpet when I wasn't really doing anything. Just like yesterday, the carpet was floating along behind us. He was a real chill fellow when nobody was riding him. Holding tight onto Chris, I turned around and froze. My carpet, he wasn't there. I looked around, but saw no sign of him. Hey, Chris! Stop! Stop the horse!
What happened?
We came to a halt. With some trouble, I dismounted and squinted. My precious carpet was gone. Nowhere to be seen. I hadn't even taken him for a proper ride. The flying carpet was still a relic. Even unruly ones like him didn't just disappear on their own. The carriages continued to move, leaving us behind. It seemed they hadn't noticed that we had stopped. I didn't have any firepower to offer, and our strongest member tell him so with the carriages, so I figured it would be fine if I stepped away for a bit. Just a bit. I wasted no time making a decision. Chris, we're going back.
Did I hear that right? What about our job? Sir?
We're searching for my carpet. My precious carpet. It shouldn't be that far behind. I'm sure we can find it. Don't worry, I'm sure it won't take long. And the carriages are moving slowly, so we should be able to catch up. If we lose the carpet, then I'll have accepted this job for nothing.
I'm not too sure what's going on, but it's not a bad way to train. This is what adventuring's all about.
Having fun, Luke.
Luke's sword was a well-balanced straight sword. It was about 1 meter long, had a wide blade, and weighed very little. However, the most distinguishing aspect of this weapon was that every part of it was made from wood. Naturally, this meant it had no sharpened edge. But that didn't stop Luke from proudly pointing his sword to the cloudless heavens above. The tip was aimed straight at a small silhouette in the sky. That silhouette belonged to a green dragon, a common variety named for their variant scales. But a common variety of dragon was still a dragon, and therefore wasn't a recommended target for anyone below level 6. The dragon showed no interest in the humans below, and flew almost as though something were urging it along.
With all the dragons we've seen, I'm more than willing to bet some other force is at work here. Unless I'm mistaken, green dragons don't live around here. I suppose they must have flown here from somewhere far away.
Outside of a handful of varieties, dragons were all exceptionally skilled flyers. It was one of the reasons they dominated the other creatures of the land. Sometimes they could even exceed the speed of sound, something no mere human could hope to keep up with. Resting on her brother's shoulder and swinging her legs, Liz shrugged her shoulders. She always enjoyed a bit of bloodshed, but even she was getting tired.
How many does this make? Should there really be so many dragons out here? What's drawing them in? Who knows? Monster lures don't have much effect on dragons. I can't think of anything that might do this besides some sort of relic.
They had just spotted a dragon in the sky, but nobody was at all nervous about it. Just like the previous day, they were clearing the road for the caravan. In just a few hours, they had encountered 5 dragons.
Foxes, maybe? Seatree didn't dwell on it and instead turned towards Luke. Krai said there won't be any more dragons, so you know what that means.
Luke nodded. Taste my blade, he roared. School of Luke, throwing technique, fleeting glint.
The dragon sped up, almost as if challenging him, and Luke hurled his blade. Liz made a comment about the oddity of a swordsman throwing this weapon, but that didn't change the fact that his blade flew true and straight like a comet. Without losing any of its initial velocity, the blade was about to catch up to the green dragon when it burned up just before impact.
Damn it, burned again. What am I lacking? Lucia, another sword.
Maybe you lack motivation?
And Sem grunted in agreement.
Don't just say what comes to mind. Lucia scolded, and in her hand she formed a small whirlwind, carrying bits of glimmering ice. Hailstorm!
In an instant, the whirlwind expanded into a tornado that could reach the sky. Most spells involving nature had large-scale effects, and Lucia specialized in ice magic. The ice storm expanded faster than the dragon could fly, flattening the surrounding area in the process. Shortly after, there was a large thump that shook the ground. The dragon had crashed to the ground after being lacerated by the storm.
No backbreaking effort today, I guess. It seems like whatever is calling these dragons can't call very powerful ones. What of the materials? Let's leave them. It's a waste, but this is too much for us to carry.
I'm still enjoying myself, but it's hard to be grateful for excess prey even if they're dragons. I lost my sword, and it'd be easier if they all just came at once instead of one at a time.
Ansem grunted. Citri gazed regretfully at the mythical beast. Every part of a dragon was a valuable material, but they had no means to carry all that.
City, there's a big-ass horde of monsters headed our way. What do we do? Horde? Are they dragons? Liz squinted. She saw mythical beasts and sapient monsters running like it was the end of the world. I think I see some terror dragons. As for the horde of monsters, I see orcs, goblins, and a bunch of other stuff.
Terra dragons were one of the few dragons that couldn't fly. Their wings had devolved, but they made up for it with their large bodies and powerful attacks. They were at the heels of what seemed to be a bunch of terrestrial monsters. Coexistence between dragons and monsters was impossible. Standing at the top of every ecosystem they existed in, dragons were the nemesis of every creature besides humans.
Let's go. I'm sure my sword will connect now. It's time. Time for me to cut.
Holding a sword freshly minted by Lucia, he rolled up his sleeves. Without stopping for a moment, the horde of monsters headed straight for the Grievers. However, it would be more accurate to say they were headed for what was far behind them, the Emperor and his retinue.
Citri pondered the situation for a moment before clapping her hands together. Luke, please cut only the dragons. I'd like you to leave the monsters unharmed.
What's that? What for?
Krai said he has no use for dragons. He said nothing about monsters.
He had specifically said dragons. This most likely meant that he wanted anything but dragons. Citri had known him a long time, so she knew how to understand what he was thinking, even when he didn't say it aloud.
Luke nodded, entirely convinced. I see now. Okay, cutting with discretion, is that it? Just the dragons. Got it. I can do this. Just the dragons. I cut only the dragons. I think this'll be fine training. I can hardly wait.
How confounding. The curse should have been successfully cast, yet no dragons were appearing. Riding in a carriage with some other gods, the man furrowed his brow as he considered the bizarre situation.
The journey had been as easy as one could possibly want. The sky was without a single cloud or sign of incoming dragons. Last night's events had been outside the norm, but no dragons appearing at all was a first for the man. The relic simply called dragons to its position, so you couldn't expect immediate results. This, however, was far too much of a delay to ignore. The man made sure not to let his concern show on his face. The caravan was already on edge after the previous night's incident, and they likely suspected a traitor was among their ranks. And there was no point in fretting when the man had no way of even confirming if the curse had worked or not.
The 1,000 Tricks wasn't anywhere close. He had volunteered to be the rear guard, which put him far from the Emperor's carriage. It made no sense. If he was going to guard the Emperor, it was only natural that the 1,000 Tricks stay close by his side. He wouldn't be able to get too close so long as the Emperor was surrounded by knights, but that was no reason to volunteer to stay in the back.
In this current state, the Emperor was defenseless. Those incompetent knights had yet to realize that the man was their enemy. Even without relics, the man could fight. He wasn't about to do anything impulsive, but he believed he could potentially kill the Emperor so long as he was willing to throw his own life away in the process.
Among the gods, he was only outmatched by the 1,000 Tricks and the Counter Cascade. All he had to fear was the preterhuman artifices of the 1,000 Tricks, whose behavior the man found incredibly suspicious.
Monsters! A horde of monsters is coming! It's massive! All units, prepare to protect the carriage!
What was that? Impossible! The curse was only meant to draw in dragons. This wasn't his work. He turned around. The hunter assigned to the rearguard was nowhere to be seen.
Honestly, words fail me. What were you thinking? Crit making more work for Lucia.
Sorry. I said, clutching my precious. Now that it was out of mana, it was nothing more than a normal carpet. I was entirely to blame for this mishap. Keeping tabs on a self-propelled relic's mana charge should be second nature for all relic users. If Mathis found out about this, I was sure to get a loud and angry lecture.
I accompanied you because I saw how worried you were, sir. But this was all because you lost your carpet. I feel like an idiot, sir.
Forgive me.
Only once you've lost that grin, sir. What if something had happened to the caravan while we were away?
How could she blame me for grinning? It was a perfectly normal reaction to reclaiming my carpet. I don't feel good saying it, but I'd probably do the same thing if it happened again. It's not like the Emperor was safer with me around or anything. I had told Citri not to send any more dragons, and it was unlikely any would come of their own accord. If they did continue to come, then the only reasonable conclusion would be that the Emperor was cursed. Don't worry. I've said it before, but nothing's gonna happen. We traveled at a brisk pace and caught up with the caravan in only 10 minutes, and when we did, we found the carriages surrounded by monster corpses. Upon noticing us, Franz glared at us like a demon. It appeared that something had indeed happened. Depending on how you looked at it, you could say I made the right, or wrong, decision to go get my carpet. I might have been an expert at apologies, but I had still committed the worst sin a hired guard possibly could. Without saying anything, I had separated from my client, and they had been attacked in my absence. This could harm my reputation enough to result in my level being lowered. Even Chris was frozen still. I hadn't taken my entire group with me, but as the leader, it wasn't going to be easy coming up with an excuse for my actions. I'd probably be killed if I told the truth and explained to them that I had gone back to fetch my carpet. Tell knit his brow. Unless I was mistaken, Ketchikaka wore a cloudy expression. Calm down, Krai. Now's not the time for panicking. Be calm. You've survived plenty of trials so far, you can survive this one too. I lightly patted Chris's stiff back and got off the horse. Even now I was perfectly comfortable. Was anyone wounded?
What gives you the right to ask that? No wounded.
He was awfully level-headed for a noble. The average one would have absolutely bellowed at me. But more important was the news that there were no wounded. Looking around, the signs of battle suggested it had been a one-sided one. Nothing shocking about that when we had a Magus, who could wipe out a brood of frigid dragons in an instant. No horde of monsters was going to be a threat while he was around. This was no time for relief, but I was relieved. If nobody had been hurt, maybe it was still possible I might be forgiven. Maybe, or maybe I was being delusional. I won't do it again, so please forgive me. Franz stomped over to me, stopping right in front of my eyes. Everyone looked at me with critical gazes.
As much as I'd like to settle this right now, we are unfortunately stopped in the middle of the road. When we get to town, I expect a thorough explanation from you.
So what am I going to do about this?
What will you do? Human weakling? I have no special attachment to this job or your hierarchies, but my pride demands we don't get sacked.
Honestly, I didn't think there was anything we could do. Bringing Telm had been my decision, and he had eliminated the frigid dragons. I was confident that decision would keep me from being thrown in jail, but this would be a blow to my honor. However, I didn't really care about honor, nor did anyone in Grieving Souls for that matter, and a level demotion would actually be welcome. But there was just one issue: the carpet. Would they want it back? Would they let me buy it off them?
And Lucia even told me to look after you.
Don't worry. You're only here because I dragged you along. I'll do what I can to support you.
Just shut up, sir!
Okay. A few knights had been diverted from the Imperial Guard and were keeping an eye on us. I didn't plan on going anywhere, but I had lost any faith they had in me. I'm sure it didn't help that Perfect Vacation didn't look like the useful relic it was. In retrospect, I think they had a lot of reasons for not trusting me. It's not like I had wanted to pull away from the caravan, but that wouldn't mean much to them. Surrender seemed like the best option at this point. As we rode along, I felt more and more like a man awaiting his execution. But then the caravan came to an abrupt halt. Was it another attack? Maybe the Emperor really was cursed if he was getting attacked so much. I knew I should have no to this. No. I need the flying carpet.
Get off! Hurry, sir!
I didn't hear any sounds of combat, so it must not have been an attack. Franz left the Emperor's side and came over to us. His face was grave but lacked the rage it contained earlier.
It's a dragon corpse. There are clear marks showing it didn't die of natural causes.
What's with all the dragons? Has the Empire become dragon territory? Maybe we should relocate the capital.
His Imperial Majesty requests your assessment of the situation.
I'm not an expert or anything.
Just come already!
I was a little disturbed by the amount of faith placed in me for my level. Did every level 8 get this sort of deference? Franz dragged me to the front of the caravan, where a corpse was resting in the middle of the road. The color of its hide informed me that it was a green dragon. The first dragon Grieving Souls had ever killed was a green dragon, but that was a long time ago. It was a fair bit larger than one of our specially built carriages, but its body was battered, and its wings had been shredded. Telm felt the surface of the dragon and frowned.
If hunters did this, then I have to question why they abandoned the corpse. Could this be the work of another mythical beast?
It was killed quite recently. I believe it was likely killed by ice magic, and while flying at that.
There's no ice magic that could bring down a dragon so easily, or so I'd like to say. There are traces in the air of a large-scale spell being used. This is most likely the work of a human. Sir?
Kitchachaka laughed to himself. I was amazed. So this was what hunters looked like. What were those traces in the air that Chris mentioned? Could she see them? All I could tell was the thing before us was a dead dragon. I folded my arms and nodded, impressed by their work.
Care to offer your own assessment?
I'm not quite sure how to put it, but I don't think we need to dwell on this.
What?
They had no way of knowing this, but once again, I was aware of something that they weren't. Lucia had done this. My younger sister, Lucia Rogier, was an expert when it came to wide-area offensive spells. Even in Grieving Souls, each member had their own role to play. There were occasions when we found ourselves surrounded by dozens of monsters. The task of intercepting those monsters fell on the shoulders of Lucia, the avatar of creation. As her skills developed, so did the potential radius of her spells. She already reached incredible heights, as we had seen back when she turned a whole town into frogs. Lucia was particularly fond of ice magic, so I was certain this was her doing. I had heard that lately. Grieving Souls' favorite tactic was for Lucia to slow a target with ice and then let the other members move in. Wallowing in my uselessness, I put on a hard-boiled front. Don't ask. So they went on ahead. Looks like someone can't help but worry about her brother.
Could this be your doing?
Of course it wasn't. What sort of person did he take me for? How could I have gone ahead and off to Dragon when I was with the caravan for most of the trip? Telm looked at me with suspicion, but then I had a divine revelation. Could I use this as an excuse for my absence? It'd be a lie, but I was technically the leader of Grieving Souls, so maybe I could get away with saying their power was my power. Well, I won't say you're wrong.
That's not an answer.
The human walking was with me the entire time. He didn't do a thing, sir.
You're right. Totally right. But even still, Chris sure was an honest person. I just gave a pathetic smile and shrugged my shoulders. Whatever the case, there's no need to dwell on something as minor as this cadaver. Whatever happened, the fact is that it's dead. Let's hurry up and get to the next town. However, the road was littered with dead dragons. It was like a gallery of corpses. All I could do was give a chagrined smile as the abnormal scenery rolled by. There were shredded monsters and a dragon cut clean in two. This was probably the work of Luke. There was a red dragon that was clearly dead, but showed no external wounds. This was probably the work of Citri. There was a wyvern whose head had been twisted off. This was probably the work of Liz and Ansem. Even Franz and his proud knights looked sickened by the horrific sights. Telm was unperturbed, but he clearly had something he wanted to say. It was possible he had figured out that allies of mine had done this. He had nothing to worry about because those allies were my childhood friends. Look at all these dead dragons. Maybe it really is time to get out of Zebrudia. Franz Argman froze when he heard what the Emperor had to say.
You want the hunters by your side?
This had been the most abnormal escort job he had ever experienced. There had been the attack by Fox, the dragon brood, the monster horde, and now the inexplicably slaughtered dragons. They had made it through another day, but the knights were getting tired. Roderick looked as unshakable as ever, not a hint of fatigue on his face. But that was just because he kept it hidden. The exhaustion felt by a man bearing the weight of a major empire no doubt dwarfed that felt by Franz.
This was humiliating. The Zero Order had long been in charge of protecting the Emperor, and had never ceded that duty to anyone else. But the Emperor's reasoning wasn't beyond Franz. The Imperial Guard were some of the best out there, but there was still a clear gap between them and the Counter Cascade. That level 6 Kachikak and Chris were both very likely better magi than those in the Imperial Guard. Without them, everyone might have died to the frigid dragons. You speak true, your Imperial Majesty. The Counter Cascade is powerful and accomplished in his field. However, the actions of that man, the Thousand Tricks, are clearly unnatural. I worry that placing him at your side may be a premature decision. Franz was put off by the Thousand Tricks. The level 8 wasn't hard to believe that his powers were exceptional, but his behavior defied comprehension. Franz had come across plenty of arrogant hunters, but something about this one was different. Frankly, Franz considered him the sort of hunter that normally nobody would want anything to do with. Not to mention, there were the rumors of the trials he liked to inflict on his clan members.
You're quite right, but that man's innocence has already been proven by tears of truth.
If these attacks had all been the work of Fox, then it meant they knew the route the caravan was taking. The most likely explanation was that the caravan had a traitor in its midst. If that were true, then the only two people whose innocence could be guaranteed was Franz and the Thousand Tricks. How ironic that that inscrutable hunter was the man Franz could trust the most. When they discovered the dragon corpse, the Thousand Tricks had been calm and collected, whereas even the Counter Cascade had been grimacing. Something about that was strangely reassuring to Franz. The means by which he might have done so were unclear, and he never even claimed to do it. But if that unfathomable man had indeed somehow slain those dragons, then Franz couldn't remove him from the guard no matter how much he wanted to. Franz was the leader of the Zero Order, the Emperor's personal guard. He would never prioritize his pride over the safety of the Emperor, and if the Thousand Tricks were to be kept nearby, Franz could personally keep an eye on him. Going by that reasoning, his subordinates were also likely to accept this decision.
The eyes of Roderick Atolm Zabrudia were clear. Franz almost thought he could see straight to his heart. The safety of the Emperor took priority above all else. Franz couldn't keep his stress from showing on his face, but he could keep his emotions from controlling him.
As you wish, your Imperial Majesty.
Talmapaklis sat in his inn room. He thought deeply about the situation thus far and reached a bitter conclusion. He had had his suspicions, but the recent developments gave him the evidence he needed. He was all but certain that the Thousand Tricks was a member of Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox. Not only that, Telm suspected him to be a member of the upper echelons. The Counter Cascade didn't know how that man had deceived Tears of Truth, but he had to confirm his suspicions. At least, Telm and Kichakaka are fine.
I thought you had just eaten unused nuts. This shouldn't be possible. And what of your mana?
My throat was dry. I tried taking a few deep breaths, and doing so helped me grasp the situation. Huh? Could it be? Did my magic talents bloom overnight? Chris would often tell me that because Lucia was my sister, I could develop some skills if I just applied myself. Lucia, as a reminder, is not related to me by blood. Had things finally started to change for the better? I heard the Imperial Frog Princess ribbiting. If my talents had bloomed, it was too early to be celebrating. Frog Franz and the Imperial Frog Guard let out a symphony of protests. Only the Frog Emperor maintained his solemn dignity. His frog form had golden skin, a remnant of his human visage. So these are my true powers, I told myself as I wore a nihilistic smile, all in an attempt to avoid the reality before me. Looks like I'm the better of the two siblings. Mana means nothing to a true magus. Total bullshit, by the way.
Is now the time for that?
The magus from the Imperial Guard stammered. She seemed to be panicking, which was a perfectly normal reaction to seeing all your comrades turned into frogs. But hadn't the Emperor been wearing a safety ring? Had I bypassed it? Many a true word is spoken in jest, as they say. Didn't I tell you? My control over the spell is still lacking.
Revert them! Revert them this instant!
What a great idea that was. The only issue was that I had no idea how. Reverse! I screamed, but nothing happened. I must have been really fretting, because then I had an auditory hallucination.
That's impossible.
It sounded like Lucia. The situation was bleak. At this rate, I was going to be charged with the unprecedented crime of regicide via frog spell. I desperately tried to remember how we undid the spell last time. Oh, that's right. Now I remember. We just squashed them. With much ruckus, the frogs were all turned back to humans. Fortunately, it appeared the spell I had cast was the same as Lucia's. Perhaps one glance had been all my instincts needed to process and learn the spell. If my magic talents had finally awakened, it was happening a bit too fast.
After squashing a number of frogs, Franz pointed an angry finger at me. His face was red with rage. Your Imperial Majesty, I cannot bear this man's insolence any longer. He needs to be removed at once. Even without him, the Imperial Guard and the Counter Cascade are more than enough to protect you.
Oh, good idea!
Be quiet. What are you trying to do?
I understand your anger, Franz, but please calm yourself.
No, it's fine. Get rid of me. I don't want to be here anyways. Look, even Princess Marina is afraid of me.
This man turned you and the Imperial Princess into frogs. He insisted that it would be disrespectful if he were to crush you two, and forced the task onto me, saying it would be fine if I did it. But I couldn't disagree more.
You did what needed to be done, and it was I who told the 1,000 Tricks to cast the spell.
I refuse to believe that that was the only way. This man is making a mockery of the Empire.
And no, I'm not.
Silence? You're not even dressed appropriately for this job.
Franz was losing his mind, but I don't see why he had to bring up my shirt again. He stood directly in front of me, looking down at my face. I looked up and saw a vein bulging on his forehead.
Once this is over and we've returned to the capital, I'll make sure you pay for this.
I'm really sorry that this happened. And I did warn you that I can't control the spell very well.
Quiet. You shouldn't have been able to use magic at all after eating something that hinders mana manipulation.
If they understood that, yet still made me use the spell, then all I could do was shrug. In a mocking gesture, the carpet did the same. What a cute fellow.
You've also upset her Imperial Highness.
And no, she was always like, never mind. Chris was also completely pissed off. The blood had drained from her face, and she was trembling like she was struggling to contain her anger. I said I was sorry. Even I hadn't expected I would actually cast a spell.
Nonetheless, this is no time to be fighting among ourselves. The Tears have already certified the 1,000 Tricks' innocence. I think Marina is much safer with him around.
Wow. You'll forgive just about... didn't mean to say that. Franz let out a voiceless scream. Marina hung her head, but it looked like I hadn't been fired just yet. What a lenient fellow the Emperor was. The moment we returned to my room, Chris gave me an earful. I guess not everyone could be as forgiving as the Emperor.
I can't believe you. Do you have it out for me? Sir?
Now. I'm just glad the spell was undone.
Was there a possibility that it wouldn't be undone?
Oh, maybe a 5% chance. Chris visibly recoiled. As I thought about it, I realized my blossoming talents meant I might be able to go on adventures with the rest of Grieving Souls. The thought of that made me very happy. I noticed a pitcher on the desk. Here, calm down and have a sip of water. Oh, why don't I turn this water into wine? It shouldn't be too hard if I can turn people into frogs.
That's impossible.
The Lucia in my head refuted the idea. I cleared my throat and heeded her warning. I could never go against my sister. Just kidding. Of course I can't turn water into wine. Orange juice, however.
Impossible.
I'm only joking. Magic's got its limits.
After all my help, you just make fun of me. That's it, I'm going to bed. Do as you please, sir.
And with that, she stomped out of my room.
I'm retiring as well. Turning water into wine is impossible. Just do what you like. Good night.
I wasn't trying to make them angry or anything. Darn. I'll apologize to her tomorrow. And what's with these auditory hallucinations? Once Chris was gone, Telm and Ketchikak arrived. My room was a real hotspot. However, I was ready to go to bed after such a hectic evening. Having turned the Emperor into a frog and all, I could hardly say it had been an easy day for me. But experience had taught me how to keep my weariness from showing on my face.
What happened back there?
His face was graver than I had ever seen it. I guess he wasn't a fan of seeing the Emperor turned into a frog? Okay, I'm not sure anybody would be, sorry. It just sort of happened. I didn't mean to turn him into a frog.
What are you trying to do? Please, explain your plan to us.
Plan? The plan is to follow the Emperor's orders. We're just his hired guards. Something about this was off. Our job was to secure the Emperor's path. I didn't plan on having involvement in the planning.
Telm calmed himself. But that was a perfect opportunity, he said in a small voice. You turned the Emperor and his retinue into frogs.
I had no clue what he was getting at. He had said a perfect opportunity, so maybe he was trying to say that we could have traveled faster if we carried the frogs. He may have seemed sane, but he was still the right hand of the Abyssal Inferno. In my head, I changed his danger rating from a D to an A. You have a point, but I didn't think it good to keep him like that. As I've said before, that was a mere coincidence. Besides, one of them remained unaffected by the spell, remember?
Yes, but still.
He seemed dissatisfied, but I wasn't going to budge. You can't forget that people are still people. If we transported the Emperor as a frog, word of it might slip out. Once that happened, it didn't matter if we had succeeded as escorts. There would be no place left for us in the Empire. You have to consider what will follow this job. For now, we'll follow Franz's plans. I don't think anything will happen on the ground, but the air might prove to be a problem. Prepare as thoroughly as you can.
I see now. You're right. It would be unnatural if it was finished here. But what sort of preparations are we to make?
I'll leave that to you. I trust both of you, and I have my own preparation to make.
Understood.
I heard Kichikaka chuckling. I felt I had gotten through to him. I was sure that he was one of agreement. When those two left, my room was quiet once again. So far the journey had been a smooth one, but this was where things would get tricky. Airborne travel was dangerous. Up there, fleeing wasn't an option, and you could crash. Even if you survived a crash, there was still a good chance you would be stranded somewhere remote. But now I had a countermeasure. I looked up at my flying carpet. It was hovering nearby, needlessly expending mana. Night Hiker, the relic I had used in White Wolf's den, had the drawback of only working at night. But this fellow was different. Let's get along. We can fly through the sky together. The carpet abruptly shifted from his lazy hovering to an intense charge. He slammed into me, causing me to roll across the floor and hit my head on the wall. There went another safety ring. Did the carpet have a grudge against me? At this point, he had done more damage to me than Arnold had. I needed time to practice. 3 days at least. I rolled over onto the thick, not violent carpet on the floor and thought about it. I was fairly certain we were ahead of schedule, so I considered asking Franz for a brief delay. The next day, we arrived in one of the largest cities in the Empire, Vedant. It was a metropolitan area, comparable to the imperial capital. The ramparts were sturdy, the town was clean, and unless I was mistaken, even the people were finely outfitted. To top it all off, this city had the only airship port in Zeebrugge. As their name suggested, airships were ships that could fly. I didn't know how they flew without using relics, but apparently it was some combination of applied science and magic. I found it incredibly interesting. But before we could take off, we had to make sure everything was safe and secure. Franz seemed to be relieved that we hadn't been attacked all day, so I bowed and asked for some extra time. My goal was to be able to at least rescue the Emperor. Should we begin to crash? My team could take care of themselves. They were magi, after all. So would Franz. He was of the Imperial Guard, after all. I insisted that this delay was for the sake of the journey, but didn't offer any specifics. Franz didn't seem at all interested in granting my wish, but then the Emperor intervened.
I see no harm in it, friends. We have time, and Narina's tired from the long journey.
But, you Imperial Majesty, it's dangerous to stay too long in one place. Fox could strike at any pale.
It's better than getting attacked in the air.
Who would attack us in the sky? And why aren't you already prepared?
Oh, there's plenty of possibilities. I didn't buy the idea that our enemies could manipulate dragons, but if our enemies really could do that, then an airship would be a floating coffin. It was hard to imagine that Fox Phantom could fly, but being what it was, I wouldn't have been surprised if it proved me wrong. Simply being on the ground made the city the safer of the two options.
We've already fended them off once. We can deal with them as long as we put our minds to it. I'm much more concerned about what might happen if we take off without adequate preparations.
I didn't quite get why, but it looked like the Emperor was on my side. Praise be the power of level 8. Franz glared at me spitefully. Being a noble must have been tough.
Be grateful for His Imperial Majesty's magnanimity. I'll give you 3 days, nothing more. Now go. Don't waste a single moment.
Everyone was gathered in a luxury inn that catered to hunters.
It's been some time since this has happened, but Krai is making a multi-day adjustment. He plans to make his move soon. Everyone prepare as thoroughly as you can.
After I bowed before her, Chris agreed to charge my relics. She got angry and told me not to dip my head so easily. She was the one who labeled me a human weakling, but I guess she didn't want me acting too weak. I left Telm in charge of the Emperor and went off in search of a training ground. I found the largest one I could and rented the entire thing for myself. I didn't want to share because of the hazards involved when flying the carpet, more for my weight than my non-existent strength. If the carpet sent me flying and I collided with someone, my safety rings would keep me unharmed, but the other party could get injured. Hunters had in fact been killed by Night Hiker, which flew at similar speeds. There was something overwhelming about the empty training ground. Hitting the dirt floor headfirst could easily be fatal. The sturdy metal walls had no cushioning to soften any collisions. Like a hunter preparing for a decisive battle, I glared at the carpet, who was casually sauntering around.
Perhaps I should leave.
What for?
Well, you can learn a lot by watching someone train. I'm sure even you have some techniques you don't want anyone else knowing about. So...
What a good girl she was. But she was worrying over nothing. I had no problems being watched. And if Chris left, then who would charge my carpet, shirt, and safety rings?
Chris tilted her head towards a man who was clad entirely in black and laughing suspiciously. I don't know why he came along, but maybe I should also take Ketcha with me.
No, I don't mind if you two are here. Though, I don't really think there will be anything worth seeing. It'll be dangerous, so just stand back a bit. Today I'm going to go all out. Chris was taken aback. Even I could succeed when I put my mind to it. I took deep breaths and stretched my arms and legs. The delinquent carpet's expression was calm, not that he actually had a face, but I was about to change that, for I was a man who had managed to tame the deadly Night Hiker. Of course, if not for my safety rings, I would have been another one of its victims. The delinquent carpet waved his right hand as though telling me to bring it on. I clenched my fists. Maybe these violent tendencies make him more valuable than a normal flying carpet? As I rushed at the carpet, I let out a yell that even I'll admit was pathetic. My right hand grabbed one of his corners. He rocketed into the air and I hit the ceiling, dying upon impact.
What's the point of this? Human weakling. That carpet is clearly defective, sir. You won't get anywhere no matter how much time you spend on this, sir. What do you even plan to use this carpet for? Remember, I'm the one who has to keep charging your relics. Just give up, or at least do your own charging. Sir! Just give up, sir! Why, you look like you're having fun. Ha! Please, put yourself in my shoes. Sir, haven't you had enough? I'm sure everyone nearby is sick of hearing you banging and clanging around. Give up. Quit already. Let's save it for tomorrow. I'm going to rest, sir.
The carpet was formidable. He was so formidable that by the end of the day, Chris was flat on the floor. I was able to get a grip on the carpet, but most of the time I was thrown off, or instead flung against the floor or a wall. And then I would die. Chris looked like she was approaching her limit. She was already curled up on the ground like she was about to draw her final breaths. But she was fine. Nobody ever died from expending too much mana. And noble spirits regenerated mana very quickly. I moved Chris somewhere out of the way, then looked at the carpet. Damn. You think I'm gonna give up that easily? As though asking for a hug, the carpet spread his arms, I guess you can call them that, out wide. I dove at him and was immediately thrown to the ground. He was made of cloth, so his attacks were inevitably weak, but maybe he was even weaker than me. Lying on the ground, I looked up at his ornate patterns. I know all about it. I know that you want to let people ride you. The carpet didn't respond and just placed his legs on my forehead. I must have been the only level 8 to have that happen to them. But this reaction wasn't far from what I had expected. Since he was a flying carpet, I wouldn't have been able to grab his corners or even touch him if he really didn't want me to. But I was managing to do both those things. The only reasonable conclusion was that deep down, the carpet desired a passenger. But now I was in a tough spot. I couldn't practice if Chris was out of commission. My supposedly awakened magic powers hadn't resurfaced once since the frog incident. This left me with one option. I turned towards Kichachika, who was quietly standing silently in the corner. Unlike Chris, he had just been observing and keeping his opinions to himself. I still found the man just as suspicious as the day I had met him, but now I also knew what an accommodating person he was. Excuse me, I've got a favor to ask of you.
Dobra.
If you don't mind, could you perhaps charge my relics for me?
Bo wracał Rzecki.
So I still can't get through to him. Didn't this guy use the occasional word when we first met? What a funny thing it was that this man who only laughed suspiciously was serving as a guard of the Emperor. Was he speaking some special jargon? Or maybe he was from a foreign land. I wished I had brought my translation staff. As the name suggested, that was a staff that translated words. The relic's proper name was Round World. If I had brought that staff on my vacation, I could have easily communicated with the cave people. It was an extremely convenient relic, but I hadn't brought it on this job because it was heavy, and the people at our destination spoke the same language as us. If it was a ring, then I would have worn it everywhere, but the world isn't that convenient of a place. Hey. Ketchikeka recoiled for some reason. It had worked with the cave people, but random words apparently weren't enough this time around. And yet, it seemed this guy had managed to befriend Chris of all people. Maybe she was more open-minded than I thought. I began to worry about my training prospects as I was all too aware of the time limit I was working with. Then I heard the door opening, even though I was fairly certain there was a sign saying this training ground had been rented out. I looked at the door and was caught off guard by what I saw. In came a bizarre group of figures covered in white bedsheets. Kichachaka froze in place, deciding to be friendly only when it suited his convenience. The carpet hid behind me. 5 sheet wraiths ambled up to me and stood in a line. Still lying on the ground, Chris looked like she was having a nightmare. But I knew who these sheet-clad people were. I couldn't let Chris and Kichachaka in on the secret, but these were the people I trusted more than anyone in the world. Have you come to help me? My fists clenched when I realized things might work out now. The thief wraith tried to jump on me, but her skin, the bedsheet that is, was caught by an alchemy wraith with a large backpack. One of the sheet wraiths had struggled to fit through the door even after crouching down and towered above the others. Anne's giant wraith. I'm amazed you found such a large bedsheet. He grunted in agreement. Watching the exchange before him, Ketchachaka was bewildered for the umpteenth time. Fox was an immense organization, so it wasn't surprising that one of its top members would have far more people at their disposal than the average operative of the underground. Therefore, there was nothing strange about a group appearing abruptly and receiving orders from the Thousand Tricks. However, when everyone in that gang was clad in white bedsheets, it would be enough to shake even the Counter Cascade if he had been present. Kachaka, of all people, had little right to feel this way, but he found the bedsheet elementals extraordinarily suspicious.
The guards might apprehend Temias for walking around like that. The most striking member of the ranks was the one tall enough that Ketchihaka was forced to crane his neck to say entirely, Sir Kiligon was tall, but that one was nothing compared to this fellow the Thousand Tricks had called Gjant Wraith. He couldn't tell what was beneath that sheet, but its garbled voice made it clear. It was something intelligent. Kehaka was already confused by the sight of the Thousand Tricks training, but this was a shock magnitude greater. He had been curious how someone of the Thousand chef, but the results left him wishing had never come along in the first place. He should have assisted Ellen with guard duty or prepared for their airborne journey.
One of the bedsheet elementals was calmly staring at Kachaka. He could tell by the presence that the elemental was powerful, but he couldn't figure out anything beyond that. Whatever reason the elemental had for carrying a wooden sword was beyond the magus. But even more confounding was the joyous manner in which the Thousand Tricks was issuing orders to the elementals. Kachaka couldn't even tell whether or not this was some elaborate farce. He wondered how Franz would react if he were here. The elemental with the backpack large enough to fit a child and set their bag down and pounced on Chris. The noble spirit was unable to resist as she was dragged inside. Her state of mana depletion should have prevented her from even raising her voice, but she still managed a mangled scream. That, however, died down immediately as the sheets writhed slightly. That should do it. The alchemy wraith is an expert healer.
That was healing. That was healing. Even the most generous appraisal would still describe that as an attack. Kehachaka was completely baffled, but the man of the 13th tail proudly rattled on.
The thief wraith is incredibly fast. She can go from here to the capital and back in less than 3 days. Now go on, I'm counting on you. The smallest of the wraiths became a momentary blur before disappearing. She had run off. Kachaka had a fair amount of confidence in his visual tracking abilities, but even the thief wraith had been too fast for him. The Thousand Tricks hadn't been kidding about her speed. That sort of instantaneous acceleration was a magus's worst nightmare. Even Telm, who could cast spells almost instantly, would likely struggle with such a fast target. Her getup might have been ridiculous, but she clearly surpassed the average lackey. If people like this were on their side, the assassination was going to be very easy. Kachaka began to wonder if maybe these elementals were also the reason the mercenaries had never appeared. The magic wraith specializes in magic, and the sword wraith is, very fond of swords. And there's the giant wraith. He's very large. Kachaka made no response. If I explain that they're elementals at my command, do you think they'll let me take them on the airship? Kachaka gave up. He just couldn't discern the purpose of any of this. He couldn't even tell if this was a joke or not. But there was no use thinking too deeply about it. There wasn't a chance in hell that these things would be allowed on the airship. That was simply too absurd. Kachaka made a small noise, then darted from the training ground.
Krai! What do you want the sword-loving sword wraith to do?
Your appearance won't be for a bit longer. Why not do some practice swings?
Practice swings? It's tricky. Very tricky. I still have much to learn.
Gripping the sword through the bedsheet, the sword wraith began to swing with fervor. Nobody was as good at cutting as the sword-loving sword wraith, but unfortunately, that was all the flawed wraith could do. That he was content with those circumstances made him a troublesome wraith. I guess I can't convince anyone that these are my elementals. Even Kachaka left due to sheer disillusionment. The alchemy wraith slowly separated from Chris. The noble spirit was still on the ground, still as a stone. She had probably fainted after being forced to drink a super bitter mana potion. Thanks. About those sheets, did Liz mention it? The alchemy wraith made no response. Instead, she raised her sheet up high and tried to drag me under, but the magic wraith tripped her, sending her sprawling across the floor. Then she was flung away. The magic wraith had no distinguishing features. I just knew she was the magic one by process of elimination.
Leader, please screwing around during your escort quest. It's behavior such as this that earns you so many enemies.
I had no recollection of screwing around. But now that she was here, I removed my spent safety rings and handed them to the magic wraith. I noticed her quaking. We moved from the training grounds to the inn where my friends were staying. Citri took off her bedsheet, class changing from alchemy wraith to alchemist.
We're at the limits of Comstone range.
Comstone?
It's a recently developed magic tool that employs communications magic. They're based on sounding stone relics. They're not nearly as effective, but they can be mass-produced. There's one installed in Sir Killigan.
That's convenient.
Though perhaps based on wasn't the right word. Sounding stones are relics, so the only thing borrowed here is the outer design.
Citri pulled out a cubic stone, roughly the size of her fist. So this was how they had been keeping tabs on me. I took a seat and Citri went off to put on some tea. I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. I had been so perfectly comfortable I hadn't realized how on edge I really was. But having my friends around was a different sort of relief. With the magic wraith, I was sure I'd be able to finish practicing with the flying carpet in time.
Citri grinned when she noticed me relaxing. This job is approaching its climax. Once you take to the skies, the options available to us will be limited considerably. So I was wondering if there was anything we should be doing in the meantime.
Thanks. Let me think about it. Turning it over in my head, I felt a little pathetic relying on them so much, but I figured there was no harm if it resulted in making me look good before Franz and the Emperor. Not to mention you could never be too careful when traveling via airship.
Let me be clear, I still can turn water into wine or orange juice or whatever other liquids you might want.
Where am I?
Oh, you're finally up. Sorry about all that, Chris.
Human weakling? That's right,
Chris sat up, her eyes darting in every direction. Clutching her head, she looked outside and saw that the sun had set. Next, she examined herself. A few hours had passed since she had collapsed. It seemed that Alchemy Wraith hadn't just fed her a mana potion, but also something to erase her memories. I couldn't deny that erasing her memories made things easier for us, but I also felt that Citri should be a bit more hesitant about using those potions. What about Kichacheka? All he did was laugh, so we probably didn't have to worry about him. You're in my room. You collapsed due to mana depletion, so I carried you here. Are you all right? Perhaps due to the potion, Chris was still a bit out of it. Those purple eyes of hers were briefly fixated on me as she thought things over.
Just what were those wraiths, sir?
Are you sure that wasn't a dream?
It's coming back to me. That one wraith forced me to drink something.
Her memories haven't disappeared at all. Sutri was smart, but she always made little mistakes like this.
The confusion slowly faded from Chris's face. I remember. Sir, that's right. I recognize the person under the bedsheet. She's one of your party members. She was there when we negotiated Starlight's entry into First Steps. Sir!
It looks like her memories are fairly clear, and she even got a look at Citri's face. That was just a dream. Chris wobbled as she stood up. I took a step towards her, but an unspoken force told me I should step back. Before I knew it, I had retreated all the way to the wall.
Do you really expect me to believe that? Her eyes were narrowed and her voice low. I want you to tell me everything you're planning, sir!
It was a dream.
Huh? Look me dead in the eye and say that again. Sir, swear to your teammate.
Hey, you're too close. Get back. I could see her pointed ears twitch. I could tell just how clear her eyes were and discern the shape of her lips. Despite what the name Noble Spirit might suggest, they didn't actually look very different from humans. Wouldn't our roles usually be reversed in this sort of scenario? I'm still a man, after all. And Chris might look dainty, but she's still a hunter. I considered telling her the truth. I would still have to keep Telm and Ketchikaka in the dark, but Chris was a fellow clan member. I thought there was a chance she might understand if I explained the situation to her. Sure, maybe it was a small chance. I really didn't know what to do.
Chris smiled when she noticed me wavering. It was a cocky smile uncharacteristic of her. Go ahead, say it, sir. I might forgive you if you tell me the truth, sir.
Then the door opened suddenly.
1,000 tricks. There's something I'd like to talk about. Eh?
It was Telm. His eyes shot wide open when he saw me against the wall and Chris wearing a confident smile. He froze for a second, before nodding as though it all made sense now.
So that's it. I wondered why you brought her, but if this is the sort of relationship you two have, then... forgive my sudden intrusion. If you're inclined to listen to your elders, I'd suggest you lock the door at such times. My apologies for barging in. My conversation can wait, so I'll return later.
The door shut with a loud creak. Chris blinked, then looked alternatingly between me and the door. Once she processed what Telm had said, her face turned a deep scarlet.
That human's clearly mistaken. Teacher suggests that you and I would it'll be a cold day in hell when that happens. Sir, where did he hit his head to get that thought in his skull? A magically and physically superior noble spirit would never pair with some brittle human. Sir,
I hear we're not that different, biologically speaking. They're rare, but there are half-noble spirits.
shut up! The blame entirely rests. Just don't think this is over. Sir, Tion, wait.
With tears in her eyes, Chris dashed from the room. I guess the misunderstanding was more humiliating than being done in by the alchemy wraith. Wait, hold on. Could Telm have done that on purpose? It was entirely possible, considering the earlier sheet wraith discussion. What a good team we made. I'll have to offer my thanks to the Abyssal Inferno. I had done what I could, so I could rest easy. Tomorrow, I would show them how dependable the 1,000 tricks could be.
Just what is His Imperial Majesty thinking? Franz wondered. He suppressed the vague unease taking control of him and prepared the escort arrangements. He knew that Emperor Roderick was a free spirit. Franz had always assumed this to be natural for those fit for the throne, but now Franz felt that man was taking far too many risks. Franz could understand why Emperor Roderick was willing to rely on the 1,000 tricks. His innocence had been verified by one of Zabrudia's national treasures, and the rank of level 8 was an extraordinary honor. Though there was no sign of its presence, his absorbed mana material must have vastly exceeded even that of Franz, who never shirked his training. The brief glimpse Franz got of that man's power defied understanding, but it was his personality that made him difficult to trust. Franz was confident in his ability to evaluate people, and he had never seen anyone as flippant as the 1,000 tricks. His unwillingness to share information, his unimpressive bearing, his ridiculous outfit, none of it was befitting of someone trusted to protect the Emperor. Compared to him, even the overly suspicious Kichakaka or that misanthropic noble spirit were more fit to protect Emperor Roderick. Tell, meanwhile, was an exemplary hunter. Why couldn't their leader be someone who had their act together? Franz decided to write a letter of protest to the Explorers Association once this was all over. Franz wanted to crush that hunter, even if it meant employing the backing of House Ardman. But Franz couldn't possibly get away with that if Emperor Roderick had been willing to forgive even the frog incident. But he couldn't ignore the possibility that the 1,000 tricks had acted under the assumption that he would be shown clemency. Franz felt only fury when he reflected on that incident. What enraged him the most was that he had been forced to stomp on the Emperor and Imperial Princess. Just remembering it made him want to kill the 1,000 tricks. Something like that would not happen again. If the 1,000 tricks seemed like he might bring the slightest harm to the Emperor, Franz would lock him up. If that man was the preterhuman artificer they claimed he was, then he should be able to stop trouble before it happened.
But Franz had more important things to be doing than worrying about the 1,000 tricks. The job of the Zero Order was to protect the Emperor. The rest of their journey would be on an airship. Their airship had never crashed before, and it was a much safer means of travel than the roads. However, if a fox found their way aboard, there would be nowhere for the Emperor to flee. That was something that needed to be avoided at all costs. With that in mind, perhaps taking 3 days to prepare wasn't such a bad idea after all. But should some scoundrel use this time to sneak in, it would be the end of Franz's life.
As Franz issued one order after another without end, a knight dashed into his room. Sir, the 1,000 tricks has requested permission to bring cargo aboard.
Oh? What sort of cargo?
Potions, sir.
He has permission to bring personal belongings aboard if they're relevant to the job. Don't come to me with such trivial details.
That's what I told him, sir. It's just that he's brought such an extraordinary amount.
For treasure hunters, preparations were an indispensable part of the hunt. Having the right information, being stocked up on supplies, and many other small adjustments could all determine the success of a quest. For Grieving Souls, preparations were all handled by the alchemy wraith. Maybe it was just her personality, but she was absolutely thorough. I nodded with satisfaction when I saw the neatly arranged boxes. Then Franz ran up to me. He looked momentarily taken aback by the boxes before giving me a vicious look. I struggled to recall a recent memory in which he wasn't angry.
What's the meaning of this? We've already arranged for basic provisions.
You know what they say. You can never be too prepared.
You certainly can. Are you planning to set up a shop in Tauizant?
I couldn't deny that the alchemy wraith had delivered more than I had expected. I wondered what she was anticipating. There must have been at least 100 boxes of supplies, easily enough to last a treasure hunter an entire year. I hadn't asked for this much, and I had no idea where she got it or how much it cost. But it would be wrong to get angry when she had gone out of her way to prepare extra provisions for us. Calm down, Franz. These are in case your potions get used up. Besides, look, there's not just potions. There's also food.
We've already prepared food supplies. We don't need your help with that.
And we'll have these supplies if yours run out. The desert is a big place. If the airship crashes, your supplies won't be enough. Oh, we also prepared water. Danger came hand in hand with traveling the desert. I was fine, perfectly comfortable in fact, but the Emperor's safety ring wouldn't protect him from the sun's rays. I was pretty confident in my explanation, but Franz gave no response. I looked up at him, and when I saw his face, I gulped and froze in fear. His complexion was no longer red. In fact, his face was devoid of any emotion. He just stared at me like a statue. Had I said something strange?
What's going to happen?
Huh? Huh? My eyes bulged. What was he on about?
I'm asking you what's going to happen. Are you playing around? If you know something, then tell us. Report it.
What? Franz grabbed me by the collar and violently shook me. Grappling attacks were one of the few attacks that safety rings didn't protect against. I don't know. I don't know anything. Demon-eyed Franz didn't believe me at all.
Quit lying. I'll end you right here.
I'm no god. How could he expect me to know the future? What I had done was only natural for a hunter. See, calm down. They're just emergency supplies. They're for emergencies.
Who in the world would possibly consider these just emergency supplies? It's enough to open a shop. Do you really expect me to permit this? Do you think I'm a fool?
I think it's fair to call them emergency supplies. Eventually, Franz calmed down a bit. He stopped shaking me and let go of me. Nobles sure could be brutish. Sure, there might have been some excess, but preparing for emergencies was our job as guards. What a letdown it was to be treated this way after finally helping out.
The airship, it won't fall. It's never happened before.
Why, yeah, you're right. I'd give it a 90% chance that it won't fall. These really are just emergency supplies. Ha ha ha, I'm such a scaredy cat. I hoped he might forgive me if I made this something to laugh about. But Franz was as tense as ever.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're telling me that Zebrutia's cutting-edge airship, one that has withstood monster attacks in every variety of weather, has a 10% chance of crashing?
It appeared there had been a misunderstanding. Why did people have to pick at every little thing I said? I spoke pretty haphazardly, so much so that Citri sometimes made cue cards for me. Don't worry, friends. Even if we start to fall, I'll grab His Imperial Majesty.
Check the airship one more time and reevaluate everyone who'll be on board. Make sure there's no possibility of a crash. You've got 2 days. It won't crash. I guarantee it. Damn it, I won't let you have your way.
It's not like I want it to crash. Well, no point in arguing. If this job is a success, we can reconcile when it's all over. Now that this was over, I had one last preparation to make. I had to practice riding on the flying carpet. He had killed me a number of times, but I had thought up a way to get on his good side. I didn't know if it would work, but I was going to give it a try. The next couple of days flew by, and the day of destiny was upon us. We had been getting clear skies lately, but now nothing but dense clouds hung over us. It didn't look like ideal flying weather. We were just about ready to go. Telm, Ketchikaka, Chris, everyone was ready as they could possibly be. Franz stood before me imposingly. A vein on his forehead throbbed, and his eyebrow twitched.
Did I hear that correctly?
I'm terribly sorry. The only issue was that the thief wraith hadn't returned from her errand. I had asked her to run back to the Imperial capital and fetch something for me. I figured she could make it in time, but now I was starting to think I had miscalculated. Or rather, I hadn't anticipated the airship departing so early in the morning. The Emperor was getting ready for takeoff, and nobody was helping me argue my case. After all the trouble I had caused her, Chris was fairly upset with me. When I looked her way, she simply turned her head. Sir Killigan version Alpha just stood still, as per usual.
We've done more than enough to satisfy your requests. We've delayed our departure 3 days. We inspected the entire airship once more. We loaded all of your cargo, and on top of all that, you want us to delay our takeoff even further.
I thought he might cut me down at any moment. I didn't want to make this request, and I knew it would upset him, but I'd feel bad if Liz did all that running for me and I wasn't there when she got back. I hadn't expected this either. Here, how about you take off, and I'll catch up later. My delinquent carpet was in a very good mood, proof that my plan had worked. He really hit it off with the blue carpet I had purchased for him. I had always assumed he was a male carpet, but now I was starting to think I had been wrong about that. I was sure that in her current state, she would take me as a passenger and let me catch up to the airship.
No. As much as I hate to acknowledge it, His Imperial Majesty picked you to stay at his side. You can't simply do as you please. We leave in 1 hour. If 3 days weren't enough to complete your preparations, that's nobody's fault but your own.
No arguing with that logic. Franz got up to clear me out of the room and put an end to our conversation. But just as he was about to open the door, it burst open from the other side.
What?
Oh. In came a thief wraith in a tattered bedsheet. I could tell it was the thief because she was carrying the item I'd requested. Overtaken with bewilderment, he stood frozen in place. The thief wraith passed him by, ignoring my baffled teammates as well, then stopped right in front of me. She handed the item to me, and I accepted it. The item in question was a staff that was about as long as I was tall. Whereas Chris's staff was wooden, this one was metal. At the top, the staff twisted into a spiral that coiled around a large round gem. The staff's glimmer might suggest that it was made of gold, but it was made of something very different. This staff was a relic. Even for the thief wraith, the imperial capital was a long run. But she had made it just in time. I wrapped my arms around the wobbling wraith and gratefully patted her back. For a moment, she leaned into me, then silently departed. Just as a wraith should. I could count on her when I needed it. The door closed. I had everything I needed. The carpet applauded me. That's everything. Shall we go?
Do you expect me not to say anything? What was that?
A bedsheet elemental that I command.
You think I'll believe that?
Chris looked at me smugly. But I wasn't going to budge on my story. I wasn't going to budge an inch. That was a bedsheet elemental. Nothing more, nothing less. And she wasn't getting in the way of the job, so what was the problem? I gripped the hefty staff my friend had gone to lengths to retrieve for me. I smiled at Franz, making it clear I had no further objections. At last, I can finally talk to Ketchikaka. As its name, Black Star, suggested, Zebrudia's state-of-the-art airship was an immense vessel, black as the night sky. The first thing that caught my eye was its large balloon-like upper hull, but the passenger section was also enormous. Lucia had taken me for rides on her broom, and I once held on to a dragon as it tore through the air, but I had never ridden a vehicle like this. The Black Star was larger than any dragon and was surely meant to be a testament to the Empire's might. What terrible weather!
This isn't enough to hinder the Black Star. It's endured worse. Our ship won't crash. I guarantee it.
The Emperor knit his brow and boarded the airship. That's not what I'm worried about. Once the Emperor was aboard, Franz came up to me.
This ship has a weight limit. Because of your cargo, we had to reduce our personnel. For your own sake, you better hope those supplies prove useful.
What? They're just emergency supplies? What a brittle-looking ship this is. It's like a balloon.
Your concern is unnecessary. Even if the hull is damaged, we have Magi whose sole job is to repair the ship. The design is based on a relic. Supposedly, the genuine article could fly without the aid of a magus, but that's nothing more than a rumor.
Interesting. You often heard of items made by trial and error efforts to replicate a relic, but I still wasn't fully reassured. And was reducing personnel really a good idea? Maybe I should have been more precise when I gave Citri her orders. I don't think we'd last a second if a dragon came for us.
Keep your worries to yourself. Dealing with attackers will be your job. With 3 Magi, that should be no problem.
Yeah,
My immediate response caused Franz to look at me dubiously. Selecting 3 Magi turned out to be the right choice, after all. Except, I hadn't really selected them, I had just ended up with them. But that didn't change the fact that I was fairly sure Telm could kill a dragon without even leaving the interior.
So this is it. A fine vessel indeed.
Looking up at the Black Star, Telm Apocles grunted with appreciation. A cutting-edge vessel like this normally didn't accept commoners and hunters as passengers. This was a ship exclusively for the nobility. Flight was just one of the many things Magi were capable of bringing about. Telm had flown before, but never in anything remotely like this airship. He wasn't a specialist, so he wasn't familiar with the underlying principles, but he could tell the magical engravings carved into the hull had been made by a master. Some expert had taken a long time and pushed their skills to their limits making these arcane mechanisms. There were complex enchantments to strengthen the hull, reduce its weight, even repair the hull as the situation required. Steps had been taken to prevent damage from natural disasters, including protection against fire, ice, and lightning.
If relics were manifestations of ancient technology, then this was the exact opposite. This was a ship made with the best of modern technology. Telm had no trouble believing that the ship had never crashed once during its numerous voyages. Even for a level 7 hunter like Telm, taking this down from the outside would be a considerable challenge. A brood of dragons might have a 50% chance of success, but he could only make rough estimates because Kechachaka couldn't summon specific varieties of dragons, but that was if they were attacking from the outside. There were strong barriers protecting against external blows, but working from the inside was a different matter altogether. At long last, Telm understood the strange behavior of the Thousand Tricks. The Empire considered this vessel to be infallible, and that had proven true thus far. In that sense, the Black Star could be considered a symbol of the Empire, and that made it worth destroying. There could be no better way to demonstrate the power of Fox, and if this airship crashed, and the Emperor died with it, the blame wouldn't be placed on the guards. The reputation of the Thousand Tricks might be damaged slightly, but with the capabilities of Fox, they could ensure that the prevailing theories didn't hold him accountable. So this was how someone of the 13th Tail saw things. Even now, Telm believed his plan had been flawless, and it would have been much quicker. But there was much more to gain from this plot, composed by the man of the 13th Tail.
The Thousand Tricks was looking much further down the road than Telm had been. The Magus couldn't even find it in himself to be jealous of someone so vastly superior. There were still some points that mystified Telm, but he was sure they had their significance. But this was no time to sit around and watch. Preparations for the attack had been left in Telm's hands. He assumed this was done as a favor, a chance for him to prove his worth. While Telm was far stronger than any knight in the Imperial Guard, the knights outnumbered him. Caution would be essential. Telm took a deep breath and boarded the Black Star.
I'm explaining to you that I can't take what you value most. He's protected by the rules.
Hitch, he's what I value most. Not a goddamn chance, sir.
Oh no, I'm quite certain. There's no use trying to deceive me as I can read the hearts of people. It doesn't matter whether or not you're aware of it, you value Mr. Caution, and Mr. Caution has no sense of caution.
Chris quickly stepped away from me. Her face was red to her ears and her hands turned white as they gripped her staff. Well, this is a little embarrassing. I never would have thought Chris valued me.
Don't look so happy. Sir, this is just because nobody I know is here. Sir.
I see. So I'm more important to you than the Emperor. Chris began to tremble, her face flushed as she hit the ground with her staff. This was all the more refreshing after being told off by a god. Chris was always calling me a human weakling. I had no clue where I could have possibly scored any points with her. Maybe being in the same clan helped pad the numbers.
Big Brother Fox seemed to think things over for a moment before sighing. I suppose I have no choice. Mr. Caution, I'll take what you value most. However, to make up for my serious violation of the rules, I'll let you and all your companions go.
So that's it, huh? I didn't know if I should or shouldn't consider these to be favorable terms, but I had one thing I wanted to confirm. And what would happen if what I valued most was Chris or the Emperor or someone? Still red in the face? Crisped.
Then there would be nothing I could do. It would be my loss. I would let you and your company go. This is a fair exchange after all.
Now I knew I had won. At first, I hadn't any idea what was important to me. But Chris had changed that. It's her. Chris is what I value most. Sorry, but the Emperor comes second. I know, I'm failing my quest. But maybe this was all part of Big Brother Fox's plans? I was sure he wanted the tail. That might have been why he began to negotiate with Chris. He knew that he wouldn't be able to take from her, which would give him an excuse to take from me instead, and thus get the tail back. But nobody stood to gain if he took Chris. The tail was a chunk of mana that could be used to incredible effect, but I didn't care about that. At this rate, I was going to walk away with something I didn't need. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and prayed. This tail is what's important to me. It's what I value most, way more than Chris. Way more? Okay, maybe just a bit more. It's fairly valuable, and it's got a nice luster. I also like the ears that spring up when it attaches to you. If only Lucia didn't always punch me when I touched them. I opened my eyes. I saw Big Brother Fox looking just as troubled as he had been just a minute ago. Much to my disappointment, it looked like he wasn't going to be taking the tail.
I see. It seems, Mr. Caution, that what you value most is a carpet. Perhaps it sounds strange coming from me, but are you all right in the head?
And so, I did as I was asked and obediently handed it over. I had no choice. I was so nervous, I thought my heart was going to burst from my chest. As I hung my head, the Phantom rolled the item up and held it at his side.
And now our exchange is complete. I hope you've learned your lesson and never come here ever again.
I'm not here because I want to be. You guys ran into me. I meant every word of that, but the Phantom shrugged as though he didn't believe me.
It makes no difference.
It didn't matter how much he said his exchanges were fair. Their idea of fair wasn't the same as ours. All he really obeyed were the rules of the treasure vault. However, these rules didn't apply to us, they only dictated the Phantom's behavior. For instance, if I had the necessary strength, I could overpower them and escape without giving anything up. That, of course, was a moot point. We didn't say goodbye. The world abruptly changed back, and the Phantom disappeared. Before me was one of the airship's hallways. It was as though the vault had been nothing more than an illusion. Outside, the sky was blue and cloudless. Once I was certain we had made it out of Peregrine Lodge, I sighed with relief. With minimal losses, we had survived something very few people come back alive from. However, we had one tragic sacrifice in the form of a certain textile. I didn't know where that treasure vault would go from here, but if they remained airborne, then we would probably never run into them again. I just had to pray that assumption would prove correct. As I gazed out the window, I felt a hand grasp my no doubt mournful back. It was Chris. The color had returned to her face, and she was no longer nauseous.
What were you thinking back there?
I had done something bad to her, but I really had thought she was what I valued most. In the end, that turned out to be my carpet, something not even on my mind. The mind-reading skills of that Phantom were extraordinary. Hey, calm down. That was definitely a scheme meant to drive us apart.
Do you think I'm an idiot, sir? Can you quit playing with fire?
I didn't think she was an idiot, but I really did feel awful about what had happened. I had a number of things to apologize to her for, and I wanted to do what I could to make it up to her. But, Chris, now's not the time to be fighting. We need to make sure the Emperor is all right. That Phantom wouldn't lie to us, but any first-rate hunter would still want to make sure.
If you don't take this seriously, I'm going to hit you.
Following the map in my head, we made our way back to the earlier room. Knights, administrators, servants, magi, all sorts of people were collapsed in the hallways. These people were most likely not the victims of phantoms, but of Telm. Chris ran up to one and felt for a pulse, checked their eyes, and listened for a heartbeat. Let This Grieving Soul Retire by Chuki Kaj, cast by Artel Studio. If you are interested in creating your own audiobooks, please check out our website at artel.ai. Now, enjoy the story.
They're alive, she mumbled. They're still alive, sir. I don't understand.
Telm's magic was some of the best out there. I failed to understand how someone could be hit by one of his spells and survive this long.
Oh! Was this the mana material, sir?
That would explain it. Mana material enhanced bodies. If you wanted to be fortified in a specific manner, you could. Whether it be magic prowess, strength, or the power to protect people, you got what you desired. If it was absorbed by someone on the brink of death, They would gain a stronger grip on life. These changes were usually slow to take effect, but with Peregrine Lodge's extreme concentration of mana, anything was possible. And what exactly was going on if I wasn't being affected, even when civilians were being strengthened? It was possible the Phantom had done something. He had said he would send us all back unharmed. If one of us had died while in the treasure vault, they could hardly be considered unharmed. But now that we had left the vault, there was nothing I could do to know for certain. I just wrote it off as a stroke of good luck. When we reached the room, we found it hadn't changed since we first departed.
"You're back, Thousand Tricks," the Emperor said when he saw me. Whereas everyone looked like they were on the verge of death, he was still maintaining an air of dignity. The man didn't sit at the top of the Empire for nothing. Have you resolved the situation outside?
My eyes swept the room and let out a sigh of relief. Behind the Emperor was my delinquent carpet. Good. We didn't lose anyone.
Trembling, Chris whispered threateningly in my ear. Seriously, quit playing with fire. What if you had failed, sir?
The Phantom only mentioned a carpet. Buying that other carpet as a companion for my relic had paid off big time. What mysterious creatures humans are, especially that cautionless young man. The number 2 of Peregrine Lodge was Big Brother Fox. On behalf of the Great Mother Fox, he was in charge of much of what went on in the vault. He looked scrutinizingly at the blue carpet. Humans valued all sorts of different things. For some it was items, the life of someone else. And some people even chose memories. But when that man had so many allies and a tale from Mother Fox, Big Brother Fox couldn't understand how a carpet could be what he treasured most. Humans rarely entered Peregrine Lodge, and nobody had entered since that man's previous visit, meaning this was Big Brother Fox's first confiscation. The noble spirit next to Mr. Caution had very reasonable values that Big Brother Fox could comprehend, so he felt safe in his belief that there was something wrong with that man. He was beginning to wonder if the rug was an heirloom or something when his eyes flew open.
"I've been had."
This wasn't it, he could tell. This was indeed a carpet, but not one significant to Mr. Caution. Big Brother Fox had been tricked. He let out a sigh of disdain. The airship had already been released. He had lost in a battle of wits. He never imagined that man would hand over a fake. Though the humans seemed to have the wrong idea, they had played by fair rules. It was a fair game of cloak and dagger, a fair battle of wits. It was his first attempt, so Big Brother Fox was still learning the game. But that didn't change the fact that being slipped the wrong item made him the clear loser here. He wasn't permitted to take revenge. In fact, as the loser he had to compensate the winner, just like Mother Fox had offered up one of her tails. Now Big Brother Fox was certain that Human was a wily one. His lack of caution only made him all the more difficult to handle. Appalled by his failures, Big Brother Fox began to consider what to do next. He needed a strategy. For someone to enter Peregrine Lodge twice in such a short time was abnormal. Maybe that man's luck was truly awful. Maybe he had some powers that dwarfed those of Peregrine Lodge. While that man showed no hostility to them, Big Brother Fox still didn't like the idea of continuing on in the sky. At the same time, he also didn't want to go somewhere beyond the reach of humans. It was an unfamiliarity with humans that had led to the defeat of his younger brother. It was a fine line to walk. His mother, younger sister, Big Brother Fox, all of them had lost. The one bit of solace in all of this was that the humans' airship was undoubtedly going to crash. Its propulsion systems had been demolished. The only reason it had remained airborne so long was because it had been caught by Peregrine Lodge. Now that it had been released, it was once again subject to gravity. That man had taken one of Mother Fox's tails. Big Brother Fox wasn't resentful, but he wasn't indifferent either. Mr. Caution was a fascinating individual, but not someone the Phantom was obligated to rescue. The Phantoms of Peregrine Lodge were bound to their rules after all. He still had to receive compensation from those 2 who had been left behind. Franz tumbled across the tilting floor. The only one at all comfortable was me.
Sit! We're going down, sir. Chris yelled.
My world shook. The furniture was bolted to the floor. The people weren't. I hadn't understood how we had been able to fly in the first place, but that didn't mean I was satisfied to see us falling. Not all of the passengers had been treated yet. Everyone had been confirmed to still be alive, but only a small few could actually move. Chris, can you cast a spell or something to save us? I asked.
No, magic can't do everything, sir.
Causing a commotion wouldn't do any good, so I sat down on the rattling floor. So we were going to crash. With my safety rings and flying carpet, I knew my life wasn't in danger, but everyone else was pretty screwed. Mana material could do incredible things to people, but you'd still have to be as durable as Ansem to survive a fall like this, not to mention the fact that many of these passengers were civilians. Do you think you guys can make it through this? I asked Franz.
How the hell could we?
Even his banter was blunt.
It's no good, said a crew member as they entered the room. All the parachutes have been destroyed.
Telm sure knew what he was doing. If only I could have gone back in time and chosen someone else. If you jump for it just before we crash, maybe you'll make it, I suggested. I wasn't being entirely serious, but all the knights became pale as ghosts.
1,000 tricks, Franz said as he crawled across the floor. You need to save His Imperial Majesty.
You're a better person than you seem, I told him.
I'll kill you.
Now, calm down. We still have time. Maybe my magic powers will awaken. Maybe we'll land in water.
We're in the desert.
Oh, I've got it. We've got beds on this ship, right? You can tie your hands and feet to a sheet and float like a flying squirrel.
Are you for real, sir?
My brilliant idea was rejected. I bet everyone in Grieving Souls would have given it a go. I got up and looked out the window. Already, I could easily make out the ground below. Just as Franz had said, we were over the desert. I didn't know how long it would be until we made impact, but it was probably a matter of minutes. That sand sure looks soft, I said.
Is there really nothing you can do?
You guys really shouldn't depend on me so much. Honestly, I said the ship might crash. I kept trying to cast a spell to turn the airship into a bird, but that plan just wasn't panning out. All the while, I felt some very intense gazes on me. It wasn't easy being a predator-human artificer. I decided my first priority should be getting the Emperor and the Imperial Princess aboard the carpet. But if the Emperor could use safety rings, maybe I should have handed him one? Chris was a noble not weakling, so she could take care of herself. Everyone else would have to make a last-minute jump. The top portion of the airship was a balloon, and while I felt bad having no evidence to back this up, I had a feeling they might be able to survive depending on where they landed. Or maybe I was getting my hopes up. Then my gaze wandered to the window, and my eyes flew open. Outside were the sheet wraiths. They weren't actually wearing bedsheets anymore, but they were riding a comically large kite. It seemed they had managed to avoid getting dragged into the treasure vault. I smiled and gave a hard-boiled snap of my fingers. Well, I guess I can lend a hand if it's come to this. Lucia, lift the ship with your magic. If anyone can do it, you can. This thing is like a big balloon. I'll never ask for anything again. Just save this ship. Lucia, AAA. Everyone was desperately clinging to chairs and desks. Franz was shielding the Emperor. Everywhere, I saw faces of people prepared to die. The only person who looked comfortable was the Imperial Princess, who was atop the carpet. How I envied her. The carpet hadn't accepted me. But her? Well, in fairness, the Imperial Princess was still a child. Then the ship was rocked by an exceptionally strong blow, like it had been hit by a massive wave. I heard glass breaking, the shaking continued, and then it all went silent. I no longer felt like I was floating through the air. For a moment, I stayed on the ground and observed the situation, but it didn't seem like another shock was coming. I wobbled a bit as I stood up. I took a deep breath. We alive! We alive! The interior was a mess. I guess the knights had never experienced crashing before. They had been unable to manage the violent turbulence and had all been tossed into a pile in one corner. But they were alive at least. Pressing his hands to the ground, the Emperor got off the floor. I heard a groan from Franz. Chris and the other magi had cast a shock-absorbing spell before impact. Atop the carpet, the Imperial Princess was safe if frazzled. The carpet somehow gave me a thumbs up. What a competent relic I had in my employ. Plenty of people had been injured, but this was a good outcome considering the height we had fallen from.
So, what happened? Chris said between heavy breaths. Holding her arm, she must have hit it. She opened her eyes, her gaze was vague and unfocused, her voice lacking its usual vigor. It was almost like she was an amateur when it came to surviving crashes.
In these situations, you'll just get vertigo if you open your eyes, so you're better off keeping them closed. It also helps to crouch down and cover your ears. We call this evading reality. I timidly reached through a broken window and touched the sand. I felt a hint of the sun's intense rays. With so many people injured, I couldn't just sit around and do nothing. I braced myself, then stepped outside. While making sure not to lose my balance on the sand, I left the shade provided by the large hull. I gulped when I saw our surroundings. Before me was the desert, but there was more than just sand between here and the horizon. Through the shimmering air, I could see a large town a couple 100 meters in the distance. Beyond some trees and a low bulwark, I could see white buildings. There were shadows at the gate. With my eyesight, they just looked like little beans, but they were most likely people who had seen our crash. Fluttering near the gate was a flag of 5 spears on a yellow background. I had been shown this flag before beginning the escort quest. It was the flag of Tauizant. It looked like we had crashed in a good spot. No need to camp this way. I had been uncertain about this job, but we had made it all right in the end. I nodded to myself, then returned to the ship so I could share the great news. Hey, everybody! We've arrived in Tauizant.
Perhaps still suffering from dizziness, Franz rubbed his temples. I have nothing more to say to you, he said in a garbled voice.
Well, it'd be irresponsible to abandon you now that you've come all this way, I said, clenching my fists. I've got an idea of how to make sure everyone can be happy. The intense glare of the sun cooked the desolate desert landscape of Tauizant. Men were outside, laboring, coats protecting their skin from the oppressive heat, except now, they were still, their tanned faces looking at the cloudless sky through narrowed eyes. This had once been a land of endless conflict. While the influx of treasure hunters had caused the people of Tauizant to unite as one, the fact remained that most of their land remained unusable due in large part to the lack of water. You could easily count the number of times rain fell in a year, and intense shifts in temperature occurred as day became night. Powerful sandstorms assailed travelers, dangerous monsters adapted to the harsh climate roamed everywhere, and even laying down highways wasn't feasible. The only wealth in Tauizant was found in the small number of cities built around large oases. Other locales in the desert nation didn't even have enough food. These laboring men were members of an organization attempting to save this nation.
Shit! This one's not doing well either. One of them said,
Another awful day. These men were working about 10 kilometers from the capital, in a village built along ley lines. They were striving for something long yearned for in the desert, afforestation. Atop rust-colored dirt, lanky trees were planted at even intervals. However, they didn't look at all healthy. Their leaves were brown and withered, their branches thin as a person's pinky finger. The villagers wore dark expressions. Tauizant's climate wasn't friendly to plant life. Water was precious, and the soil was lacking in nutrients. The main plants that managed to survive such harsh conditions were the man-eating monster cacti. Even expert magi had trouble bringing rain to this land. The only hope of bringing about foliage came from mana material, which was capable of bolstering life. Its effects extended to more than humans and monsters. By planting trees along ley lines, the veins which mana material coursed through would strengthen the plants, improving their chances at afforestation. It was the only option left for Tauizant. The odds had never been in their favor. The desert nation lacked water, among other resources, and even technological prowess. Talented magi had been recruited to help out, but their successes were never more than temporary, even if it was all for nothing. Even if those directly involved in the greening had stopped believing, there was nothing they could do except cling to this last thread of hope. The desire for greenery was just that strong in the desert. Off in Tauizant's capital, there was some excitement about a conference, but that had nothing to do with the men out here. They urged their weary bodies to push on as they did battle with the sun-scorched land. Then, the man arrived. He wore a gaudy shirt that left his arms exposed. His skin was strikingly pale, proof that he wasn't from the desert. He didn't carry any weapons and didn't look at all like someone equipped to traverse the harsh climate. Compared to the villagers who spent their days absorbing mana material, and to say nothing of hunters, his presence was weak and out of place in the desert. This was a dull town established for the purpose of afforestation, not somewhere that often received visitors. But when that man, with the child and a beautiful woman following behind him, was shown to the organization's leader, he introduced himself as a level 8 hunter. "We're going to prepare a small shrine and lend you a god," he said, with a resigned but peaceful smile. "I'm sure that'll turn this land into a bountiful one." What nonsense! However, the designation of level 8 carried weight, and this man had the documents to prove his legitimacy. He was the same level as the strongest hunter in Tauizant. This man didn't look like much, but his accolades were too great to ignore. "Give her 1 serving of fried tofu once a day, and she should work for you," the hunter, bearing the name Krai said to the stunned villagers.
3 servings, said the girl in the fox mask as she tugged at his sleeve.
3 servings, Krai immediately corrected himself. Oh, also I'd like you to bury this. Bury it deep, and really pack the dirt, okay?
Krai, what a waste, she wailed.
Within the box proffered by the champion was a mysterious white tail. With the satisfaction of a job well done, I looked to the sky. Feeling the bright rays streaming from the blue expanse, I was perfectly comfortable. Everything's been resolved, I said. Little Sister Fox and the fried tofu duty had been shoved off onto people who needed her powers. I had also managed to take care of the tail. Buried so deep in the ground, I was sure it would eventually return to the land. And to top it all off, I had gotten my hands on a smartphone. I was on fire, more than I had ever been.
Sometimes I fail to understand your thinking, Citri told me. We could have used that tail.
Little Sister Fox was one of the most basic phantoms of her vault, but her powers were still godlike in the lowly eyes of a mere human. I didn't know exactly what she was capable of, but causing rainfall seemed like something possible for her. And if it turned out she couldn't, she could still protect the village from its harsh surroundings. For a phantom, she was quick on the uptake. Ah, it feels good doing something nice. Not that we have anything to apologize for, but I think we should give those people the extra supplies from the airship, I said. I had heard that raising trees in the desert was brutal work, and those villagers were awfully thin. Most of the supplies were shelf-stable rations, but they were better than nothing. Perhaps there was still some fried tofu somewhere in those crates.
As you wish, my dear friend Citri replied in a pouty voice, something rare for her.
That tail's too dangerous for experimentation.
And yet you gave it to the villagers?
That's beside the point. I didn't give it away, I threw it away. I took the tail, and all the responsibility that came with it, and threw it in a hole. That's what you do with stuff you don't know how to deal with. You bury it deep in the ground. All I had left to do was think up a good excuse for doing this, and I'd be all set. I quickly pulled it out and tapped the screen. I was receiving a call from Big Brother Fox. He had been automatically added to my contacts. What could he want? I hesitantly touched the button, and the screen began to shine brightly. It was close to midnight, and I was hanging around in my room when I got a call from Franz, and brought Chris along with me. This was the first time this had happened in the past few days, but I had gotten used to his summons, and it seemed Franz had gotten used to the sight of me, in perfect vacation.
Glad you could come, Thousand Tricks, he said. Then looked to his men. Leave us be.
Per his orders, every member of the Imperial Guard except Franz left the room. As usual, the only people who remained were him, the Emperor, and the timid Imperial Princess. I had a few notions as to what I had been called for. However, Franz didn't seem at all angry, so I assumed they hadn't found out about Little Sister Fox and that whole mess.
There isn't much time before the conference, Franz continued. First, allow me to express my thanks for keeping His Imperial Majesty safe. We called you to discuss this job in the future.
The future, huh? That makes sense. Come to think of it, that would explain why Chris was so worried.
Franz's face grew grim. Because you brought members of the infamous nine-tailed shadow fox on this assignment, the Black Star, one of the Empire's most prized assets crashed. Under Imperial law, these failures warrant severe punishments. No matter your purpose, using His Imperial Majesty to lure out a foe is unforgivable, and guiding us into a treasure vault was without precedent.
Most nobles were imposing and had little concern for common people. Imperial law was strict, but I had heard many tales of violent behavior from nobles bringing commoners to tears. However, what he was saying was quite logical. I see, I said. But if you'll let me say my piece, I didn't use the Emperor as bait, nor did I lead us to a treasure vault. I didn't think they'd believe me, but if I was guilty of anything, it was incompetence.
Wait, sir. Sure, the human weakling went too far, but we ultimately made it to our destination safely. He brought foxes along in order to draw them out. In light of that, I think he deserves a lighter sentencing.
No. I just didn't have any idea they were foxes. Excuse me for being bad at my job, but I think it was pretty reasonable to assume the famous hidden curse wouldn't have a terrorist hidden among their ranks, and Kachakaka was very suspicious. Who would ever think that someone that shady was actually a bad guy, and wasn't something wrong with Franz if he and his guys had just accepted my team, no questions asked? While I shifted the blame around inside my head, the Emperor asked me a question.
Tell me, 1,000 Tricks, what do you think was our biggest failure?
The look in his eyes was dead serious. I could think of a number of major failures, but I had to watch what I said here. After some brief consideration, I was left with the impression that they'd get angry no matter what I said. With no better options available, I sighed and said, "There were many failures, but our biggest was that we were very unlucky."
Huh? The hell does that mean?
Well, what else could it mean? I'm not wrong here, though I'll admit that doesn't mean that was the right answer. My desperate attempt at an answer caused the Emperor to knit his brow. After a brief silence, I saw him nod.
Bad luck is indeed something we cannot prevent, he said.
It is as you say, Franz chimed in.
Waha! Chris cried.
I was just as surprised as her. The Emperor was one thing, but accepting that answer didn't seem at all like something Franz would do.
His Imperial Majesty is graciously willing to forgive your mistakes, Franz said in a clear voice. Normally, this would be unthinkable.
That is unthinkable, I agreed.
Just be quiet and listen.
I had a bad feeling about this. I just couldn't accept that they would be so forgiving. Even if our troubles had been caused by oversights, even if they had all been resolved smoothly, they hadn't. I simply didn't believe they would let me go unpunished. I wasn't totally oblivious to my failings here. There had to be a flip side. This was too good to be true.
The conference's security is ironclad, Franz continued. Even an attack by the counter cascade won't be a problem. However, we are guests of this nation, and we don't want to cause a fuss. Do you understand me, Krai Andri?
Oh, that's right. I don't think they'll be coming after you. I had my trepidations, but I didn't see what else I could do. Atop the table, I placed 2 relics sent to me via the smartphone's attachment feature. There was a jet black gem and the bracelets Telm had been wearing. Franz became still and Chris looked astounded. These are the relics that Telm and Ketchikaka were using. Without them, their powers are cut in half.
What? Where? How? No. When did you do this?
As confused as Franz was, I didn't think I could tell him I received the items from a phantom. I didn't know the details, but it seemed they had paid a price after losing a battle of wits. That's a trade secret, I said. The bracelets will go to Lucia, but I'm willing to part with the gem. It appears to be capable of summoning dragons.
What?
I had no need for something so dangerous. I suppose I would have handed the bracelets over if they demanded them as well. The room was still. Chris's look of shock made me feel incredibly guilty, but I still couldn't explain how I came into possession of these relics.
The Emperor's gaze was sharp. After a moment, he seemed to come to a decision and said, 1,000 Tricks, after witnessing your talents, I've decided I'd like you to protect and mentor Marina.
That made no sense. It felt incoherent, disconnected from our current conversation. What was that? I eventually said. I looked at the Imperial Princess, and she ducked behind the Emperor. If she needed protection, there was the Imperial Guard. In fact, Franz had been protecting her from the counter cascade. And what was all that stuff about the conference having ironclad security and not wanting to cause a fuss? Wasn't she going to the conference? I didn't keep up with politics, but whereas I still occasionally heard about the Emperor, I didn't know anything about the Imperial Princess. She wasn't known for some grand accomplishments or a famous beauty or anything like that. This might be rude of me, but she was really easy to forget. I hadn't even known her name until recently. Hold on then. Just as a thought crossed my mind, Chris spoke up.
Now that you mention her, I have to ask why you even brought her along in the first place. Wouldn't she be much safer at the Imperial Castle, sir?
That was exactly it. I didn't think the Imperial Princess was involved in politics or anything, and I didn't think she was going to inherit the throne. I saw no reason for the Emperor to bring her along. When he heard Chris's question, Franz's expression changed. He wasn't angry, but a shadow fell over his face. For a brief moment, a look of hesitation broke through the Emperor's usual dignity. I felt like I was looking at a bomb that was moments from detonating.
Then, as though disclosing a national secret, the Emperor whispered, 1,000 Tricks. You are not to tell anyone of this. The truth is, Marina is incredibly unlucky.
Interlude. The Supreme Warrior Festival. We lived in an age of treasure vaults, phantoms, and treasure hunters. An age where numerous champions were produced by the mana material that coursed through ley lines. Talent could create immense differences, even between members of the same race. The efficiency with which someone could absorb mana material was sometimes referred to as their skill value. A single hunter with a high skill value was far more powerful than 1,000 mediocre hunters with no mana material. I don't know if it's true or not, but supposedly there was once a period where the world was almost completely devoid of mana material. The creatures of that time had a set limit on their maximum strength, and only small gaps in power existed among members of the same race. But I lived in a different age, one where those who absorbed high amounts of mana material were strong and deft and therefore lauded. It wasn't effort that determined the extent of their strength. Those of the upper classes regularly paired with people of high skill values, so that they might be succeeded by stronger children. The prevalent demand for talent placed much more pressure on the upper classes than it did on commoners like us.
Huh? How did this come about?
Lucia's eyes bulged. In an unusual turn for her, she had been distracted by the new relic I had given her and had only been partially listening. I didn't really know how to answer her question. Before I knew what was going on, I had been thrust into the position of guarding and mentoring the Imperial Princess. I didn't know how much truth there was to it, but according to the Emperor, Princess Marina had very bad luck. To make things worse, she was also timid and didn't easily get back up on her feet, and the Emperor wanted me to do something about that. That was, if you ask me, a terrible idea. How the hell had he kept his position with such a bad eye for people? I, Krai Andri, was a man who pushed the envelope of incompetency and misfortune. I was the wrong man for the job.
I can't imagine there's anything you can teach her, Lucia said.
But I can't just turn down a request from the Emperor, I replied. And it can't hurt to have him owing me a favor. While I might have been weak, Grieving Souls were anything but. They were also well connected. Finding the right people to protect and guide the Imperial Princess should be easy for them. But enough about that. I got something really neat from them. What could it be? A ticket to the Supreme Warrior Festival, that's what! The Supreme Warrior Festival was one of the many combat tournaments out there. Just like the name suggested, warriors from around the world gather to fight for the right to be called the strongest, to be called the Supreme Warrior. This ticket was probably so I could take Princess Marina to see true might up close. The timing couldn't have been better. My friends had all been interested in the tournament, and I had always wanted to spectate it. Tickets weren't easy to come by, but things were different for the Emperor. I was all pumped up, but I noticed Lucia was looking at me doubtfully. Now it begins. The fight to be the best. Side story, fortune and misfortune. It hadn't happened the way I had envisioned, but I had fulfilled my dream of becoming a treasure hunter. 1 month later, I was walking through the capital when I suddenly heard a voice.
Ooh, isn't this something? I've never seen fate pull so strongly on someone.
The eerie voice brought me to a halt. I turned and looked in the direction it came from and saw a shady old woman in a purple hood. On the side of the road, she had set up a table with a crystal ball atop it. She had wrinkles set deep into her face, and her bulging eyes were dead set on me. Was she a fortune teller? I normally would have walked right by someone like her, but something about her grabbed my attention. My bodyguard for that outing, Lucia, cast a suspicious gaze at the old woman. The fortune teller's job of divining futures and fortune required a different skill set from magi. I shrugged and approached the fortune teller.
You going to talk to her?
Nothing wrong with doing that much, I told her. I didn't believe in fortune telling or anything, but things hadn't been going my way lately, and I didn't see any harm in having someone predict the future of our party. As I casually stood before the fortune teller, her eyes nearly leapt from their sockets. I'll admit I was a bit excited. What had she meant when she mentioned fate pulling on me? It could have been just a sort of catchphrase, but maybe I was destined to become some sort of champion.
Oh, this is extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but, sir, you'll meet your end before long.
I just stood there, unsure what to say.
What the hell are you talking about? Lucia cried picking up the slack for me.
The fortune teller, however, was unfazed. She didn't strike me as a fraudster and sounded genuine.
Ooh, the tragedy. 50 years of experience and a success rate of 99% has led some to call me the Eye of God. But I've never seen anything like this. Not even that princess could compare. How cruel the divine can be. However,
It would be unjust of me to leave you in ignorance. You're a hunter, correct?
Yeah, but I only just started.
Sir, that job isn't for you. It's your false calling.
False calling. That was a new one and ominous to boot.
Sir, your fate is already a dark one, but becoming a hunter makes it infinitely worse. You walk a path that leads to hell. Before your lies one misfortune after another. A bad luck bargain sale.
All my tension left was sapped in an instant. What a funny choice of words for a woman called the Eye of God.
Why did you pick a job you have no aptitude for? She continued. Your folly astounds me, and your fate is black as night. That you still live is nothing short of miraculous. I'm tempted to say that all the world's bad luck has coalesced around you.
What a terrible thing to say. Except she was right about my lack of aptitude. In my defense, I had tried to quit, but I just kept getting swept along by the currents of my friends.
Whatever your divinations tell you, I think you're being incredibly rude. Lucia barked. She gave the fortune teller a savage glare. Do you have a grudge against my brother?
We hadn't been hunters long, but she had already developed an evil eye that could cause me to shudder. But it didn't seem to have any effect on the fortune teller.
Listen to me, I take no pleasure in saying any of this, and I won't ask for your money, the fortune teller said in a merciful voice. But, as someone who can see the future, I'm doing the right thing by telling you to quit hunting. If you don't, you'll be sent to an early grave.
Maybe I can use this to justify an early retirement. I heard Lucia gulp.
All sorts of misfortune will fall upon you as though pulled by gravity, the woman said hesitantly.
What sort of misfortunes? I asked. I thought it was a very reasonable question. All sorts of misfortune sounded like an exaggeration. I wasn't particularly talented or lucky, but I felt I had done my best in life. I couldn't buy the idea that that would lead me to a premature death.
The fortune teller looked severe. If you go out on hunts, you'll be hit by storms, lightning will aim for you specifically. You'll go out for walks and be assailed by bandits, but other times you'll be mistaken for a bandit. If you go in search of treasure vaults, you'll eventually find yourself faced with a phantom you'll be hopelessly outmatched by.
Huh?
You'll never win the lottery, every hunting mentor will reject you, you'll incur an enormous debt, and your friends will dirty their hands with evil deeds. And worst of all, you'll always fall behind your friends. I'm certain of it. Oh, sir, all you can do is wait for death.
Anything else? I asked. I couldn't help myself. What she was describing was just too wild. In fact, I was starting to enjoy myself. Was this normal?
Every prediction and projection you make will be off, creating frequent disasters. The desert, the forest, the ocean, you'll find yourself stranded in all of them. You'll walk into developing and roving treasure vaults. Hordes of monsters and phantoms will frequently attack you, and criminal organizations will come after you as well. Man and monster alike will despise you, and you won't be able to escape. Huh? There's even trouble with women? Sir, are you an avatar of misfortune?
For some reason, Lucia was giving me a very nasty look. Trouble with women sounded a bit hard to believe. Outside of my little sister, the only women I was close with were Liz and Citri.
Even if you never go to battle, battles will come to you. Drugs and poisons will be hidden everywhere they can. Your superiors will deplore you. Every action you take will be at the worst possible time. Whether you act as a leader or a party member, nothing you do will have the intended result. Truly, a one-sided coin.
Wait, hold on, stop. Just a moment, I said. This beggared belief. There wasn't a single bright spot in any of her predictions. It was like all the world's bad luck was coalescing. Oh, wait, she'd said that at the start. Still, I'll admit I had no motivation or talent, but I felt like she was going too far. I get that I'm unlucky, I said. But isn't there anything I can do about it? Like a good luck charm or something? Fortune tellers usually also taught ways to avoid the misfortunes they envisioned. But this old woman shot down that avenue.
There's nothing you can do. Your bad luck is a matter of destiny. That's not something that a good luck charm can change, But if you quit hunting now, you might meet a less horrific end.
Ho! This was one irresponsible fortune teller. Just telling me my luck was bad wasn't very productive. All she said was that I would die less horribly if I quit hunting. Hell, she probably wasn't even a real fortune teller. If I really was as unlucky as she claimed, I would have died on my first hunt, but I had been a treasure hunter for a full month. It was true that I had some bad experiences, some abnormal experiences, and had been hit by storms. But the fact was that I had overcome all of those, and I had never expected treasure hunting to be easy. But I'm doing just fine, I told her. I haven't gotten hurt once since becoming a hunter.
The fortune teller looked puzzled. That is very mysterious. With the bad luck that hangs over you, you should have died hundreds of times by now.
In other words, Lucia cut in. Nobody knows what destiny has in store for us. Come on, brother. Let's not waste any more time with this third-rate fortune teller.
Yeah, I said as she grabbed my arm. The fortune teller let out a small groan and tilted her head as her glimmering eyes stared into mine. It seemed she really found me perplexing. Still, she had gone to the trouble of calling out to us. Even if her prognostics were off the mark this time, it didn't change that she had decades of experience behind her. I didn't see any reason to antagonize her. Well then, I said in a deliberately cheery voice, is it all bad? Is there anything good? Like, do I have any strengths or something? It was a shot in the dark, but everyone was good at one or two things, at least. I wasn't good at physical or academic activities, nor was I particularly brave. I suppose the one thing I could brag about was that I had neat handwriting. If this fortune teller really was one of the best, then it shouldn't have been hard for her to identify a talent that I had yet to discover. The old lady looked at me through narrowed eyes. I waited for a moment, and eventually she said,
Sir, you have excellent interpersonal luck. You are very fortunate in that regard.
For a moment, I wasn't sure I believed my ears. What? I eventually said. Was interpersonal luck really a talent? That was just a form of luck. Sure, it was definitely better to be lucky than unlucky, and I knew how lucky I was to have the friends I did.
It's incredible, she said fervently. Just as you'll have droves of enemies, you'll have scores of friends. But don't forget what I just said. Your friends and your enemies will be swept up in your misfortune and experience hardships. Your destiny isn't satisfied to afflict only you. It defies understanding.
So, in summary, I'm an avatar of misfortune.
There's more. The fortune teller continued. Sir, your romantic luck is extraordinary. You'll be admired by many for no clear reason. Young and old, men and women, and not just humans. You'll be adored by all sorts. You're predisposed to troubles with women, and anyone who gets close to you will be another victim of your misfortune. But if you live a long life, you may leave behind as many as 100 descendants. It doesn't seem as though you have the inclination to, however. Oh, I wonder just what sort of star you were born under.
I wasn't sure being adored by the same sex and other creatures was really good fortune. But more importantly, I couldn't even remember having any luck of that sort. This woman was definitely just saying whatever came to mind, and that's when I remembered that I had once heard that saying vague statements that could apply to anyone was a common tactic among shoddy fortune tellers.
Come on now! Lucia said as she pulled my hand. She did not look very happy. There's no point talking to her any further.
You too, young lady, have a dark future ahead, the fortune teller said to her. You pitiful thing.
I guess I really am an avatar of bad luck. Chapter 1. The Gathering of the White Blade.
Muster's going to the Gathering of the White Blade?
For Tino Shade, this came as quite a shock.
You didn't know. Apparently he got an invitation and the VCM's been running around with her hair on fire.
B. But Master was just with me, working on a quest. Tino hadn't heard a word about this. Even during the trial disguised as a vacation, he never showed the slightest hint that he had been invited to the Gathering of the White Blade. Invitations to said event were one of the top honors a hunter could receive and proof of their contributions to the Empire. Outside of exceptions like Ark Rodain, whose family had served the Empire as hunters for generations, it was unheard of for someone as young as Krai to be invited.
But the Gathering of the White Blade should have already passed. Looking back on his escapades/hot spring trip, Tino never would have imagined he had been bestowed such an honor.
The VCM was certain he would return, but I don't think she anticipated the event being put on hold, the other hunter said casually.
Tino, however, was trembling. She had been by her master's side and seen it all. She knew it was no coincidence that they made it home just in time for the delayed gathering. Even while being so far away, while causing all that mayhem, he had managed to fit the gathering of the White Blade into his schedule. If he couldn't have, would he really have chosen to stop at a hot spring? After witnessing such a display of temerity and foresight, Tino gave up on even trying to read her master's intentions. If Tino had been in his position, stopping at a hot spring before such an esteemed event would have been unthinkable, even if she had been aware that it was being put on hold. Her head began to spin as she struggled to figure out what possible meaning there could be behind his actions.
Still, I wonder who the CN is going to bring. I'm pretty sure they're permitted a companion, the other hunter said, as though it was perfectly natural.
Oh, that's right.
The other hunter was remembering correctly. Attendees of the gathering of the White Blade were indeed allowed to have someone accompany them. Most hunters did as the nobility did and brought their most trusted acquaintance from the opposite sex. Naturally, that excluded Tino from being a candidate. She didn't think she was so conceited as to let herself believe otherwise.
And yet Grieving Souls was a tight-knit party. At the very least, Lizzie, City, and Lucy were all potential companions. It wasn't at all hard for Tino to imagine the Smart Sisters fighting for that position. But did that mean she had a chance? If Lizzie and City got into a spat, Krai most likely wouldn't choose either of them. That would leave Lucy, but she was such a kind person, surely she would cede the position to Tino. She was, after all, Krai's younger sister. Tino gulped. It was shallow thinking on her part, but she wouldn't succeed if she didn't try. The future is something you take with your own hands. Her master had taught her that during their vacation, expediency was key. She would claim her victory before the others even realized what was at stake. There was a dress code for the gathering of the White Blade. If she approached Krai in a stunningly beautiful dress, the meaning would be plenty apparent, and he would extend the invitation to her. And once he said yes, Lizzie and the others couldn't argue with him. Such audacious thinking had set Tino's heart pounding like a drum. But I know. Today, I'm on fire. Don't tell anyone else about that, she told the other hunter in a low, threatening voice.
Oh, okay.
Tino dashed off. She needed to get a dress ready. The gathering of the White Blade was the most famous and most esteemed meeting among hunters of the Empire. It was sponsored by the Emperor himself and meant for a small number of hunters who had made contributions to Zabrudia. This was my first time, so I didn't know much about it, but apparently, there would also be lots of the Empire's bigwigs, and only the most accomplished hunters had even been allowed to attend. According to rumors, this had all started after Ark's ancestor fought a grueling battle and cleared the level 10 treasure vault that once rested on what would later become the site of the imperial capital. After that, the Emperor wanted to meet with said hunter and began this tradition. Apparently, the blade, in Gathering of the White Blade, referred to the Holy Blade passed down through House Roden. Attending the gathering was an undeniable honor, but I was looking to retire ASAP. I wasn't excited at the idea of attending an event where the Emperor would be present, and I lost all reason to go when I remembered that there would be droves of hunters there as well. Compared to those storied veterans, I was practically a bug. Not to mention, I didn't know anything about etiquette, so I always ended up doing something rude whenever I went to these sorts of events. With the event right in front of my eyes, I couldn't even revel in the afterglow of my vacation and spent the whole day trying to think up a plan of action. However, my empty head availed me nothing. 3 days. That's way too soon. No, wait. A day's passed, so it's 2 days. I was determined not to go. My stomach hurt. I don't want to go. My stomach hurts, I moaned as I planted my face on my desk.
Eva sighed. You must go, she insisted.
I go on a vacation so I can avoid this event and then it just gets delayed. Is that fair? No, it's not. It was all because Hidden Curse and Akashic Tower had gotten carried away during their little schism. What terrifying things Level 8s were if they could cause the gathering of the White Blade to be delayed for the first time in history. Going on another vacation seemed out of the question. Eva was already exasperated by my first blatant attempt to flee. If I tried that again, then she'd be the one heading for the hills. I've got it. I'll make Ark go.
As I'm sure you're aware, Ark received an invitation of his own.
Of course he did. He was a Rodan and a regular attendee. I had already heard something about him attending a number of times prior. I don't have anything to wear.
I don't believe there's a dress code for hunters, but we do have something prepared for you. It's tailor-made.
Classic Ava, always prepared for anything. She brought out a finely made tuxedo. A tuxedo. I'm going in a tuxedo? No way. Impossible. I don't recall getting my measurements taken.
Citri had them on record. Some hunters attend in their armor, but, well, you don't typically wear armor.
That seemed like it would attract no small amount of attention. Let's think about this calmly. First and foremost, I don't want to attend. Under no circumstances do I want to find myself there. Well, I'm fine with going, but something's bound to go wrong if I bring one of my party members, I warned Eva.
You're the only one invited. You're to go as the representative of Grieving Souls.
There's something wrong with that. I didn't want to step into that circle of hell. The pyromaniac lady was going to be there, and that alone was too much. I desperately began to think of solutions, like maybe making Ansem go in my stead. Eva adjusted her glasses and looked at me.
You are permitted to have one person accompany you, she said.
Right. I'll bring Ark.
You can't.
I'll bring Ansem.
He won't fit into the venue.
Eva's tone was incredibly serious. I felt she was chastising me. I wasn't so sure she was right about Ansem, but bringing him along could cause trouble. He was a man with an overwhelming presence, and that might needlessly agitate the nobles and muscles for brains hunters. If running wasn't an option, then I could just lower my head and hide in a corner where nobody would look my way. I was second to none when it came to letting time pass by. If I had to, I wouldn't even discount groveling, which meant I needed a partner who wouldn't discount me for not discounting groveling. I don't know what this means. My options are looking slim. I guess I'll have to go with Ark after all. I'll have him decline his invitation, and then he can...
I understand Ark is planning to bring one of his party members. They say it's incited a fierce battle, Eva said.
Oh, yeah, something like that's bound to bring out the murderous rage. Strong, handsome, and a party free of troublemakers. What an overachiever. Some people are just born with all the luck. After working my brain so hard, I let out a yawn. I was tired of thinking about it. With so little time left until the gathering, I decided I'd just bring whoever happened to be free that day. I had nobody I wanted to butter up and no greater ambitions. I just read the room and spend it quietly like the country bumpkin I was. That way it'd all be over in an instant. That's it. I've got mirage form. I can hide my face and hide among the nobles. If I'm in a tuxedo, nobody will guess that it's me. Man, I'm on fire today. I grinned, pleased with such a good idea, when the door suddenly opened. It was Liz. I was glad to see her so upbeat even though we had just gotten back from a trip, but I was caught off guard by her outfit. Eva likewise stood frozen. Liz was wearing a red dress, one with a slit that ran up to her thigh. The tight collar and form-fitting dress perfectly matched her slender figure. The sight of her sun-tanned leg peeking out from the slit was undeniably stunning, but any allure she had was nullified by apex roots still covering her legs. She did an enthusiastic twirl.
Does it fit me? She asked bashfully.
It does. But what's it for? I said.
You can take someone with you to the gathering of the White Blades, right? I thought I had to pick an outfit that wouldn't embarrass you, and so I had this prepared.
Huh? No. I can't bring you. The dress is nice, but you're the last person I'm bringing to that event. It was such a flashy dress we'd be picking fights without even meaning to. We'd be picking a fight with the Emperor. She sure was, well prepared. Did she realize this wasn't a game? And how was I supposed to respond when she acted like her invitation was already set in stone? I was more than happy to bring her to an event, so long as it was one of no real consequence. Eva looked similarly taken aback. Sure, there was no dress code, but a deep red dress was still out of the question. Don't worry, you don't have to look at me like that, Eva. I won't bring her. And then, through the door Liz had left open, entered Citri. She was in a long black gown. In a sight quite different than her usual robe, the porcelain skin around her shoulders and collarbone was left exposed. It was refreshing on the eyes. Never mind that we had just been at a hot spring. I couldn't help but notice the tasteful accessory in her usually unadorned hair. Citri scowled when she saw who had arrived before her, but she smiled after looking at her own reserved appearance. She turned towards me and grinned from ear to ear.
What do you think, Krai? She asked. I had this prepared for the gathering of the White Blade. Surely you won't have any reason to be embarrassed by an outfit like this.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean, City? Liz asked.
Naturally, I'm also prepared for potential combat scenarios. I may not be able to hide my arms, but...
Cheeks flushed, Citri rolled her skirt up to the top of her legs. At the top of her white, veiny thighs was a belt carrying a number of small potion vials. Liz was quick to respond to the obvious provocation. Chapter 2: The Predator-Human Artificer's Wall Spaghetti. I was feeling trapped. At times I may have acted rashly or flippantly, but I had never acted maliciously. Yet here I was. One night had passed since the gathering. I was in my usual spot in the clan master's office, slumped over on my desk. Citri had planted poison and the abyssal inferno had nearly destroyed the banquet hall. My friend's trespassing somehow got overlooked, but the poison was going too far. Just bringing something like that into the gathering was asking for trouble. There was no excuse I could possibly give, and groveling wouldn't be enough to make this go away. Citri hadn't been found out just yet, but Zebrudia had access to excellent investigators. They would find out the truth eventually. After all, the Empire owned a relic that could detect lies.
Here's the newspaper, Krai, Eva said as she handed it to me.
I usually just glanced over it, but this time I read it carefully. It seemed a gag order had been issued because I didn't see a single word concerning an intruder at the gathering. Instead, something else dominated the front page. A dragon attack in Zebrudia? I said.
I'm sure you are already aware, but it was shortly after we left.
Eva had dark rings under her eyes and had a weary expression on her face. And no, I didn't already know about the dragon attack. Eh? No such thing as too much bad luck, huh? I muttered.
Luck?
Dragons were considered to be the strongest of all the mythical beasts. Their forms varied from one variety to the next, but they all had generally powerful bodies and vast pools of mana. Entire countries were said to have been annihilated by lone dragons. The accolade Dragon Slayer had long been considered proof of a champion. However, dragons didn't typically attack human settlements. It might sound hard to believe, considering my encounter with the hot spring dragon in Souls, but in my hunting career, I had only ever seen dragons attack towns on 3 occasions.
Fortunately, there were a number of high-level hunters present, so the dragon was exterminated, Eva said.
I checked the newspaper. Apparently Ark and everyone else there had saved the imperial capital. House Rodan had strong ties to the nobility, so it was usually his job to deal with threats like this. But Luke and many of the hunters at the gathering had also stayed to guard the castle for the night. That was one silver lining of the gung-ho nature of hunters. It gave them the strength to fight off dragons. An elemental had just recently attacked a town. Then there were the cave people. Then the hot spring dragon. Zebrudia was having a rough couple of months. Was Citri's poisoning related to this? And then it hit me. I crossed my arms, folded my legs, and looked up at the ceiling.